been done on the Libra blockchain, and in particular move the VM and the smart contracting language. It's incredible. It's one of the best ones I think I've ever seen and worked with. It's a fantastic product, and whether we like it or not, Facebook has had incredible contributions to technology, in particular open source technology, over the last 10 years, which is great. So I'm really glad to see that. We're also a founding member of the Cello Alliance for Prosperity, which is like, at the time of announcement and the time of launch was kind of viewed as this like a little more grassroots, less like corporate version of kind of what Libra was trying to do with the association. It's funny because when the media came out around it, when the press came out around it, I didn't realize that was happening until the press talked about it. I was sort of like, these are just two different blockchains that are with two different goals that are trying to do two different things. So to answer your question more pointedly, I think that's probably an accurate depiction. Like the folks in some of the Polkadot ecosystems or the Celo ecosystems are a little bit more grassroots developer focused. Maybe they're smaller startups. They're getting kind of excited about it, but there's still a ton of big players that are really interested in doing a ton of work in the space. We announced a partnership with Coinbase where we are helping Coinbase power their staking infrastructure for their custody customers on networks like Polkadot and Solana. The big crypto companies are still focused on some of these networks as well, and we're that's really exciting for us. At the same time, the Libra Association definitely is made up of a whole bunch of pretty big companies. In fact, Bison Trails is one of the smallest companies, and they came to us and before they had announced the project, and they were like, "Hey, we've heard you're doing incredible work in the infrastructure space. We need a company that can help us actually build out this this network," and so that's why they invited us to join. But yeah, I would say that the companies that are involved are definitely like big companies. We're talking Spotify and Uber and Lyft and Shopify and Facebook and some really, really heavy hitters in the tech space. But I would say that the folks that are working on Libra within those companies are just as enthusiastic and just as excited about crypto as any of the sort of grassroots community members that we're seeing in places like in ecosystems like Polkadot or Ethereum. And so that to me has been one of the most interesting things, is that it doesn't really matter where you look. The folks that care about blockchain and crypto care a lot about blockchain and crypto. And you can be taking different avenues to try and get to this end result of democratize access to finance, democratize access to value store and transfer. And I think one of the reasons why we've been protocol agnostic is because making a judgment call on which avenue or which strategy is going to be the best one seems sort of silly at this point. It's still very early in the market, and we'd like to help support all these different tech ecosystems grow.
And I think you're the perfect person to ask this question as well, because when your whole job or your whole company exists, because this is a very new technology that is not easy to use. It is not user friendly. The barrier for entry is very high, and because like you said, this is a very, very new technology, and so the focus has been on innovating, adding functionality, interoperability, sharding, scaling, but not really user experience. That hasn't really been the number one priority. And so I'd have to guess that at Libra, one of the big totem poles of requirements for the Libra network and using it has to be an easy user experience that has a very low barrier of entry, that looks good, works great, is hard to mess up. You're going to send it. You're not going to send any value to a random string of address. I'd have to imagine that that's what it's going to be. So one, am I correct in my assumption? And two, is this going to be the push? Are we going to see a trickle down effect of when Libra launches with a really easy to use, good looking, and nice interface? Are we going to see that kind of trickle down into the rest of the blockchain sphere? Because essentially, like in this space, and we'll touch upon with DeFi, it's either it's open source or you're just going to copy the code. So are we going to see essentially that kind of that trickle down effect of good UI UX?
I think as more and more people get into the crypto space, UI and UX matters more. full stop. And I think that sometimes and me included, as builders in the crypto space, we don't realize that there's still a massive opportunity for folks to join blockchain and crypto technology. I think there's in the, let's just call it tens of millions, maybe low hundreds of millions of people that interact with blockchain and crypto. Even have ever, not even regularly, have ever interacted with blockchain and crypto. So I think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity there for growth. And as more people get involved, the UI UX matters more, for sure, without a doubt. I think that one of the things that Libra brings to the table that other protocols, that is unique to Libra, that maybe other protocols don't have as strong of an advantage in, is that there's massive ecosystems that exist that are a part of the Libra Association. So think about all the folks that use Uber, all the folks that use Spotify, all the folks that use Facebook, all the folks that use all the products and services of the companies in the Libra Association that are all coming together to unify and create an experience that works, interoperability that works in between these systems. And so when you think about like UI UX, it's not just about, is there an app that I can use and it makes it hard to like accidentally send 20 Bitcoin to someone that I didn't mean to. I mean, if you're sending 20 Bitcoin to someone you didn't mean to,
yeah, right. Wow, good for them.
You're doing all right for yourself right now. But more so, that there's an entire ecosystem baked into it where, the network itself is powering things that interops automatically by default with these different big products and services we all already use. So that's a very, very strong selling point or driving point that will also drive, like you said, things like improvements to UI and UX in the space. So yes, I think that there will be that trickle down. And I think in a lot of ways, Libra has sort of pushed a lot of folks to focus on UI and UX. And in the last, even just 2 years, we've seen a huge jump in the experience around using crypto. Things like the Argent wallet I think is one of the best experiences in crypto. Sure, it's like not, there's still some nuances to crypto that makes it hard to use, but it's way easier than some of the previous iterations of keeping keys, storing keys, sending assets, and so that's really, really incredible. The thing that always gets me, and I think this is actually really important to note, and it's important for Bison Trails as an infrastructure company, is that my belief is that 5 years, 10 years down the road, all of the software products and services we use will have some form of crypto network blockchain component to them, all of them, whether it's for whether it's for finance or for marketplaces or for commerce or for data, they all will. And I think what will happen is that folks won't even know that they're using blockchain or crypto. It's not like I currently think about the fact that I'm using HTTP to like browse the internet, or that I'm using, mail protocols to send email. I just use email. And I just use the internet, and most people don't even think about it. So I think like there's this kind of mantra around like mainstream adoption of crypto, and one of the reasons why we think what we're doing is so important, because I believe that mainstream adoption of crypto starts with the companies that are building on top of crypto networks, and that's why we're trying to enable that.
Mm-hmm. And so, once again, I'm not sure really what you're allowed to say, but how far along is Libra on a technical level? As in, I'm not asking politically when they're going to get the okay to launch it, but essentially, if there wasn't such big names behind it, if this was just a crypto project, it probably would have been launched already in terms of where it is technically. I mean, so is that what's holding it back? Is it technically not there yet, or is it politically not there yet?
Yeah. So first caveat is that I'm not a official speaker representation of the Libra Association, so I don't want to
Great. So you're not liable. You could say whatever you want. Perfect.
Well, I'm a member of the Libra Association, so I don't want to. I'm part of this association, and so we all work together. So I don't want to misrepresent from the entire association. I am, however, on the technical steering committee, so I don't want to talk to the politics and the regulatory side of things. I mean, I know that we're working really, really hard with regulators around the world as an association to get their approval and get the sort of thumbs up and green light for the project itself. On the technology side, I've been nothing but impressed. Honestly, that's the truth. It's an incredible technical feat. The network is really, really great. They've as an association, we've built a really, really cool implementation of a Byzantine fault tolerant network. and there's some of the smartest people that I've ever worked with that are working on it. Things like Move, like I said, is also incredible. And the best part about it is that it's open source. So you can actually go to GitHub. You can go to the Libra GitHub and see it. And it's actively under development. So folks are still building on it. And we have an open source proposal process as well that folks can submit changes to the project. And then this committee will go over and approve them. And so it's really quite cool. I mean, from a technology perspective, it's made a ton of progress. So, all that being said, like, I still think that almost every blockchain protocol is still very early in its life cycle, and that it still needs to be tested at scale, right? So Libra not being a live network that billions of people are currently using means that it has never had billions of people using it. And that's a thing that needs to be tested. So I'm super optimistic on the tech side.
Right. Well, I'll leave you alone with Libra for now, because I do want to touch upon your thoughts on DeFi.
Sure.
You are an infrastructure company, and this is a even in blockchain standards, this is a relatively new application, especially the way it's being used today with yield farming. Is really kind of a totally different space than where we were a couple of years ago. So. Yeah. As someone who does, like you mentioned, your company kind of came from this idea that everything's in beta, and we're trying to make things work as securely as possible and as risk-free, let's say, as possible. What's your view on DeFi there, where especially the way it's being used today? Where there's forks being forked off of Uniswap now because SushiSwap has been so successful. I mean, kind of let's start with macro. What's your view on DeFi? Then we'll kind of dive into it.
Yeah. Okay. So macro, DeFi has been one of the most impressive applications of blockchain and crypto technology to date. So right now, I'd say that Bitcoin probably is one of the most impressive store of value applications in the blockchain space. So Bitcoin has been acting as an incredible store of value. Ethereum has been a phenomenal developer community, and I would say that DeFi, or decentralized finance, has been, while it's an aggregation or amalgamation of different pieces of technology, has been an incredible vertical that we've seen grow really, really quickly and innovated on really, really quickly in the last, call it, honestly, you said 2 years, but I would even call it like a year. I still remember going to a DeFi meetup 2 years ago that we hosted at our office that had 7 people at it. It's like, and this was only 2 years ago. So on the macro level, I think it's an incredible implementation of the technology, and I think that that is nothing to scoff at. With what is it, close to, I don't know what the numbers are today, but let's just say close to $10 billion in total value locked in DeFi contracts. That's pretty impressive. That's not nothing. It's not sort of mini experiment. So macro level, incredible.
Yeah, and just like you, I also do remember going to crypto conferences, and the main stage would be one thing. DeFi was not on the main stage. DeFi was that side stage workshop thing that a couple of guys would go to. And it's interesting because then it was thought of as a very different thing. As you hear DeFi, decentralized finance, this is interesting. This is kind of, anyone could be a bank. This could open up a whole realm of opportunities and I think, at least when I first heard it, I thought a lot more, I guess, altruistically. I think that's a little naive, but even I think a little more dynamically, because right now what I'm seeing today, for the most part in DeFi, is people taking lending and borrowing tools and essentially not really giving out loans so people can then go open up a business or do anything, but they're providing liquidity just so they can get governance tokens and LP tokens, then they could give more liquidity to kind of just pile upon. And kind of hope that pile keeps on stacking up. And that definitely, I don't think wasn't my vision of DeFi when I first heard about it. And I don't think that was a lot of people's vision of DeFi. So is this the real DeFi? Is the yield farming we're seeing today? Is that really what the potential that DeFi holds? Is it the correct way? Is it the way that's going to get adoption, or is there something totally different at the end of the day?
I'm probably going to get yelled at for saying this, but no, this is not the real DeFi. This is great. This is a really great way to experiment on new technologies, try new contracts, experiment with things like leverage and over leverage or under leverage, experiment with things like what are essentially amount to derivatives on top of assets. Not to get into the whole conversation of like what is and isn't from a definition perspective, but so what's really impressive to me is kind of really what I was saying earlier, which is the pace of innovation in DeFi is insane. Like right now it's insane. So, do I think that like DeFi is just going to be an amalgamation of like, liquidity providers that are then over leveraging their assets so then provide more liquidity for the same people that are using liquidity providers? Like, no, I think that that's kind of silly, but it does kind of show how do fractional systems work in decentralized finance. How can we replicate some of the existing systems in centralized finance in a decentralized way? And they're honestly quite experimental. So I'm excited by the pace of innovation. I'm excited by the experimentation, and I'm excited by the brave people that are willing to put their money on the line, put their code on the line. That's incredible to me. And I know personally, I'm really excited and sort of playing around with a bunch of different pieces. But do I believe that the existing DeFi system is like the DeFi we've all been waiting for? No, definitely not. I think that it, like you said, maybe it's altruistic. Maybe I'm also too altruistic. But it's much bigger than what we're seeing today. What we're seeing today is like rapid innovation on the systems that are going to be the fundamental building blocks for the DeFi of the future.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't even think. I think altruistic is too nice of a word. I guess I imagine, hey, if everyone could be a bank, then maybe we don't have to let the banks fuck us every time with fees and this and if the banks are holding all the money, great, they can do whatever they want. But if there's actually decentralized banking, decentralized finance, it'll open up. So I think profit's still going to drive. It's still going to be the motivation, but I hope in a way that's better for us all. But as a startup, you said you've been starting tech startups your whole life, and you got acquired by Etsy, and you start a startup, you put in the effort, you put in the work, you come up with the idea, and then when you get acquired, you get that payoff. And this discussion has come up recently with Sushi Swap and Chef Nomi, kind of taking the fund and selling it off, and then since gave it back because everyone gave him shit for it. But kind of where do you fall on this? Because in the real world, in the traditional world, in the outside of blockchain world, you build something, people use it, you got to sell it off for whatever price. So where do you fall on this idea? Should he have given the money back? Should he not have given the money back? Does he deserve that money?
Well, it's certainly not up to me to decide whether or not he deserves whether or not they deserve the money. I don't know if it's us and many people or not, but it's certainly not up to me that. I, maybe to a fault, I'm a believer in capital systems, and I personally, this isn't like a company belief, but my personal hope was that they didn't give the money back, because I actually think this is a really great learning opportunity for the ecosystem. This is how it works, right? Like this personality had access to this treasury, and they were able to leave with it, and we all contributed to the rapid success of Sushi, but also the rapid decline of Sushi. There's definitely collateral damage in that, and that sucks. There's lots of people that were like really excited about like something that was, going to the moon and put a bunch of money into it, and then like they lost the value of that money. That's terrible. And I think people need to do their own homework, and they need to understand what the risks are, and they can't just get all excited about the hype and throw dollars into something. So I was actually kind of bummed when I found out that Chef Nomi gave the money back, because I was kind of like, this is a great lesson for all of us. Like, this is a fork. These are unknown entities. This is the system. The system that's built is this. And I think the lesson there was, we need to understand the systems better before we just kind of throw money at the problem. So this was like a really cool. I don't think what happened with Sushi Swap will happen identically again. And I think like each time something like this happens, it's a really great lesson for everybody in the DeFi space. And this is exactly what I'm talking about in terms of rapid innovation and the pace at which the space is moving. So, if in a perfect world, there would be a way where that lesson would be learned, where there wasn't like, folks that only had, $1,000 and they put it into this and lost that $1,000, because don't get me wrong, I think that that's terrible too. So, I hope that those folks recover and they don't, hate DeFi and they don't hate crypto because of that experience. But I also think like this highlights that we need to learn a lot more about what we're doing, why we're doing it. I would be willing to bet that most people that are yield farming don't understand the leverage risk around what they're doing right now. I think
that's a really interesting point, because every person I've spoken to on this DeFi conference so far actually said the opposite. They said, listen, it might, yield farming and DeFi right now might be the biggest bubble. It's high risk. Chef Nomi could run away with it, but at least the barrier for entry in yield farming is so high. If you're yield farming, you probably understand what's going on. You probably understand this isn't beta. This is forks. Your money could be gone like that. You could also, where else are you getting 100 APY? If you're getting 100% APY, clearly there's so, this isn't like, there's no free money. So, where do you fall on that fence? Because to an extent, they are right. Right now, as opposed to the ICO boom, or let's say, obviously, a regular traditional Ponzi scheme, super easy. Anyone can take money and give it to a person. Yeah. Now let's go to the ICO boom. Let's say there were, besides the legitimate projects popping up, there also were scam projects.
Yep.
And even that wasn't the hardest thing to buy. You sign up for an exchange, you buy. But yield farming, I mean, for someone to actually even be yield farming, have, be in Sushi Swap and have it, you do need a pretty good understanding, or at least of the crypto sphere, enough to the point where I would feel comfortable saying that, hey, you know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that you're probably right in that there is a high enough barrier to entry to being in like a really leveraged position in DeFi that you should know what you're doing. But I'm not convinced that everyone who is doing it isn't just reading a guide somewhere on Twitter and being like, well, I'll just like do this because like, other people are doing it and it kind of makes sense. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I think, the alternative viewpoint to that, which I think is totally fair, is like everyone in DeFi that's yield farming knows what they're doing. They know what the risks are, and let's keep leveraging each other's sort of participation to hasten the pace of innovation, to make it even faster, and that might be the way better position to take, just like, yeah, well, it's risky. You're in it. So enjoy the risk.
That's where I think that, with urine finance, which has skyrocketed, recently, it's great, but also holds its danger, because now all of a sudden you just lower the barrier for entry. I don't understand how to yield farm. I can't be hopping on top of this thing, switch it. No, okay, I'll give it to them. They'll do the yield farming for me. They claim they're going to get the best APY. And so all of a sudden, now what you've done is you've now created an opportunity. By the way, I'm not saying that's wrong or right. I'm just saying there now is the opportunity for people who really don't understand the risks that are going in. Because, it's kind of crazy. Think about it. If you're not already familiar with crypto, or if you're just from the traditional world, and you hear 3% APY, you're excited. And now you're coming, and now someone's telling you, wait a second, there's this 100% APY, and you don't even have to do anything. You just put it in this urn, and it algorithmically follows the best thing. Now I think it's so funny, because this pace of innovation, the innovation is always causing more problems and a blow up. And then, so, where is this heading? Where do you see this leveling off? With the ICOs, it kind of was the crash of the price mixed with enough scams kind of getting people, fed up with it. How do you see this ending with DeFi? Where is that tipping point?
Yeah, I love the way you frame that question, because what it does is it actually lays out this idea that with the BS that came with the ICO bubble and boom, you actually got an incredible amount of capital that flowed into really legitimate, really incredible projects and protocols. And I think we're going to see the same thing with DeFi. So, Chef Nomi and Sushi is one instance, and I don't even think, I'm not sure, but I don't even think there was any real malice in that. It was just sort of like poor decision making, or poor management. There'll probably be more scams. There'll be more things that are malicious. There'll be more things where people lose money and get angry. But the idea is that at the end of the day, when all is said and done, you end up at a higher plateau than you were when we started. So you can't argue with the fact that there's way more contracts that are being deployed into Ethereum that are interacting with each other, and folks that are using them right now. That's incredible. I mean, I can't even send ETH between two of my different wallets because the price of gas is too high. Like, just in trying to solve that problem is like in itself interesting. Like, even if all DeFi does is highlight like, hey, if we use Ethereum, it's too expensive to use. We have to solve that problem. Like, that to me is like worth it, like, so I think that what we're going to end up with is a technology ecosystem around Ethereum and around other protocols that are going to support, smart contracting, or that do support smart contracting. That's higher than it was before. And that's what happened with the ICO boom too, right? Lots more crypto projects. Sadly, there was, a lot of BS that went with it. So the best thing we could do is try to help our friends, collectively help everyone we know and help them avoid the scams and help them avoid the BS. And, a lot of times when it looks too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true for the most part. I'm not saying everything. And ideally we end up at a higher plateau than we were last year.
And one of the things that you mentioned is the kind of high gas prices. It's essentially unusable for the average, just regular person who just wants to send money, unless you're doing some really crazy things. Do you think this has incentivized a quicker push to Ethereum 2.0, or actually decentivized a quick push to 2.0?
That's also a good question. I think that ETH 2.0, I think what this is doing is highlighting the value that some of the newer protocol designs give to the crypto ecosystem. So whether it's ETH 2.0 or it's Polkadot or it's a Cosmos or one of these other newer technology platforms, shows that you can have some of these transaction volume without necessarily having gas prices skyrocket and make it unusable. I think it's probably accelerating the ideas of like, well, if we actually use this thing at scale, which I still think even with DeFi, Ethereum is not at scale. I think like we're not even close to global financial decentralized finance scale. So it needs to be usable for the average person. So these are real problems that we're highlighting in using Ethereum. So yeah, I think it's pushing towards ETH2. I think it is. I think it's pushing towards other protocols as well. And people are looking at other ways, whether they're layer 2s or new layer 1s to service the needs of the users. And that's great. That's good for everyone.
Mm-hmm. And is Bison Trails been developing also solutions for DeFi as well? So
we've been, this is a question that's hard to really wrap your head around unless you really understand the technology. So we've been heavily focused on infrastructure at the protocol level. So message propagation, securing, validating, proof of stake, governance, those kinds of things. All of the DeFi systems that are currently being built, whether they're automated market makers or DEXs, are built on top of protocols that assume a certain level of security. So they're built on top of Ethereum. People are securing Ethereum. And so, they're built on top of Polkadot or Tezos. People are securing those networks. And Bison Trails focuses on securing the protocols themselves and making them usable. So if you're building a product or service that interacts with potentially Ethereum, you might be using Bison Trails infrastructure to read and write from to and from the network. So it's not so much that we're building products for DeFi, but we're building a lot of the first principles and fundamentals that support a DeFi ecosystem that can grow and can be used in this way. We're less focused on like necessarily, tools to like optimize yield farming or anything like that. We're really focused on the fundamental layers.
And last question. Total hypothetical, totally out there. Before I let you go, let's say Bison Trails, you seem like a very smart guy, and you just keep on killing the game. You guys keep getting more customers, and your technology is underpinning tons of proof of stake, tons of nodes. I mean, you literally get to the point where essentially by your fingertip, you actually have a pretty centralized control of a large portion of the crypto sphere. Yeah. Do you pull the plug? do you say no, but not pull the plug and bring it down, but I'm saying kind of blow up the key, as in do you say I have become too powerful and kind of take off the steering wheel and throw it away so no one else could use it?
Yeah, no, I was joking. I completely understand the question. So what you're describing is it's really interesting because when we started this company, we started it with the idea that we wanted to help support distribution, decentralization of these of networks. And I'm actually not a firm believer in like pure 100% perfect decentralization. I kind of think it's sort of bullshit, and people will draw a line in the sand wherever they think is convenient for them. People ignore the fact that like every computer system in the world is basically running on Linux, and that's like a centralized vector, like some flavor of it. Not that that's necessarily a problem, but what we do is we build in technology solutions and systems to mitigate against those risks. And so when we started building Bison Trails, we were acutely aware that we were trying to help build and forward these decentralized world, the decentralized technology world. And so we have a track at work within Bison Trails. It's always focused on how do we further decentralization. So the answer to your question is, I hope we never get to a point where we're actually in that seat where I have to say like, hey, should we pull the steering wheel off and throw it off? It's more, how do we build and provide technology solutions so that we never get to that seat? And I think that we are currently working on a lot of different implementations and pieces of tech that can help us do that. And it'll take different forms. It'll be things like that we open source. It'll be things that we have really strict access control around. We have things about like ownership and keys and really the way we view it is, let's not let that be a limiting factor on our imaginations on how we can build this decentralized future. And let's assume that that's a technology solution that we can solve. There's a technology problem that we can solve. And that's the path we've taken. And I firmly believe that. So I hope I'm never in that position is the answer to your question. And that as a company, we're working really hard to never get to that position.
Says the guy who thinks that Chef Nomi should have taken that money and run. Joe, either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Joe, thank you so much for joining me, taking the time to kind of peel the veil of what's going on behind the scenes. I really appreciate it. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Jon Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enable so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
psychosis or OCD, obsessive crypto disorder.
Yeah, it's a non-life-threatening disease that is caused by cryptocurrency hype. Symptoms include constant talking, reading, and listening to info regarding cryptocurrencies, usually accompanied by purchasing Bitcoin or altcoins. Got it?
Yes.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Michael Sharlov, CEO and co-founder of Fireblocks. Michael, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Yona, thanks for having me.
Well, glad to have you here. And first, maybe let our viewers, know a little bit about kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain.
Yes, sounds good. So actually, I didn't come originally from the financial background like many people in the blockchain space are. Last 20 years I spent in the cybersecurity space. So many years ago, about 2 decades ago, I started in the Israeli Cyber Command in the Unit 8200. And then sort of fast forward into 2011, started my previous company, which was called Lacoon. We did mobile security for enterprise companies. Essentially, 10 years ago, there was such a thing that people were buying smartphones. It was new and exciting. And then the people were coming to work and asking their IT managers to connect them to the email. And the IT manager would freak out. So we basically created a platform that helped them to do it in a secure fashion and predominantly basically protect those mobile devices from a variety of cyber attacks. We had a pretty good run over the course of 4 years, and then we got acquired by a company called Checkpoint. So Checkpoint is the biggest cybersecurity vendor, about $20 billion company in a good day of the stock market, and they invented the firewall back in the 90s. So after we got acquired, I was essentially running their mobile and cloud security portfolio, taking them from the more the traditional IT security type of systems, such as firewalls, to essentially the way that IT should look like in the next decade or so, right? Mobile, cloud, all the new infrastructure. And interestingly enough, because we were sort of experts in mobile security, in 2017, myself and the team were essentially were brought into investigation in South Korea, cyber investigation in South Korea, where 4 exchanges got hacked over there. So they were basically hacked by the North Koreans, and they were able to steal $200 million worth of Bitcoin, right, from those 4 exchanges. It's a fairly famous case, and we were brought in because the hackers used some form of mobile malware, and we helped in the investigation. But that's, I think, was sort of, I was clearly, for me, I was Bitcoin and some of those things, but I was not really personally involved in that market. And that really triggered my interest, started to learn more and more about the topic. Predominantly as personally, I come from more the enterprise business oriented type of startups or companies. I was really interested in understanding what institutions and banks and hedge funds and more than one person essentially in some kind of formation of the company, what are they trying to do in the space, and this is essentially what led us to Fireblocks.
And so now that we're here, what does Fireblocks do?
Yeah, so what we basically build is a secure infrastructure, right? For financial institutions that are working with digital assets, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies. Now, what does it actually mean? We basically provide, let's say, on top of our infrastructure, essentially provide 3 main functionalities. The first one is custody and wallet technology, right? An extremely secure and yet high SLA, high speed, highly accessible type of storage for digital assets, cryptocurrencies, so on, that can be configured in a variety of custodian structures. That's component number 1. Component number 2, which I think one of the things that we are the most famous for, is the Fireblocks network, which is essentially an interconnectivity layer between different institutional market participants. Right now, we have about 130 different entities on that network, 30 of the top exchanges, and then about 100 other, OTCs, market makers, lending provider, and so on. That through that network, they can exchange payments and settlements without being susceptible to a variety of risks, both from an operational standpoint of accidentally sending an asset to the wrong address, to counterparty risk where one side basically sends the other the asset and the other side is not delivering, to regulatory risk, right? Or compliance risk, essentially making sure that you're not receiving funds from some kind of dodgy sources. So that's the second capability. And the third capability is mostly around which is actually quite relevant today, around the issuance. So we help companies that are issuing stable coins, and we are involved right now in a few really big projects around security tokens that we help them to essentially mint, burn, and distribute those assets.
Well, so let's focus first on the second one, the Fireblocks network. You mentioned how you're essentially providing custody services and kind of connecting many of the marketplaces, many of the exchanges that already exist for your clients. When someone is utilizing the Fireblocks network and they're doing a transaction, is that transaction happening on chain, or is it simply all happening within Fireblocks' own network?
No, it's on chain. Yeah, so I think this is something that usually confuses people because there is a lot of discussions around off-chain settlements, which are, I think, philosophically, I'm actually somewhat opposing that concept, and I can explain why, because I think it sort of defeats the purpose of crypto in general, or blockchain in general, and sort of subverts the security and counterparty risk model. But all the transactions that Fireblocks is doing is on-chain, purely on-chain. And then the question is, okay, so what are you guys actually adding, right? So the simplest example, what we are essentially doing, maybe from an IT standpoint, is we are like the DNS layer for IP, right? So if 20 years ago, or like 30 years ago, if you wanted to go to Yahoo, right, you actually had to type their IP address. You had to somehow know what was their IP address, and you need to basically put it in your browser. And that was like really cumbersome, because who remembers that Yahoo is like 10.100.36 whatever, right? And then basically, and in order to essentially make the technology much more user friendly, those days you can essentially do yahoo.com or google.com or whatever, and it automatically resolves to what their IP address is, right? Now, the same problem really, to a certain extent, exists in crypto, but that problem is actually much more complex from a security standpoint, right? Because if I need to send you a Bitcoin, then or any other asset on a blockchain, then somehow you need to send me your deposit address, right? And then I sign on your deposit address, and then it's being sent to you. But how do I know that you're you, right? How do I know you're not being spoofed? And more so, if I'm actually an institutional player and I have multiple folks in the operation, how do I guarantee that that individual that is actually going to issue a transaction is going to send the transaction to you, which I'm supposed to, based on some agreement we have, and not going to pull his personal ledger nano from his pocket, put his own deposit address, and take the next flight to Venezuela. So those are real problems, right? And those are actually like the main operational problems that most of our customers have faced. To an extent, by the way, they're even more severe than the operational problems that you have around the pure custody. How do I keep the private key secure, right? Because it's a problem that has so many moving parts that the traditional way of really dealing with it is a variety of all kind of bespoke confirmation, right? So you will send me the deposit address, I'll call you, I'll ask you what are the 4 digits, I'll send you a test transfer of 0.001 Bitcoin, we'll do a video chat. And that whole process takes 15 minutes. We need 2 people to look at the entering the transaction. And with the first promise of the Fireblocks network is really to eliminate all that. You just click on the participant, click the amount that you want to send, and all that process is basically done in an automated way, highly secure, right? Without being susceptible to any man-in-the-middle attacks, with a workflow and approval on the issuer side, that they can actually designate who are the people that need to approve that transaction, and it's also actually even insured.
Wow. And so essentially for the clients, for all intents and purposes, he doesn't care about the IT. It's pretty much giving him a great or way easier front end experience to interact with this crypto that has features, including the ability to set these are the people who have to approve, and it's pretty much adding features that institutions would be looking for onto what's available to them, with the blockchains today.
Yeah, again, I think that it could have been also, I mean, we actually have some roadmap with partners that are focused on retail to extend some of that functionality to retail, because I think that at the end of the day, if we actually want to push crypto to the mass market, we need to solve this problem for them as well. But on the institutional side, this problem is so severe that it not only impacts people on, just like a nicer interface. It impacts businesses on the bottom line, because without that, the operations become way more expensive. So imagine you need to do 100 settlements per day, right? How many people you need to actually have in order to facilitate that? And then also, what are the intervals that you need those people that they can do those, right? So if you actually need like 2 people in the same location to do this transaction, it really implies that you can only do it in a certain windows. And by the way, with all this COVID situation right now, it's not even clear, if you can actually do it, right? So it also impacts on the top line, because the settlement windows become very long. There is a lot of counterparty risk that is being created, and essentially just creates bottlenecks that after, just to actually give a really great example, one of our customers, one of our sort of biggest customers is B2C2, that they're one of the biggest cryptocurrency brokers. I think they're the biggest one in Europe for sure. And the amazing thing that I learned, that when they shifted to use Fireblocks about actually a year ago, is that they told me those were like, since we started using you guys, that was like, some of the best months for us since we started using the service. Since we started using the service, those were some of the best months for us from a business standpoint. I asked them why, and what I discovered is that before Fireblocks, they were selling every 3 or 4 times a day, and that created just periods in which their counterparties couldn't trade with them because they would reach the maximum credit line, right? And once they shifted to Fireblocks, they're selling those transactions immediately, right? And then this problem doesn't exist.
You mentioned, in an earlier answer that you're philosophically against sidechains. You want to go a little bit into that? Why that's so?
Yeah, not specific. I think sidechain can be liquid, or sidechains can be a lot of different things. But specifically there is this concept of what we call off-chain settlement, right? So an off-chain settlement is a structure in which you have a custodian. All the participants will open an account with that custodian, but effectively that custodian has one big omnibus account, right? Where, just like a pile of crypto that belongs to everyone. And then there is a database on the side that says, I own, Michael owns 1 Bitcoin, and owns the second Bitcoin. And that database is just a regular database, right? And then if we want to settle, then they just change the record on the database, right? Now, in practice, actually, this is the way that more or less the old financial system works, right? That's no different than how if we both customers of Citibank, that's the way that Citibank will manage an inter-account transfer, right? I think that philosophically, right, the way that the reason why blockchain was created is really to deal with this exact problem, right? Blockchain by itself is fundamentally a clearing layer, and every address should be an account, right? And and then the fact that you're basically creating this huge pile and you're doing those off-chain settlements, it actually creates a huge amount of counterparty risk to that institution, right? Because what happens if that database becomes corrupted, or there was some, like, small technical glitch, right? And they've done, 10 different settlements, and at the end of the day, they come in and actually it doesn't reconcile with the fact that in the storage there are 2 Bitcoins, right? In the traditional markets, right, it's all virtual, right? So if they made a mistake, they can correct it, right? But in this in this space, if there are 2 Bitcoins, there are 2 Bitcoins, right? You cannot generate those Bitcoins out of thin air. And that's why I think that, I mean, could probably talk about it for like 30 minutes, and I don't think we want to go to that length around that issue. But I think that some of the reasons why people are taking this approach is that they're not technologically savvy enough to actually do it on chain, which is the right way to do it.
But isn't what you just described essentially how centralized exchanges work? Where, let's say I'm sending money to Binance, Binance has their Binance wallets, it's holding all customers' crypto, and they just have their own database. Isn't that just described every single centralized exchange?
It does. Yeah.
And so, and we see the faults in that. I mean, we see that exchanges are getting hacked. I mean, it proves your point perfectly, where the safest place to keep your funds is not on a centralized exchange by any measure. So then now
Yeah, it's by the way, it's not only that they're getting hacked. So I think being hacked is probably sort of the most catastrophic scenario where you see that issue emerges, right? But even before they're being hacked, what happens if actually Binance, they actually have a partial reserve, right? Of the Bitcoins that they're telling you that I think that I deposited 1 Bitcoin. You think that you deposited 1 Bitcoin, but actually Binance already gave someone else. And then there is the rush to the bank, right? So all of us are trying to withdraw that Bitcoin simultaneously.
Right.
It goes back to this problem of proof of reserve that existed.
Right, and then essentially we just replicated the traditional financial market on a blockchain. We're falling to the same problems that face the traditional fractional reserve banking system, but we just put it on the blockchain. So clearly, that isn't, centralized exchanges are not the safest or the best place to keep your funds. But when someone's using Fireblocks, isn't Fireblocks, aren't you guys also kind of a centralized entity? If you're connecting, all your clients in the Fireblocks network, aren't you that centralized power that kind of has all those same, I don't know, not maybe all the same security vulnerabilities, but don't you as a centralized actor in that Fireblocks network have security vulnerabilities?
So I think it's a great question, and it's a question that both we're being asked about a lot, and I think that also internally for the team, it's a question that we are actually spending a lot of time debating internally. And the answer is, it's true that our customers, they have what I would say a certain technology risk to us to really build the technology in the way that we've advertised, right? But if the technology works as advertised, right, then the answer is no, right? And there are 2 reasons for that, right? The first reason is that on the custody side, we leverage multi-party computation, MPC, which is basically multi-party computation. So effectively, what happens is that although Fireblocks participates in the signature process, every customer has completely different public key, private keys, and also within the private keys, actually Fireblocks doesn't have even a sufficient amount of private key material to initiate a transaction, right? So we just basically a backstop for enforcing the policies that our customers are putting in, but the customer whatever, if that financial institution is a hedge fund that they own they own and they control the funds, if that customer is, let's say, a custodian like Prime Trust, which is using our technology, then they're the actual custodian. They actually have the control and access to those funds. And every customer is both segregated and Fireblocks, and they actually don't have a counterparty risk to Fireblocks. That's like a very important observation on the custody side, right? Then on the networking side, it's true that Fireblocks is to a certain extent some kind of DNS provider, right? But first and foremost, our customers always, it's not like a closed or walled garden that our customers can only work within the Fireblocks network. Each one of our customers can still whitelist addresses. They can still operate outside and with entities that are not within the Fireblocks ecosystem. And worst case scenario, if they really want, they can always put the IP address. Okay, they don't need to use the data, so they can always bypass the mechanism. We don't log them in, and I guess with some of those integration and strategic initiatives that we're working on right now, we are sort of expanding this functionality to more institutional wallet and custody providers that will make we are very thoughtful about not basically like, forcing everyone to use us, and even on the technology side, not to create a material technology risk in the ecosystem.
Yeah, well,
it's a bit like, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, no, because you mentioned that you guys using MPC as multi-party computation. How does that differ from multi-sig wallets?
Right. So it's the same. I think that in general, it's the same concept, right? From a security standpoint, like security, from a conceptual security standpoint. So both MPC and multi-sig, and multi-sig is sort of the grandfather of the MPC, right? So the idea is quite simple. You distribute the trust, right, over the signature. So I always think about it as like some of the inception of DeFi, how you distribute, like locally, sort of like, distribute the trust between multiple participants. And what you're effectively doing, you eliminate the single point of failure of a single private key, right? So that's the concept of multisig is that let's take multisig for Bitcoin. You have 3 different key shares and 3 different private keys, and 2 of those private keys are required in order to sign a transaction, and that transaction is basically being validated by the blockchain, and the nodes, right, the miners, are essentially responsible to say, oh, I actually seeing a signature from 2 private keys that are attached to that wallet, and therefore I'm going to release or account for that transaction. MPC is the evolution. So MPC doesn't materially change it from that perspective, but it significantly improves the model on the operational side, right? So what are the gaps that we have with multisig? One, that it's protocol specific, right? On Bitcoin, you have multisig. On Ethereum, you don't have multisig. So you need to basically code it in the smart contract. You code it in the smart contract. If you code it in properly, then you have something like the parity hack, right? So it introduces complexities as you're basically trying to support more and more protocol. The second issue is that it's non-flexible, right? So let's take Bitcoin as an example. If we have a company, we have 3 employees, we decide that we need 2 out of 3 signatures, and tomorrow morning we're hiring the 4th employee, we cannot change it from 2 out of 3 to 2 out of 4 without actually changing the wallet address, right? So we actually need to create a new wallet, transfer everything from the old wallet to the new wallet, call all of our counterparties, tell them that our wallet address has changed. They will continue to send us to the old wallet. It's always a mess, right? It's basically just operationally a mess. And the third aspect, which is actually related to those 2, is that it became expensive, right? So as the fees increased over the last several months, because the fees are an attribute of the size of the transaction, multi-sig transactions became very, very expensive. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, what MPC basically does, it does more or less the same thing, but it does it on the signature level. So, and at the end of the day, there are only two signature, or majority of the protocols are either using ECDSA or EDDSA, which are basically the signature schemes. And MPC basically solves it on that. So from a public blockchain, there is only one address, but the underlying structure of the private key is essentially distributed. So it actually works across, as long as you have an MPC protocol that supports ECDSA and DDSA, it applies one implementation, or basically two implementations, apply for all the different blockchains, right? You're covering all the different blockchains in two implementations. And then, you know, the fees are the basic fees, right? Because from a blockchain standpoint, they don't know that the miners don't know that there's actually an underlying distributed private key structure. They only see one address. And the third property, which is really, really powerful, is that you can add users and remove users, right? So you can essentially mutate the underlying structure. So that's the real advantage of MPC.
Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, it is an evolution of multi-sig, and it keeps that same high security, but allows for way more flexibility and way more operability, easier operability. Thanks for explaining that. I actually did not know, and I'll park that away. Now you mentioned that assets are actually secured. I mean, sorry, are actually insured on the Fireblocks network. Are they insured? What does that mean? Are they insured against everything, against user error, hacks, software bugs, and to what amount are they insured?
Yeah, so I think that the two main properties that we insured against, one is essentially cyber, right? So what does it mean, cyber? Either an external party that somehow is managed to compromise both us and the customer simultaneously, right? Because actually to affect the funds, you need to both impact the customer and impact us to get to the private key or change the software. And the second component is basically insiders within Fireblocks, right? So if one of our employees does something malicious, then change the code, and there is also protection against that, right? It doesn't, I mean, still the customer need to have proper operations and workflows, which can be facilitated through our platform. I'll talk about it in a second, but like the cyber element covers those two. And then the really unique thing that we were able to obtain is actually what we call an E&O insurance. So an E&O insurance basically covers against software, it covers against errors and omissions, but that includes software bugs, right? So if accidentally we have an error in our system and we basically sending it to the wrong address, right? Although you send it through the Fireblocks network, the insurance actually would cover such an incident, which is really powerful, and we are quite unique, I think, in terms of having that type of insurance. Now, on top of the insurance that we carry, some of our bigger customers, they also are able to sort of go in with our brokers and basically obtain additional insurance capacity, insure themselves, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Wow, and I think that is a real sign of a maturing market. You know, as you know, as insurance providers do come in and there's new players in the game, it really helps balance out risk and reward. And so that is very good to see. People say when mass adoption, when institutions. I like seeing insurance. I do think that does really help mature a market. So that is great to see. Now, let's say I'm using the Fireblocks network, and you mentioned that one of the great use cases for bigger operations and institutions is saying, hey, if I have 100, if I want to do 100 settlements, instead of me going and me calling and doing a test transaction, and it takes time. It adds a significant amount of time onto just the regular block confirmation that would take. But how about using the Fireblocks network? Does it add any time onto a standard blockchain transaction, or is it literally press the button and then it's the same transaction time as any other blockchain transaction?
Yeah, it's the same transaction time as any other blockchain transaction. Plus, a really big thing that we've done recently is what we call the deposit acceleration program, or zeroconf. People call it like in a. But when you also transact within the Fireblocks network, what we've done is also the ability to confirm transaction, basically credit transactions in zero confirmation. So essentially when the transaction is still in the mempool, right? So for example, we have already several exchanges that are part of that program. The first one that actually joined was Bitstamp, and then we had the FTX, LGO, and a few others that are joining in this program. And what that actually allows people to do is to once you send a transaction to that exchange, it being credited immediately, right? And part of it is the technology that we've developed around MPC that mitigates some of the risks around finality. So clearly mitigates the risk of double spending, and then in addition, it mitigates some of the risks around blocks being reorged, right? And that allows this sort of really fast on-chain settlement that people really want to see, even with assets that are really slow, like Bitcoin, which usually takes 15 or 15 minutes for one block, and usually people will wait for 6 blocks. And this this thing is so powerful that it makes the market much more efficient.
Mm-hmm. And when you mentioned that you have already exchanges, you said FTX and Bitstamp. Is that, are you saying that the exchanges can utilize this technology? You know, if FTX wants to send funds, they can have this zero confirmation, or any of FTX's clients, anyone who's utilizing their exchange gets this zero confirmation trade?
Yeah, so it's B. So you need to be a Fireblocks client, because essentially we need to be, our wallet infrastructure need to be on the sender side, right? But let's say that you're a trading desk, and FTX is one of the exchanges that you want to trade on. So you actually, when you send assets to FTX, it's being credited immediately. You don't need to wait 45 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is, which you would need to do it otherwise. It's really powerful, by the way, with derivative exchanges, right? Because if you look at what happened in March 13, if you have a very leveraged position and now the market crashes, right, then although you want to essentially top up the margin, if the exchange actually requires you to hold for one confirmation, then the network becomes congested, you might have not put the right fees, so on, and then you just like your transaction is never being confirmed, right? And then you can basically blow through your position. Whereas with this technology, and FTX is a great example, because FTX, they have a fairly sizable derivative book, you don't run into that risk.
So you're saying even right now where gas fees on Ethereum are so high and the network congestion is pretty high, if you're part of this, you could get that same zero confirmation trade and immediately solidify your position, even though the network is congested?
Yes.
And what is enabling this? Is it the fact that if you're in Fireblocks, if you're in the network, then kind of Fireblocks knows you have, the funds in your account because you could see it, or is it just hey, you don't want to mess around because you're part of our network system? And then
no. So it's a technology solution. It's not like a reputation. We know you and we trust you, right? Like the goal here is actually, as I said, like what we are trying to do is philosophically not to fall back into this trust type of situation. So how does it work from a technical standpoint? First and foremost, it has to do with the fact that your wallet is MPC, right? So let's assume that you have a Bitcoin in your wallet, and now you're sending that Bitcoin to FTX, right? So you need to sign the transaction, but also Fireblocks need to sign the transaction, right? So we will sign the transaction, and we keep the balance. We also see the balance, right? So we know that you have one Bitcoin. If you're sending that Bitcoin to FTX, we will sign it with you. But if you're sending that Bitcoin to FTX, and then you're also trying to send that Bitcoin to, let's say, Coinbase, right? Basically to double spend, we will not end, like you can try to sign, but Fireblocks will not going to sign with you. Okay. So the first risk of double spend is mitigated. The second risk is what we call is essentially a block reorg, right? So basically a block reorg is a situation that you sign the transaction is now in the mempool, or maybe even like, was already confirmed once, right? But unfortunately, like, the chain is actually being reorged, and that block is being canceled, and that transaction is now being thrown away, right? That's or the confirmation of that transaction is being thrown away. And then essentially what we do, we basically, because again, we are a party for signing it, we basically freezing the funds that were allocated to that transaction, because they essentially go back to the original wallet. We freeze them, and the only thing that we are allowing to do is just resubmit it, right? So you guarantee that you might have like, some delay in that kind of situation, right? But the funds are there, and you're going to get the funds.
Mm-hmm. And
right?
so I think that, so that's a really ingenious solution. But it's kind of funny because we constantly see this clashing of two kind of, let's say, two ideas, which is anonymity, being anonymous and having your privacy, but also kind of, this trustworthiness and this usability. This idea of zero confirmation trades only works because Fireblocks knows who's sending what to who, and that FTX has this in their account. So there's no real way of being anonymous here, and there's no real way of keeping people from knowing how much it's in your wallet using the system. So it does have the pros. Not everyone wants the anonymity. Some people want quick transactions. They don't care that people know, but we haven't yet figured out a way. Are you able to implement zero knowledge proofs somehow into this to enable to get kind of circumvent that and have that zero confirmation trades while also maintaining the privacy?
Yeah, so I think that I think that, like, that people tend to look at it from like a very Boolean, like, black and white standpoint. But I think that that decentralization in general is actually, it's a powerful idea, and that idea can actually work in sort of like, different resolutions, right? So the most trivial resolution is sort of like, the public blockchain resolution, right? Basically, like, the idea, which is sort of like the fundamental idea in the Satoshi white paper, is how are you able to create a network where there is essentially zero trust, no one knows who the other party is, and how do you basically create you prevent fraudulent activities, that can be a variety of fraudulent activities within that network. And another way to phrase it is, how do you guarantee that no party within the network has a counterparty risk to another party, right? Whether that party is someone that's sending you the funds, or that party is a miner or a validator, right? So that's sort of like, the absolute, the macro level type of approach, right? Then you can take that approach and ask yourself, okay, can I take that approach and apply that approach on a micro level, right? When there is a subset of participants that, they don't want to have counterparty risk to one another, right? But they want to operate on a micro level, right? They don't care about the people, like, they don't care, if those three different participants want to somehow operate between themselves. They don't want to trust each other, but they also don't care about, like, what the other 1 million other participants are doing, right? And I think the power of MPC, right? MPC and some MPC, trusted execution, there are actually, like, numerous technologies that basically bring this macro concept into a micro level, right? Because one of the things that you can actually say about Fireblocks and other providers that are doing MPC is that we are decentralizing, right? We are decentralizing the trust. It's just that we are not decentralizing the trust over the entire network, but we're decentralizing the trust between 2 participants. We're decentralizing the trust between, 10 users, and so on. So that's more the way that I think about it. Now, is it possible to do zero confirmations in the macro level? I mean, that's more related to the fact that, yes, there are blockchains that are there are blockchains today that are confirming and much faster than Bitcoin, and they work, right? So that's essentially what they're doing.
Yeah, very good point you have there. when you speak to it seems like you're, and you mentioned this at the beginning, that your focus is more enterprises or organizations, institutions, trading desks, not really, the average guy. You're not looking for the retail event investor. When you speak to these enterprises and they're coming to you for a solution, what's their biggest concern? What's the biggest factor? Because besides the solutions you're already giving them, you're already giving them excellent solutions, the problems they have, but what's the number one request that they're saying, we love the service you're giving, it makes our lives so much easier, but we wish that you would add this?
So it's a really good question. I think that try to think if there is a commonality, because at the end of the day, we now have over about 100 customers, and they are so fragmented that I think that the use cases are always somewhat different, right? And some of them, their main challenge is more around regulation, and some of those guys, their main challenge is actually, a very common theme is actually this zero confirmation, off exchange settlement, prime brokerage, right? That's like a really a theme that we're seeing today from specific customer segment, which is mostly around the hedge funds, prop trading desk, market makers. They're really interested in enabling more efficiency, enabling more capital, enabling more liquidity, and so on. And they need really those deposit acceleration, off exchange settlement solutions. The banks and the more, I think, the more interesting guys that are sort of now entering this space, a lot of the conversation right now is around regulation, right? So they're trying to figure out, just almost like a ready to raise solution that give them everything they need, but it's also very easy for them to explain to the regulator why this solution is compliant, right? And that's, I think, a second theme that we are seeing.
And how does using Fireblocks help with compliance at all? Where's the added value in compliance there?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of different things over the last 2 years around helping with that. So, compliance and regulation has many different layers. The first one was actually that we took a lot of time to really go and talk with the regulators. If it's the regulators in New York, the Security Exchange, in the Commission in the United States, Singapore, and so on, to really explain them what we do, what is MPC, what is that technology, how this technology is different from other things, because at the end of the day, the regulator really wants to understand those new technologies and what risks that they are mitigating, right? So are you able to mitigate a risk around insiders because you are able to split the keys and you are able to introduce workflows? Are you able to mitigate risks around, with your platform, are you able to mitigate risks around delivery of the assets and human errors, right? That's basically the Fireblocks network. So we've done a lot of work around that. Then the second question, which I think is the most acute questions right now for the regulators in the macro level, is anti-money laundering, right? Because they're really concerned, rightfully or not, that as more and more participants join the system, although I think all the stats today show that the usage of cryptocurrencies for illicit activity is actually very low. I think this is like, what you see from the reports from the FBI and some of those really law enforcement organizations. They're afraid that they will basically lose their current tool set to really deal with this problem, right? So that's why you have the travel rule and some of those fairly aggressive regulations that actually, in some ways or form, they're more aggressive than what you see in traditional finance, right? So what we actually built is a set of built-in integration. So most recently, we partnered with both Chainalysis and Elliptic to really integrate all the KYT workflows into our platform. It's really powerful because our customers can just now automate all that, and reduces all their compliance and overhead. We are working on the travel rule So there is sort of like, this vertically integrated stack that takes you, that talks about mitigation around security concerns and mitigations around compliance or, AML concerns.
Mm-hmm. And last question before I let you go, because I know you're busy. You mentioned before you were in Shmona Matayim. That's the Israeli Army's cyber warfare division. Are there any good military use cases for blockchain that you could see? I mean, you've been both on both sides of the coin, and you know what is going on. Is there any good military use cases as of now for blockchain, and do you think that they're looking into it?
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I've been there. I think I've been 15 years, right, since since I left that part. I've actually for another 5 years I did work in an organization that was selling to defense contractors and so on. But I think I think that some of the use cases that I've seen were mostly around supply chain management and some of those things that were really important for them. But I'm not sure if there is a very obvious use case for them around, pure. I hope that there are no real use cases for them from a military standpoint. I mean, I think that. It's as more and more of our, clearly as more and more of our world becomes digital, then to a certain extent, if finance really fully moves into blockchains and predominantly private blockchains, then we need to make sure that those protocols are not only resilient against regular hackers, but also that they are, immune and protected against like a nation state actor. I mean, I think that a country moving to central bank digital currency and then, one of their enemies essentially is able to attack them by really taking the central bank digital currency chain or databases down, probably is going to be really devastating for the economy.
Mm-hmm. And kind of connected, when most people hear about Bitcoin, or let's take away from Bitcoin, about blockchain, essentially the major use cases we've seen have been financial. They've been sending value from one place to another. But cyber warfare, you come from a cybersecurity background. So would you say that blockchain would you describe it as more financial tool or more cybersecurity tool?
So I think that the interesting thing about blockchain is that it's really a cyber technology, right? Because it is able to remove trust by basically relying by moving. I guess instead of trusting each other, we basically trusting now a cryptographic algorithm, right, to really perform as we as we think that it performs in theory, right, under all the mathematical proofs. And I think it has a lot of, I think the most obvious use cases are usually in finance, because the financial system is where you have this kind of really concentrated combination of trust and value, right, where that coexist. So the power of blockchain really applies well to that. I think that there are basically adjacent use cases that are still fairly early, but I think that there is quite a lot there, which are around both digital identity that, if people will actually be able to pull this at scale, it's quite a powerful idea. And also, I think things that are somewhere in between, like supply chain management and trade finance, where the combination of the ability to really track the record of custody on an element that is being shipped or distributed, so on, in the physical world, and basically represented in the virtual world, really adds a lot of value, adds a lot of efficiency, adds a lot of transparency. I think those two use cases are somewhat a bit early, but they do carry a lot of promise.
Mm-hmm. Well, Michael, I really appreciate you taking the time to kind of explain to me kind of what's going on behind the scenes, both at Fireblocks and as well as explaining interesting new technologies to me and to our audience. So I thank you for taking the time, and I know I learned a lot today, and I'm sure our audience did as well. So thanks so much for all of us at Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Weak Hands. Yard, that hits close to home. Weak hands. People who can't handle the tension and sell their crypto holdings for a cheap USD price. The ultimate coin. When it's going down, actually making its price even lower. When it's rebounding, they got cut. Strong hands hold their crypto for life, matey.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined by Lou Kerner, founder of Crypto Mondays and Just Stable. Lou, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Yona. Great to be here.
Now, Lou, we've been speaking for already at this point a number of years, and you've been kind of praising the potential of stable coins, of the DeFi space, mostly of stable coins. I don't think even you knew how kind of large this would grow, or let's say even different, the shape it would take. Before diving deep into yield farming, and we will, kind of a macro level, did you foresee kind of the shape that we'd be in today with stablecoins?
Well, look, my excitement, I got excited about DeFi, and then within DeFi, what excited me about stablecoins was, the scale of the market, right? Round figures, $30 trillion market in terms of the amount of dollars that are sloshing around out there. And it's growing. I mean, it's up more than 20% this year. So it's this massive, massive market growing by huge amounts. And it's essentially, up until a brief while ago, it was a monopoly. So in terms of markets that are attractive, it's the most attractive market, I've ever seen as a subset of crypto, which is, the shiniest object ever.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of it being monopolies and kind of opening up monopolies, I'd say in the past week or two, the biggest story has been SushiSwap, which is essentially they took Uniswap and they copied it and added governance token. And we could debate, you know, the value added there or not, but you know, there is no such thing as monopolies anymore, especially in this sphere when you can just copy paste. So I want to get your take on the whole SushiSwap saga. You know, both from you know, the idea of just forking off from Uniswap and adding a governance token, as well as the whole controversy with Chef Nomi. I'll start off there. I know that you've been a big proponent of DAOs for a long time. There wouldn't be this whole Chef Nomi, let's say, controversy or hubbub about him controlling the money if there was actually a DAO controlling that developer fund, would there?
Well, it depends what the rules of the DAO were. I mean, for me, what's the most important thing is that people get to do whatever they want to do, right? And there's not somebody out there telling us what we can and can't do. And if people want to invest in projects where the people can take the money for themselves, you know, I don't want to invest in those projects, but I don't want to stop other people from investing in those projects. If they want to, they shouldn't. But you know, the opportunity to scam, you know, for scams obviously isn't something that's new to DeFi, right? I mean, it actually in some ways signifies that you're a thing. If there's enough money sloshing around that people can make, you know, a high ROI from scams, that means that you're probably a thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I'd imagine that your take is that Chef Nomi should not have returned the money. There was no reason. He developed a protocol, or he copied a code, added, made some changes, and people put money in. And you know, and it's his right to take out if he wants. He was going according to the you know, the rules of the code. I'm assuming that's the side that you're taking on the argument.
Look, I don't like it, you know, but you know, for me, this is all about community. At the end of the day, that's the thing that's different between crypto and everything that came before crypto. And what communities do I want to be a part of, and what are the rules of the communities that I want to be a part of? And I think maybe when you first get into crypto, you don't maybe appreciate how important the rules are, but that's, yeah. And so you might get involved in some things that you maybe don't understand. But in terms of where the balance is, right, you know, I think once you start stopping people from being able to do what they want to do, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, and I think that you really hit on a really important point. That's the key difference. There are rules. You know, people who are coming from traditional finance, oftentimes they kind of don't have to listen to the rules, because worst comes to worst, I break the rules, and then the government will bail me out. Or I could say, oh, I didn't know. As in, there are rules in the traditional world, but they really are kind of made to be broken, or are way more flexible or forgivable after the fact. But
yeah, you know what? I actually, my take on it is a little twisted. You know, the way that I get clarity on that is I don't see really there being, you know, any rules in the traditional world. All there really are people in power and what they decide to do with that power. Right. And, you know, there are laws, but, you know, they're rarely, you know, acted on. Right. And so, you know, if you lie, cheat, and steal in the United States and you're really, really good at it for 40 years, you become president. Right. Right. That's the system. But in crypto, the rules are the rules. And we all can know what they are. And they're unmutable unless the community decides to change it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I think that makes a fair system for all, because the codes are the law, you know, and it's an open book. Yes, not every smart contract is audited properly in this space, but it is there if you want to actually see, and the rules will go according to those to that code. You know, there kind of is no funny business behind the scenes. The scenes are open. It's an open book for everyone to read it, and you know that those are the rules of the game. Now, the rules might not be fair, but it's your choice. You're able to. You at least have the force. At least you have the ability to read the rule book before and decide whether you want to play or not. And I feel that that's something missing, especially for a lot of people in traditional finance, especially if you're not coming already from one of those power positions. If you're already not on Wall Street, if you're just an outsider, it's very hard to even get in the game or be playing in the same game or the same field as the players. I mean, you know this well. You come from Wall Street, and you can back me up here. Where in crypto, it's a level playing field because everyone is playing with the same rules and the same equipment.
Undoubtedly, and it's not just in DeFi, but it's in everything. It's in all how crypto works. And for me personally, and I think for a lot of people, that's the most exciting thing about it. We don't have to, there's not a man in the middle who's solving for himself. And by the way, even when it's you, even when it's me, there's no glory in that personally. But working together and building something and changing the world, that is what excites me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I've heard some people say that what just happened, which is what happened with SushiSwap on a macro level, kind of could be a turning point for DeFi, where up until now, Uniswap has been around for quite a while now. And people have kind of been interacting with it ever since yield farming, and people kind of been interacting with DeFi in the same way, where they're pretty much providing liquidity just to get the LP and kind of yield farm, high APYs, hop from APY to APY, whatever the highest is. And I heard a lot of people say that because of what happened with SushiSwap, where they showed that there really isn't, allegiance to a certain project, but rather, the best project that's available will win. The place that is that's going to provide me with the most liquidity, with the best APY, with the, it truly is, decentralized finance, when anyone can participate, when anyone could kind of build off each other's code. And I think that really opens the door for increased competition, because me and you are both free market people, and that's what we look for is competition. So, even in a DeFi space, if Uniswap is demolishing the field and kind of the only competitor, that's not even the best thing. We like to see competition. So this idea of does this now open the door totally for kind of way better increased competition across the board, now that people could copy and add on to code?
Well, look, the fact that it's composable, right, like Legos, right, that is what makes it so remarkable, and how it's going to win, because the pace of innovation is crazy, right? Anybody can take anybody else's piece and put them together and have something totally new. You can have one line of code and it's so new that you have $1 billion of assets locked up 5 minutes later. And and that's where we are. And what isn't forkable though is community. And so within the DeFi space, I think by wide margin, what Yearn is doing, right? They are really building a community, and they have an ethos about how they operate. This whole idea of fairness. I think it's the most nakedly fair project the world's ever seen, and people are excited by that, and people want to be a part of that, and it's completely open. In my view, kind of it's like the next iteration. Before that, there was Metacartel and Metacartel Ventures, which I still think is awesome. But now, it took that and I think layered on top of that a much better operational system to optimize the community efforts.
And what is it about Yearn that's so promising? Is it the fact that it significantly lowers the barrier of entry to DeFi for a lot of people? Because it's very hard, especially nowadays, if you want to keep up, especially with yield farming. You kind of have to be on this 24/7 hopping, but Yearn kind of enables you to kind of set it and forget it. Let Yearn take care of that for you. Is that the idea, that they're kind of lowering the barrier of entry, or is
well,
it the fact
I think the first thing they did was they made it much easier to optimize than it otherwise would have been, and they were leveraging and continued to Zapper's technology. So, effectively they took out, you had to go to Zapper and you had to figure out Zapper, and now you don't even have to do that. So they abstracted that away from the complexity of using Zapper. But then what it learned on top of that was this idea of, that they can do that for all different aspects of DeFi. And they don't have to recreate the wheel, right? All they're doing is they're working with the rest of the community. And when they see things that the community doesn't provide, then they can build it themselves. That's what they're doing now. I think a very exciting project is Stable Credit, which is a stablecoin platform. And that's an area that I'm super excited about. So, I have no doubt, just because of their reputation, built up in this tiny short period of time, is that they do things really well. It's like a Pixar movie. You're excited about it. I'm excited about Stable Credit because it's Yearn. And, so they've built a community and a brand that means something. And so it's not just, necessarily getting 0.1% better APY, because the truth is you don't even know if you're going to get that, even though it says it.
Mm-hmm. And, with stablecoins' popularity right now, and I think a lot of people who don't really understand the space don't understand that, there are many different ways of doing a stablecoin. A stablecoin is just going to be kind of pegged in value, but there are many different ways of accomplishing that. You could have a crypto collateral backed stablecoin. You could have a fiat pegged backed stablecoin like USDT. And I think that I believe it was early last week, or maybe at this point even 2 weeks ago, where I at least saw a stark reminder of just how centralized the fiat-backed stablecoins really are, because someone tried sending $1 million worth of USDT to a project pool to farm, and instead he by accident sent it to the project address, the token address instead. And so, these addresses are controlled by smart contracts. That money should be lost forever. But someone over at USDT, I believe it was their CTO, I'm not exactly sure, I don't remember at this point, but he tweeted out, it's like, oh, by the way, don't worry about it. Open up a ticket with our help desk. We'll make sure to get that money back to you. And that makes you realize that, projects like USDT and other fiat-backed tokens that have to, they have to go by regulation, because they are a fiat, a US dollar backed asset. They actually have to have certain backdoors built in that allow them to control things by the US government. And so this really, this really changes the game. I mean, this is a totally different animal from a crypto backed stablecoin like DAI, and like many others. So would you yourself feel comfortable using or keeping value in a fiat-backed token like USDT?
Well, so the question is, what are you using it for? And for me personally, one of the oh my god moments that I've had in crypto is when it came out that Tether, which supposedly had $1 in the bank for every dollar of Tether that it issued, actually only had 75 cents. And Tether went to 90 cents, quickly, and then just as quickly went back to $1, and nobody cared. And what was remarkable was the realization that, in fact, nobody was getting Tether, right, to take it to the bank and get $1, right? People were only taking it as $1 because, 2 minutes later, they were going to give it to somebody else, and all they needed to feel was comfort that in 2 minutes or 2 hours, somebody else would take that Tether for $1. And so and even though they didn't have 75 cents on the only 75 cents on the dollar, people still had the comfort that they could use it as $1. And in fact, that's held true really ever since. And so, to the degree that all you're going to do is trade with it, it's proven to be, I think, incredibly efficient. Now that said, obviously there are a lot of problems with the centralization, including that, you can get blacklisted, right, and no longer be able to use it, in your wallet if it's centralized. And so, to me, that's a bigger problem. So yeah, I'd use Tether to trade. I'd probably be less likely to use it to hold in an account as a store of value. While most people say, well, if you haven't done anything wrong, you don't have to worry about that. You know, I can tell you that has not been my experience in life.
Right, exactly. And I think this idea of governments and cryptocurrencies and the stable coins are becoming more and more relevant right now. You know, as China gets closer and closer to a CBDC, you know, there is a rising voice kind of in the crypto community that believes that there kind of has to be a collaboration between the private crypto community and the U.S. government to kind of provide an alternative to a Chinese CBDC, to provide a kind of a Western, let's say settlement platform type of thing, to actually combat with that and to hopefully modernize the Federal Reserve System. Because if you do believe in this technology, and China is the first one there, that could then take a massive foothold in the global economy. What's your take on CBDCs and China potentially issuing one, and what the U.S. response should be?
Sure. Look, I think CBDCs are a huge subset of the stablecoin. It would be outside of DeFi, obviously, because it's by definition not decentralized. It's the central bank. But in terms of people getting more comfortable using digital assets, oh my God, right? So, if they can teach 1 billion people in China to use digital assets and digital wallets, even if those wallets necessarily aren't open, you now have a massively educated population who's now comfortable using something. And so from my perspective, CBDCs are only going to be hugely positive for the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And that said, look, I look at this as just another form of innovation. And it would be like if in the 90s, the US said, you know what, we're not going to, have an internet. We're not going to allow the internet here, and just had allowed the internet to proliferate elsewhere. My God, how far would we have fallen behind, right, in global innovation? And so, I think, the faster our government does it, the better it is for everybody, every U.S. citizen. And, I'm a huge follower of Dalio and his belief that, the U.S. empire is waning at a faster pace every day, and the Chinese empire is rising. And that's, and China's going to be the center of the universe, very quickly. And, most people don't realize it, and there's nothing wrong with it. It is what it is, and the U.S. can still optimize a lot of things, 100x better than it can, but it's not going to be the world's focus like it used to be. And certainly the slower they are at adapting, to CBDCs, the faster that will happen. That transition will happen.
And for sure, not helping America's cause is their fiscal policy, where they essentially are devaluing their own currency by just endlessly printing it out. I mean, all roads point to inflation. When you're printing money endlessly and you're not really creating value behind it, from my understanding and my belief is that will hit. You're going to hit that inflation point at some point. But how come we're not seeing that yet? How come we're not? We're seeing the reactions.
This is a great question, right? This is a great question. What you realize is, economics, while it's a science, is all theory, right? So, we know remarkably little. One area of economics that I've been reading about more lately, I would not call myself an expert, but I liken my experience to my experience to Bitcoin. That the first time I saw Bitcoin, I thought, wow, how incredibly stupid is that, right? And you really have to open your mind a little bit and broaden, how you think about things to appreciate Bitcoin for what it is. And I'm talking about modern monetary theory, which is the belief that you can actually, if you're a country like the United States that can print money, you don't need to collect taxes. Why do you just print money to handle, and as long as people have confidence in the currency, you can continue to print the currency, right? They printed more money in like 1 month, a few months ago in the United States than they had in, the first 230 years of our history, and nobody cared, right? The dollar didn't move. So it didn't change, just like when Tether said they only had 75 cents on the dollar, right? These are just confidence games. Now the question comes, well, when does a confidence stop? And again, it's like predicting the weather out. We can predict it out about 10 days. Beyond that, we know on average where it is, but we have no ability to actually predict the weather. And so we don't have any ability. There are so many confounding factors to predict, okay, when is confidence going to start ebbing and then fall off a cliff? And certainly I think people believe, well, the more that's out there, the more likely it is that people are going to lose confidence. Hard to argue with that, but are we close to that, or could we do this for another 100 years? I mean, hard to imagine we could. But the truth is, nobody knows the answer to these questions.
Yeah, I've read up a little bit on MMT, on modern monetary theory, and it's somewhat easier for me to understand if I'm focusing just on the United States. But once you factor into the fact that the U.S. dollar up until now has kind of been the global the global currency, that countries that internationally use to even transact with each other, it becomes harder to actually believe, because it's like when you're playing Monopoly growing up, and if one guy's cheating and just keep on taking more and more money from the bank into his pocket, you're going to get pissed at him. So while I understand if the U.S. citizens are okay and it doesn't affect internal economics, the fact they're printing endless dollars because we're becoming wealthier. But I have to imagine that on a global scale, countries are not going to want to play this game. Countries are going to start to feel a little shifted by the U.S. saying, hey, wait a second, how come you guys get to continuously increase your own money supply? And if it stays at the same value, you guys even get to create value, create money for yourselves, print it at will. And we're the ones getting shortchanged here. So how do you reconcile that on a global scale?
Sure, look, it's hard to argue with that. It just sounds like right, just on its face. That said, I think if you take a look at what's been happening in Japan, Japan's been doing the same thing. Japan's been, has a larger debt as a percentage of GDP than the U.S. does, although I think the U.S. is going to pass them by this year. And so, this has worked for Japan, and again, it works till it doesn't. I mean, Japan, I think, is the only country in the last 200 years to have debt to GDP be above 130% and not have the currency go to shit. And it's wow. 49 of the 50 other countries. The U.S. is just about to enter that territory, right? So, I believe one of the strongest forces reversion to the mean. Mm-hmm. And the mean here is that your currency devalues. In my view, it's not just the printing of the money, but our position as the reserve currency, also lets us use things like the SWIFT and how we send money around the world. The U.S. effectively controls that, and uses it, as it wants. If it doesn't want Iran to get any money, now we can see when people are using SWIFT to send Iran money and take sanctions against them. And the rest of the world doesn't, it didn't like U.S. being in that position before Trump, let alone now how Trump is using that information and sharing it with Russia and, whatever else he's, doing with it for whatever God knows what. So I think that's even driving other countries to try and kind of de-dollarize than even all of the printing that's going on in the U.S. is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's if you do look at it, I think we spoke about this last time. But I think this is the first time in history that the majority of trade between Russia and China is not happening in U.S. dollar anymore. I mean, I think the world is definitely waking up and saying, wait a second, we're not so happy with you guys playing, being the banker, running the bank anymore. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops going forwards. But now that we're on the topic of kind of influencing the supply of a currency and of an asset, obviously I read in a little bit about a company or project that you spoke about called Ampleforth. You want to explain a little bit how they work and what's the economics behind it?
Sure. So yeah, I think at a very high level, the idea behind it is if you want to have a currency, and there are different tools that the central bank uses to manage the currency, including most notably like interest rates, and it does use the supply, but there's a long lead time in how it uses supply. And what Ampleforth is doing is it's using supply on a daily basis. It changes the supply to hit a target price. And the target price is, interestingly, the buying power of the 2019 dollar. And while there is a target price, it's really not a peg. So to say, they're not trying to get it to there. It's not really a stable coin. Rather what it is it's an experiment, I think, for lack of a better word. They call it base money or commodity money. I think that's where they might hope that it's on a path to. But I think, it has to have other properties to, in fact, be that. But this idea of recalibrating the supply every day, effectively based on the supply and demand of Ampleforth in the market, is just kind of a unique way of thinking about a potential kind of primitive in the DeFi space. That could be base money. It could be something else, right? Right? Bitcoin set out, I think, to be peer-to-peer currency, according to the white paper. And today it's I think, the world's best store of value because it has certain properties. And so, Ampleforth has these unique properties, and how can that be valuable? One of the things that they talk a lot about is the fact that it's potentially uncorrelated to other crypto assets. And all crypto assets trade together. And when you have something that's uncorrelated, adding that to a portfolio can generally add value to the portfolio, because it brings down the average volatility, which has value.
But don't we already have algorithmically controlled supply stable coins? Like like USDT. They are supposed to be burning and printing, adjusting the supply and demand, accordingly. How does this? Why would this be any less correlated once it starts trading pairs than any other cryptocurrency?
Again, because of its the unique system that they have in place for changing or adding or taking supply out of the marketplace every day. Again, it's going to have certain properties that nothing else has. Maker, DAI, in fact, has a bunch of other properties, that I think are valuable, but they're I think pretty distinctly different from what Ampleforth is doing now. It could be that these properties, in fact, don't really have any value, but the only way that we learn is by doing. And so that's why, I'm a huge advocate for anybody out there who's, in a transparent manner, like Ampleforth is, saying, here's what we're doing, and come and join the experiment.
Mm-hmm. And speaking about, the peg price, they're aiming for a price. They're not pegged, but it's interesting because if you look at DAI's trading above peg right now. And how is that even possible? How is it trading above peg, and what does that mean about DAI, for DAI, that it is actually worth more than $1?
Well, again, at a very macro level, it's just simply that you have higher demand than they're able to meet from the supply standpoint, and in part that's driven by this DeFi craze that because the stable coins are base money. For these, or I'm sorry, they're actually not base money, because stablecoins generally have something behind them. But in any case, and so actually on Stablecoins Are Killing It, episode number 15th, which is happening this week on Thursday, we're actually, one of our speakers is going to talk about exactly why the maker, DAI is off of its peg, and he has some suggestions about how they might, be able to rectify that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's kind of similar to what we were talking about with USDT, where at the beginning, it was important that it was $1. There was $1 behind it, but then once we realized there wasn't $1, and people didn't care because it had its use, it was just being used as a tradable asset. So could that also happen to DAI, where essentially it doesn't really matter if it ends up being pegged to the dollar, if it already becomes so established in the DeFi ecosystem that there always will be demand for it to be used on these things. So is it really the end of the world? Will we see a similar idea happen with DAI?
Again, why does Tether trade, right around $1? Because to some degree, right, weirdly, like that's the property that it has is the moment, as opposed to like other properties which are built in by code. I think this property is kind of a social property that we've all kind of agreed to, that will be right around $1. DAI, I think does not have that same contract, and trades more like most other assets do, based on supply demand. And obviously they have mechanisms to get it to $1, but those mechanisms, obviously aren't functioning real well today.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And right now, there are pretty much, stable coins is what powers DeFi, and right now most of the stable coins are coming from the crypto sphere itself, from projects, from exchanges. But now, there are traditional financial institutions that are also going to be releasing their own stable coins. There's a consortium of more than 13 global banks called Finality, including Barclays, Credit Suisse, Lloyds, UBS, and some others that are all banding together to also release their own stable coins. And what kind of effect do you think that will have, on the crypto sphere and on the DeFi space? Will people view these external, more traditional institutional stable coins as more secure, as more trustworthy? Will they be more wary of it because, they'll view it as kind of a more centralized outsider thing? What effect will this have, if any, on the crypto space?
Sure. So, to a large degree, I look at these at least as, similar to how I do as, USDC, right? So, I believe that, USDC actually does have $1 for every dollar that it has, outstanding. They get audited. It's sitting there in a bank. And so, so I see what other banks are doing is being very similar to USDC. And now the question is, okay, well, what other properties are they going to have? And, I think, maybe one simple analogy would be to think about credit cards, right? All credit cards essentially do the same thing. You use them to buy stuff. But at the margin, they all have different properties, which is why we all have different credit cards based on the properties that, that we want in the credit cards we use. And I think stable coins will evolve like that, but I think with a far greater expanse of properties than we think of the properties that credit cards have today.
Mm-hmm. That's a really interesting analogy. I never thought about it that way, but I appreciate you putting that picture in my head now, because it really does help organize things a little bit up there in the head. Switching gears a little bit, you keep on coming back to this idea that it's all about community. At the end of the day, the community is what drives innovation and what drives usability. And what has historically, and it still is the case, one of the biggest communities in the crypto sphere is Ethereum. And Ethereum has kind of hit, is constantly hitting its ceiling in terms of scalability, at least on 1.0. And they've been promising Ethereum 2.0, with sharding, with proof of stake for so long. Will we ever see Ethereum 2.0? Will we see it this year? Will we see it ever? Is Ethereum, there's so much value and investment on Ethereum. Are they even in a rush to put out Ethereum 2.0?
I'm less of a technologist. Again, I got very excited about Ethereum when I went to ETH Denver earlier this year and saw the strength of its community, and really in the 2+ years I've been 24/7 crypto, hadn't seen anything that began to touch that. I've been impressed with the Tezos community. I think it's, that's one of the other solid communities, but it's not at all the scale that Ethereum has. And so, and I think that that's a real moat. Now, obviously that can ebb over time if, there are better, Ethereum killers, for lack of a better word, that, that come out. Whether it's a Polkadot or a Casper, or ones that are even more different than that. But to some degree, I look at it as it's Ethereum's to lose. I think that they've got such a big lead, and they have so many incredibly smart people who are very dedicated. That it's hard for me to imagine that they're not going to figure things out. But if they don't, over time, the community will ebb.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at Ethereum, the first thing that actually bogged down the network historically, before DeFi, was actually CryptoKitties, which was a very simple, basic NFT that was very popular. And at the time, it really was that first major use case beside for the network, besides just Ether. At the time, obviously things have really advanced and grown, but have NFTs, have they kind of fallen to the wayside, or is there still a future for them, to get back into the spotlight that DeFi has taken?
Oh my God, no! NFTs are going to be a very, very, very foundational layer of everything that goes on in crypto, and I think a lot of what's going on in DeFi will all be NFT, right? You got companies like Centrifuge, right? So they're taking invoices, and they're basically taking those invoices and turning them into NFTs, and then having getting loans against them on Maker, right? So I mean, NFTs are every ticket that Ticketmaster sells is an NFT, and now that ticket, it's not just telling you what seat that you're sitting in, but it cannot have now an infinite number of other properties, and that's in addition to the collectibles aspect of it. And now that we're seeing an explosion in art, in crypto NFT art. So it's early days, but I think NFTs are really exploding today.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned a really wonderful use case where someone takes an invoice and brings it to the DeFi market. And I think that's kind of what's been, like, in my mind, really missing, because up until now, it's kind of just been a circulation of money where they're providing, just crypto liquidity and then getting back more crypto than to put it to make more liquidity. But what I think is what has been missing is, when you go in the real world, how I view lending. When I first heard of DeFi, I thought, oh, decentralized finances, everyone could be a bank. And I guess I was a little naive, and I thought maybe a little bit altruistically, but I thought, that people would instead of going to a bank, and I have a great business idea and I beg them for a loan, I could put my business idea to the world, and then, from the world, from the global community, I could then get loans to help me create value. And I feel like that's been a little missing in my eyes so far from DeFi, where it's been less that I want to create value. I have a great idea. Someone give me a decentralized loan, and more the speculative vehicle. And with invoices, I think that, and NFTs with DeFi, I think that actually allows now suddenly kind of what my hope was for DeFi to actually happen, because now you could actually take great ideas, great real world value, bring it to the DeFi space, and try to make more value in the real world as well.
Yeah, I think, well, what you're talking about in terms of raising money and such from like an idea, or like I'm a big believer in personal tokens or social money, as well, where you can go and you can say, okay, I'm going to give 10% of my earnings for the next 3 years to people who buy my personal tokens. Or I can do anything. I can set up, it can just be my word for the personal token, or I can actually set something up like a Telegram group, and like Karma DAO, and say, okay, if you have a certain amount of karma, then you can come into my my Telegram group with all of these other great crypto people that you can learn from. And so you're giving real value to the utility value to the coin holders. I think, ultimately, right, that's what this is all about, is, what's the real value, and the idea of community is everybody gets more value out of it than they put in, which is magical.
Mm-hmm. And especially, then it comes, more interesting ideas where then not just utility tokens for a person, but even governance tokens for a person, and then all of a sudden they're deciding what you're eating for lunch. The possibilities there really are fascinating. And Lou, I have one request. When you launch the Lou token, please let me be involved in I want to get in that pre-mine. I want to be able to cash out, because I will fully invest with you. Lou, thanks so much for taking the time and giving us always your wonderful insights and ideas on crypto and the DeFi space. And for all of us here at Reimagine 2020, we're on Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Stablecoin. A stablecoin is a new class of cryptocurrency that attempts to offer price stability. They are backed by a reserve asset such as the US dollar, gold, or other collateral. Stablecoins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds to users of decentralized finance. The instant processing and security or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies, and the volatility-free stable valuations of fiat currencies.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON, and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hackhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Ingemar Ramirez, writer, self-described Taoist, and podcaster. Ingemar, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Yona.
Well, first, give our audience a little background on kind of who you are and how you got into blockchain.
I got into blockchain kind of on accident. I was a freelance digital marketer and happened upon a potential client who needed help, and he asked me, do you know what ICOs are? And I said no. And he said, have you heard of Bitcoin or Ethereum? I was like, sort of. And then what ensued after was just tons of curiosity and research and absorption into white papers and Reddit, and all these exchanges and all these coins with different logos and promises and things like that. And I'm from New York, so there's a lot of meetups, and I think the meetups kind of they really got me into that vibe of like decentralization and revolutionizing finance. So then that was where I made my friends.
And when you talk about meetups in New York, did it happen to be describing Crypto Mondays?
Yeah, that was certainly one of them.
Yeah.
That's a great, New York is so huge, and during 2017, 2018, there were meetups in New York every day of the week. There were multiple competing events, and it just seems like such a long time ago because the meetup scene is sort of desolate now for obvious reasons.
Yeah. And although some are trying to become more remote and more VR based, I'm seeing a lot of interesting solutions, and we're going to get into DAOs, and you're a big proponent of DAOs, and so is Lou Kerner, a good friend of mine who started Crypto Mondays, doing some interesting things over there. But you're also a podcaster. I believe it's Top of the Block podcast.
Yeah.
Amongst others. Yeah. So my question is this: are all the good blockchain puns already used up? I mean, you got Top of the Block, you got pretty much a word on the block. I mean, is all the good blockchain puns used up, and is there more to come?
Probably. I know it's how many unique names can you come up with that have the word block in it, or chain, or coin, or Bitcoin? So yeah, they're kind of running out, but hopefully new trends come up that open up some new words, new terminologies.
Well, we're here to speak about DeFi, but also DAOs. So tell me a little bit, or viewers who maybe not be familiar with what a DAO is, kind of what a DAO is and what its promise holds.
Yeah, a DAO, I guess, in the context of blockchain, it's a decentralized, autonomous organization. People around the world, a collective, governing typically a treasury and a smart contract wallet that no single person can touch, and funds can be moved in and out of this treasury through consensus. When there's a proposal that people vote on, and when there's consensus, it passes, funds are unlocked, and they're delivered to whichever individual address that is proposed. And a lot of collectives or groups who work together, money comes up a lot, and the governance of that money kind of determines the fate of of these groups and companies to an extent. So the DAO is kind of a way to keep things transparent and decentralized and public and democratic in many ways, so that peers can come together and self-govern in such a way that doesn't require a king or a president or any kind of like centralized leadership or control. And I think humans are capable of that, working together.
Right. And you are a part of a DX DAO. Well, what is DX DAO and what separates it from other DAOs?
Yeah. DX DAO is a collective that grows, develops, and governs DeFi products and protocols. So that's kind of like what they do, more or less. They're very, very pro decentralization, very purist about it. Every step of the way, every process must be managed in, a decentralized way. So, why is that the case? I guess it was sparked as an idea between DAOstack and Gnosis. This was before I came on board about a year ago, so I may get some facts a little different, of having like this decentralized collective be birthed and kind of grow on its own and exist in such a way that it can move, think, and create however way it wants. And a few members came on board, I think at the beginning of this year, that really took that idea on and just kind of, they just took it and ran. And the idea was to start with governing a product from Gnosis called Mesa, which is a front end built on the Gnosis protocol, and start a fundraiser so that it can actually have capital to get developers building things for the DAO. And I came around that time to sort of just write a piece on that, and I had some extra time because of like COVID and companies closing and clients shutting down and things like that. And I just wanted to focus on things that I was interested in and also learn stuff. So the best way for me to learn is like writing about it. And so I was writing about this capital raise, and the expectations were very, very humble, and it just sort of took off on the internet of this DAO raising funds and making that more or less open to the public. And expectations were exceeded by astronomical proportions, I must say. And then that kind of generated a lot of interest from different online communities, and for the better, I would say. We got a lot of people participating in governance calls and forum posts and submitting ideas for products and better ways to govern the community. And there are people who show up at least a dozen on average on these daily calls on products, on development, on business development, weekly updates, product specific calls. And it's very, very active, and it's very, very strongly knit and secure. And the way that it uses the DAOstack governance framework, it kind of separates the governance into two tokens, basically. So there's a token for like stakeholders, and there's a non-transferable token, which is specifically for governance, and it's not fungible. You can't send it anywhere. It's just voting power for voting on proposals for the DAO. So those who participated early, they got that governing power, but it's not something that you can just like sell later. It's really there for people who are interested in voting and becoming part of this collective. So it's a lot different from other platforms that have a token that you can buy that gives you power. It's broken up separately. And I think
that was going to be my question, where and I guess you addressed it for DXDAO, but for DAOs in general, it essentially couldn't, it starts off democratic, everyone who has a token could vote, but couldn't someone then just buy up a large portion of tokens and essentially, you know, centralize again the organization?
Yeah, that can happen. You know, some of these platforms out there strictly have like power equals how much money you put into the platform. So, and I guess, you know, the DAO stack framework kind of protects against anyone just swooping in, you know, buying power and then just changing how the whole system works. So voting power within this particular DAO and DAO stack DAOs, it's more earned thing than it is a bought thing.
So how does that earning work?
Yeah. Well, the cool thing is like for the DXDAO, like anybody can submit a proposal. Anybody with a good idea can say, hey, I think this should happen. And these are the terms and here are some ideas and this is how much I think it would cost. So I'm proposing this much to be released from the treasury and here you go. But just making a proposal doesn't mean that it'll get passed. So it's still up to the voters to vote on it. But I think the really cool feature is that anyone can come in and just like share an idea. And I think, you know, that falls within the ethos of like the DXDAO, open discourse, you know, transparency. Let's make everything public. Let's not make decisions behind closed doors. Let's all have a discussion about it. So I think that answered your question more or less.
Well, so how does it earn it? Let's say I bring a great proposal.
Yeah.
You guys vote on it that we want to do it. Are you also voting on how much, you know, how does the earning work? What happens for me?
Yeah. So with these proposals, like, you know, sometimes like you can propose like, hey, I'm Yona and I would love to create this beautiful NFT art piece for the DXDAO. And I'm proposing 1 Ether and 0.1% voting power if I submit this to the DAO, and it's like it becomes their mascot logo or something like that. So we look at it, we discuss, all right, sounds good. We vote for it, it passes. You do get some reputation, voting power for your proposal succeeding. And then after that, like you would get whichever funds or additional voting power that you asked for. And that would be how it worked. And then you'd be able to, from there on, vote on other proposals.
So essentially, in order to get voting power in the DXDAO, you either had to be there at the beginning and been there at the beginning to have it, or now earn it through various proposals that are approved. More or less, yeah.
And like in the beginning, like you had to earn it too in certain ways, but there was an initial vote staking period, and it involved multiple ways to get voting power on the genesis of the DAO. I wasn't around then, but it did involve like bidding for voting power with tokens or staking Ether and other things like that. So it was earned in a sense, but probably more like monetarily based at that time. But now it's kind of like, it does involve like communication and conversation in order to like propose ideas and then get rewarded for them. And the rewards always come with voting power.
Yeah, but how is that voting power? You mentioned it's non-transferable these days, but you can't really make it non-transferable. You could just, someone could just off-chain buy, you know, the wallet address from you or wherever you're storing. You know, it's just not on-chain transferable.
Well, I think with certain smart contract wallets, you actually could transfer it in a way that is actually like you don't have it anymore. But you know, the way Ethereum wallets work, if you paid me for my private key and I copy and paste it and send it to you, like I still have it, you know. So now it's just two of us have control of this wallet. So.
I got you. There really isn't. It's tougher to actually hand over the key and not allow them to do it. Interesting. Now, so then, to what degree would you say that DXDAO is completely decentralized?
In what way? I would say with with the treasury, I think it is very like secure and safe and transparent. You see what goes in, you see what comes out, you see what proposals are out there. You can find where the discussions are. You can show up to any call that you want. There is no waiting room. You can just go in, listen, talk. So I think it's a decentralized community that anyone can join. The doors are always open. You can participate as much as you want. And I think that's one of its strengths because it is a very large one. There's over 400 ETH addresses with voting power, and at least a dozen people showing up on these calls, and there's dozens of people in these chats, and there's dozens of chat channels for each product and venture. So a lot of it spread out. It is like not the most streamlined thing. It is kind of chaotic, but it is very strongly functional. We've got like 4 products right now. 2 of them are coming out this month, and things are getting done really, really fast. So fundraising was done in May, and we have two products basically out and 2 more looking to be released this month. So you don't often see like other startups moving at such a quick rate.
Mm-hmm. And so you guys are essentially playing the role of kind of decentralized, a decentralized run VC fund, let's say, for the DeFi space, where you're kind of allocating funds for development and for the improvement. But when you're doing this in the traditional world, when you're giving funds for development and things like that in the traditional world, you're getting equity in return. So the success of that development rewards you with financial gain.
Sure.
Here in DXDAO and DAOs in general, but specifically DXDAO, where you're choosing what to invest in, voting on it democratically, the project succeeds. Where's the financial incentive for the voters? Do you guys hold some sort of equity? Do you receive a reward from the project somehow?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and there have been like a few threads on the topic of like, what is rep? What is this voting power? Because rep by itself, you can't really sell it for anything. But also, like people with rep, if they have consensus, they have power over what happens to this $12+ million treasury. So in a sense, the closest thing to equity, quote unquote, for the DXDAO would be like rep, but it is a very strange asset that is like not too familiar from what we like know and are used to. So that would be like the closest thing.
And right now there's a $12 million dollar fund essentially. How does that grow? Is that stuck? Is there a way of growing that fund, and what would be the incentive to, like, if I now go to the DXDAO and say, hey, I'm willing to put in another $1 million if you give me this equivalent to reputation? Is that kind of how you intend to grow the fund?
So there is a DX Trust, basically a page where you can go and check out and become a stakeholder if you'd like, because it's a continuous offering, also like a very unique thing that the DXDAO is doing. And those stakeholders, basically, their only stakeholdership is a portion of future revenues based on buyback and burn. There currently is no way to directly purchase this voting power. And I understand that a lot of emphasis gets put on the voting power, and some assume that it takes voting power to get things done. But I started off with 0 voting power and was able to get proposals passed, and I've seen other people do it. So it doesn't necessarily take like voting power to necessarily grow and change the DXDAO. Like if it's a community of voters that are present, then like an idea will pass, and anybody can submit an idea.
Oh, and in your view, I mean, this all technology is still very new, and this whole idea of DAOs, is still relatively new, and it's a very young technology. With DXDAO, and like you said, this has grown beyond your wildest dreams. You know, the beginnings were very humble. Have DAOs reached their potential, their full potential? Is this kind of you know, all right, this is what DAOs will do. Let's try to make the most of it. We just dictate the flow of funds and kind of this system. Are they even close? Will it end up being something totally different? Yeah. The real potential with this technology?
Yeah, I think we're still kind of like, not to be cliche, but like we're definitely scratching the surface of what this can do. And I think that, you know, DAOs, it makes sense because of the proximity to DeFi and blockchain, that a lot of the DAOs focus on blockchain related matters. There are like gamer based DAOs, there are you know, sorority DAOs, there's legal DAOs, and you know, like DXDAO focuses mostly on DeFi, and like the DeFi products are kind of the heart of the collective. There's also investor based DAOs. It would be really cool if, like, in a few years we see DAOs that are more real world, like I don't know, like maybe like an after school program that had a DAO, so they could have funding, so they can buy supplies and things like that, and organize community events. That would be really cool.
Yeah, because that's the interesting thing, where essentially most democratic decisions in our lives, in the Western world at least, is kind of a delegation system, you know, a representative system, delegation system, where kind of, you know, everyone doesn't have time to vote on every decision. So I'll vote once for my representative, who I think will then vote the way I want for many decisions. And so, and like you mentioned, after school programs, there's a PTA, you know, parent teacher association, where you elect, you know, or you choose your parent representative, and you assume that they're going to allocate the funds the way you want it. And so that kind of then goes back to this question of DAOs, where let's say with DeFi, okay, you're dealing with decentralized products. It probably makes sense to have decentralized solutions, but when we're looking at DAOs as a whole, is the one-for-one vote, is that totally decentralized decision-making, non-delegation system, but a purely vote-for-vote system, is that the best system in all situations? You know, my question is what situations is it better to have decentralized leadership? Right. And what situations is it better when, you know, to have a more centralized leadership that does have its pros in times of crisis or other?
Yeah, sure. Wow, yeah, tons of things I could address. I think that, all right, so one, I think there are talks of the DXDAO potentially becoming like a delegate for other DeFi related products, such as like Compound has that capability that you're speaking of, where you can delegate voting power to other people. And the DXDAO has, you know, brought up the idea of like, it would be cool if like the DXDAO could help govern Compound if people were willing to kind of stake their voting power to the DXDAO. You know, if given like the DXDAO is like a trusted and transparent like group of people who are knowledgeable about decentralized governance. So I think it would be a capable representative. In terms of like one-to-one voting power, so the way that the DAO works, different, all addresses have like their own like percentage of voting power. So some might have 1% voting power, some might have 0.05. So I guess not all voters are like, you know, equally given the same amount of power. And typically the ones who contribute a lot end up getting a lot of voting power. So it is kind of meritocratic in that sense.
And is that kind of the goal? Because, you know, I guess the dream is a fair system. Everyone wants the fairest system. So, you know, obviously there are obviously issues with the delegation system. Even if you guys were to go delegated, then once you get delegation, it becomes political. Then so, you know, you'll do things to get votes. And then so there are major issues with that. And also there are issues with the one-to-one system, where not everyone is so knowledgeable. MIT released a report on the idea on DAOs that they said the idea of entrusting the masses with important financial decisions is a bad one, and one that isn't likely to yield any returns. And they said that they said in the report, they said the world will have to change for the DAO-related projects to succeed on any scale. And I think the idea is that there is kind of there is faults in all these systems. One-to-one voting where someone might not be very knowledgeable on this topic, especially when we're talking about sophisticated DeFi instruments. And so kind of my question is this, that what is that goal? You joined DXDAO, and right now we're so early in technology that there's so much ideology, still involved. So what in your view, in your eyes, what is that perfect, or that no system's perfect, but that most fair system? How would that look? How would it be implemented?
Sure. I think a fair system would involve like a proper like distribution of voting power among like 1,000 or 1,000 active members. So I guess it kind of scales with the community. If you have a small community, some people are going to have a lot of power, but sometimes like those people with the power are doing a lot for the DAO, a lot more than others. So I think the way it is now, maybe like the top 12 or 13 addresses have 50% of the voting power. So it's like not the most perfect thing, but new members are coming in, and they are earning their keep within the DAO. Some are working full time, some are just like coming in, contributing and showing up. So it will be dispersed over time, and hopefully with proper incentivization, these people stay active and they stay participating, because there's an incentive, there's a reason to do it. They get something out of it for their work. So I guess it's about like setting the proper incentives to keep people aligned and to keep people active.
And so you mentioned this idea of it's got to scale. Once the community becomes big enough, you run into less of these issues of centralized, of one person wielding too much power. How easy is it to scale this structure, especially when, in order to kind of, for the DXDAO case, where in order to really become a member or really get involved, you have to contribute to the product. So essentially, there is a pretty high barrier for entry, because let's say someone like me, let's say I'm interested, in this technology. I'm interested in DeFi, and I kind of want to have a say in this, and I believe in this, but I don't have the tech knowledge or savvy to really submit a proposal that would be worthy. So is it really tough to scale? Is there a very high barrier of entry where you're essentially only getting developers? And is that that could be a good thing as well, because then you're only getting people in the know. So what's your take on this idea of this right. barrier of entry limited to people who have that knowledge?
Yeah, that's a totally good point, because the governance platform that we're using isn't like the simplest thing at all. It does require some hand-holding to utilize. And like, that's not even to mention the gas costs, because it can be pretty exorbitant. However, the DXDAO does require people of different skill sets, so it's not primarily developers, although it may have started that way. We do need like content creators and digital marketers and people with connections to liquidity providers, because a lot of these DeFi products, like such as DXSwap coming out, it's a fork of Uniswap with some added governance capabilities for the liquidity providers and governing fees. So that is actually going to release this month, and we need, the DAO needs people with connections to liquidity providers and people who are willing to migrate from other AMM DEXs or decentralized exchanges with automated market makers, if the incentives are like properly aligned. So, and I guess the reason for it is because like Uniswap has a lot of like hard-coded parameters that don't really allow any flexibility for the liquidity providers. And I think liquidity providers offer a lot more value and deserve a lot more power than most people think. So I guess the thesis is that if properly incentivized, like liquidity providers will go wherever they're most rewarded and most welcome in terms of like governance. And also like it's a thesis that in this open source community with great public and permissionless products, if the community does not like certain things about a certain product and someone forks it and provides like solutions to those grievances, they'll move over. And that is sort of the thesis and what the DAO is like, the DXDAO is putting out there. So you know, we're doing our best to kind of listen to the community and see what they want and what it would take for them to migrate that liquidity and make the product a success and make everyone happy.
Right. Well, now that we're kind of on the topic, I want to hear your thoughts on you know, on the Uniswap, SushiSwap, you know, drama. Is that, where's your stance on that? Is it good? Is it good for the community? It's kind of needed where kind of like these forks are driving also innovation, you know, on the original. What's your, and then we could also go into the politics with Seth Nomi. But, yeah.
Sure, I think in a way it's good because it's creating an open competition to best win over users and community members who are providing that value for the product. And a lot of the value for the product is like derives from the users and the community and the liquidity that is staked on there basically. So you know, SushiSwap had a lot of promises and a lot of great incentives for people to take interest and migrate. You know, it did suffer some speed bumps because of like that lead dev who dumped and was mysterious and so shady. However, you know, control of that project has been transferred, I think, at this point. And I think that speaks a lot about like DeFi and decentralized communities where like usually in like the traditional world, if like a company suffers from like a very terrible leader, usually it can't recover, but it's looking like it could. So like Sushi overall is kind of like a meme with potential.
Yeah.
And that potential has not completely died yet because it will be having new management and like new releases and things like that. So pretty cool stuff, and it is still competing with Uniswap in many respects. So I think it's a matter of how to best keep those people there once the crazy APY percentages have kind of dissipated, you know?
Right. Well, so you mentioned that DXSwap, you know, will differ from Uniswap because it will offer liquidity providers also governance, and that's something that Sushi was also doing at the beginning a little bit there. Right. I think it even ends today. I think as we're speaking right now, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe it ends today. So how is DXSwap going to differ from Sushi? Is it just SushiSwap but managed by a DAO? So kind of taken away, like you mentioned, that Chef Nomi lead developer mysteriousness. Hey, do you like SushiSwap but wish that it was run decentralized? Is that kind of the pitch?
Sure. I mean, like it you know, it's basically a fork of Uniswap, and it allows for more flexibility on some of the parameters, like the liquidity provider fees and such. And there will be also like you know, reward incentives to go along with it, but it will be managed in a way that is more realistic and sustainable. And so it's playing a longer game, I would say. And as you say, like the Sushi rewards will be heavily like decreased after a day or two. So we'll see if the community stays, if the platform is strong enough for the community to stay, and if they're properly incentivized to not move. But yeah, I think DXDAO has like a governance edge on a lot of products. So it will be a longer game.
And you know, as someone who obviously follows DeFi, and you're part of this DAO, and you guys are heavily invested in DeFi. When you look at protocols like Uniswap, and just essentially all these DEXs in the DeFi sector, how much of it is people actually using it as a utility to saying, hey, I want a cheap way. I have USDT and I want a cheap way to change it to USDC. How many people are using it like that, and how much of it is being used on these more speculative type of tools where it's I'm going to utilize these to yield farm, which it seems to be heavily based off of kind of speculation. It seems to be based off of as long as more people are going into it, it'll keep on going up. But kind of like a Ponzi, once it's done, it's going to come crashing down. You don't want to be holding the bag. So what percentage you think of this right now in the space is kind of just, hey, this is a great, cheaper alternative to centralized finance, and how much of this is pure speculation?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the last month, there have been a lot of like crazy rewards offered, and I think the majority of them have just been good old pump and dumps. And like once the liquidity runs dry, okay, let's hop on to the next food item on the menu. So people are gonna go where they can get the highest returns and or purchase things at the lowest price. So that is the power of having like strong liquidity, because it offers the best prices, and it's kind of like a free market thing.
And is there a danger here, you think, that that the, let's say, I don't say the nefarious side, but like the greedy side here is going to cause harm to the actual progress of like the real true people who are just trying to build something here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have protocols that aren't being audited, and they're attracting hundreds of millions in total value locked in days, and it's kind of unheard of, and it's kind of frightening seeing how much is being staked into code that hasn't really been checked or verified to not just drain all your funds in an instant. So, but that's just kind of that also speaks to like how crazy the rewards have been, because they've been high enough for people to just not care and be kind of degenerate in chasing these yields, even if they're short term.
Right.
So
and by the way, this is all happening while the Ethereum network is highly congested and sky high gas fees. So if and when Ethereum figures out the gas fee issue, whether it be layer 1, layer 2, Ethereum 2.0, which I want to touch upon soon, but when they do figure that out, and let's say transaction throughput rises or transactions is cheaper to do, how does that affect this aspect, the downstream? How does that affect DeFi? Where does that make it infinitely more scalable? Does that lower the values, raise the values? Does it affect the
Of course, I think we're seeing it in action right now, where proposals are not being as voted on by the DXDAO just because gas prices are incredibly high, like $50, $60 to across you have to do across multiple transactions. So it's kind of prohibiting it in many ways. And I think this is a good way to lead into another product from the DXDAO coming out called Rails, and it is a layer 2 solution using Loopring's ZK rollup. So what it allows people to do is log in with their MetaMask, transfer funds to the second layer, and once they're on that second layer, they can send Ether or ERC20 tokens to anybody who's also on that second layer for free and instantly. So that is an innovation that will be launched within a week or so. And in a later update to Loopring's ZK rollup, you'll be able to transfer funds from that layer 2 to anybody's layer 1 address, which I think is going to be like super exciting, like free and instant transactions on Ethereum really soon.
But there's no such thing in life as free. So kind of what is what is the incentive? What is powering this layer two?
Exactly.
If there's no fees or money going on, what's
totally good question. So Loopring is handling the back end of that, and the DXDAO is kind of governing and working on the front end. So the fees on the ZK rollup are, as of now, so negligibly low that Loopring, as you know, is offering to just kind of pay for the fees, because it's like 0.0006 cents or something like that.
Right.
So it's just, you know, it's going to start off free to kind of attract the users. And of course, if people abuse it for some like party destroying and like reason, then there'll probably be like fees involved, but they'll still be negligibly low compared to what we have today in layer one.
And you know, one of the big, let's say, hurdles that layer two solutions have had to overcome is the security aspect, you know, because, you know, the reason that there is so much DeFi on Ethereum and so popular there is because the network has been tested, not necessarily on throughput, but tested on security, that you know, they won't get hacked, it won't fail. What happens on the network, I can believe, I can trust. And so are layer two solutions there yet? Have they figured out kind of that same layer of trust where I could rely on the layer two as much as I could rely on layer one?
Yeah, and I think that's a really good question. That is being, I know that is like an issue being looked at by a lot of these like layer two solutions, and I think they're being taken with different like levels of attention. All I can say that I think an even or just as big hurdle is that user experience, because it does require some knowledge and like know-how in order to utilize these layer two solutions. So even if that security was you know, satisfactorily figured out, like it still requires that someone knows how to transfer their funds to the second layer, and it might take some time to do. I know Loopring sometimes it takes 30 minutes or a couple hours to get it on there. So there's definitely like a gap, like a hoop to jump through, and that's just a matter of like making the UX easier or better informing the community on how to do it. I think the incentive of free and gasless, like, you know, instant transactions, that's enough for people to just like take a second and figure out how to do that.
Right. And the whole discussion of layer two solutions kind of essentially, I don't know if fully, but in many ways becomes outdated or useless if Ethereum 2.0 actually does come out, actually scales, has low, you know, essentially no fees or low fees. What is the likelihood of that happening this year? Is Ethereum 2.0 going to happen this year? And if not, when? I mean, hearing about it forever, I understand. And it makes sense why they're taking the time, because there's a lot of money on the network. It's making a lot of people a lot of money on the network. So are they in a rush? Because is the incentive there for them to be in a rush?
Yeah.
And when will that happen?
So like this is interesting because there's a prediction market product that the DXDAO has called Omen, and one of the biggest prediction markets there is, will ETH you know, version 0 launch this year? And that was the biggest prediction. Like there's been news articles of that prediction market, and it was 50-50 for a long time. I don't know what the staking is right now for each side. But there have even been like Ethereum developers like participating in the market and tweeting about it and say like, okay, this is what the crowd wants. Let's work harder on it. So I think that's a really interesting discussion. I think it's like basically a coin flip.
And by the way, speaking about Omen, you know, in this kind of prediction markets, is you know, I know when they first came out, there was it even hit the mainstream, this kind of unique use case where it could kind of be an anonymous hitman platform where essentially, if you wanted to get someone killed, you would predict that they are going to die on that day, for a large sum of money, and pretty much you would incentivize someone to take that bet because they would then kill them. As in, it was a really interesting use case. Yes, and that has kind of I haven't heard about that in a while, but when that came out, and that brings me to a certain point where it's kind of interesting where DXDAO is investing and voting on projects, technology, and everyone here is kind of, this technology is so young, and we assume that the technology will be used in one way, and we're building amazing capabilities. But it's so interesting because even like the internet, the capabilities, the end result, the use cases don't always match up with how the developers
of course.
see it happening.
Yeah, the DXDAO and Claros do collaborate with the curation of these prediction markets. So there are prediction markets that are very poorly input and have bad resolution dates or just aren't even questions. And I think the distinction of Omen is that there's a DAO that cares about the validity of these markets and has ethical standards in place to verify and curate these markets. So there are features in place and also more rolling out that kind of ensure these are valid markets and they follow these guidelines, and do not pay attention to these because XYZ, they don't follow these guidelines, they're unethical. So it's not left completely open for the community to kind of take advantage of and perform unethical acts. There is some form of governance and moderation, even though this whole thing is permissionless.
All right, rapid fire round time. Describe DeFi in one. Describe DeFi in one word.
Financial. That's the one word.
All right, I'll give
financial freedom.
Financial freedom. I'll give it. That's a. We'll put a hyphen in between them. Financial freedom accounts. Okay, sushi or yam?
Sushi.
Sushi. Interesting. I'm more of a vegetable guy myself. Okay, and then right now, last question before I let you go. We spoke a little bit before about the potential for DAOs in the real world, because right now, essentially, its main use is kind of for things that could be tracked on chain, and that's kind of a big limitation to blockchain overall. Is kind of this the input output of going for there's oracles that try to fix that, but essentially there's an issue that the blockchains are trustless, they're immutable, but trusting the information going in is kind of tough. So what is the potential for DAOs in the real world when considering the limitations of connecting the actual decision making of the DAOs to an action in the real world?
Do I still have to answer with one word?
No. This could be kind of tough to answer this one in one question.
So that's a totally good question, because DAOs as of now can only execute things that are connected to the blockchain. So there have been proposals in the DXDAO that don't have on-chain execution and function mainly as signals. So someone signals I think one day we should have such and such. There's one proposal of let's explore the idea of staking tokens for voting power, and it passed, and then we explored that idea.
So I guess it's interesting because then it kind of becomes proof of stake, where you could see a world where there's a DAO whose job it is to verify off-chain actions, where essentially the DAO is voting on whether this action occurred or not off-chain.
Of course.
And so it kind of turns into proof of stake where the majority rules, and if there's an incentive for the majority to tell the truth there, then there could be a kind of a DAO solution. I don't want to say DAO, but a decentralized solution to truth off chain.
Yeah, of course. I think transparency always matters, and the blockchain doesn't always capture all information required or that is part of the situation. People submit work proposals and say, I'm going to do this and this and that, and I'm requesting this much, partly up front, partly once I'm done. That proposal gets executed. They work for their engagement, and then towards the end, when they ask for the second half of their compensation, they'll say, I did this, you can verify through these links, and here you go.
Right.
So, but those links don't point to anything on chain,
Interesting. Well, thank you so much, Ingemar. That's all the time we have, but thank you so much for taking the time to kind of, explain to us, you're in the room where it happens. You're part of a DAO, so the room door is always open, but many people don't take the opportunity to actually go and sit in. So we appreciate you taking the time to kind of explain to us what goes on in the room where it happens, and given your wonderful thoughts on DeFi as well. So I appreciate you taking the time, and for all our viewers at home, for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
All right, join our Keybase.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. DeFi. DeFi is an abbreviation of the phrase decentralized finance. It generally refers to the digital assets and financial smart contracts, protocols, and decentralized applications, or DApps, built on a blockchain that allows for permissionless access to lending and borrowing tools, among other things, from the traditional world of finance. One noteworthy difference is that DeFi allows one to earn significantly higher interest on their savings than that offered by traditional banking services.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hakaz, and today I'm glad to be joined by Nimrod Lahavi, co-founder and CEO at Simplex. Nimrod, thanks so much for joining us.
Gladly, always happy to.
First off, I must tell you, you have one of the better backgrounds that I've spoken to in this conference. I'm loving the unicorn. Great job there.
And the whiskey.
Yeah, and the whiskey, perfect. So now that we see a background on your video, could you give us a little background on who you are and how you got into blockchain?
Sure. So I'm Nimrod. I'm CEO and co-founder of Simplex. Simplex provides on-ramps for most of the outlets where you can buy crypto with credit cards. We're just very soon we're launching the ability to buy with SEPA bank transfers and later on Swift bank transfers, and also the ability to sell your crypto directly to your bank account. We're providing individual named bank accounts to our users. And I got into crypto kind of by accident in around, I think it was 2012. I just read the Bitcoin white paper and really got hooked up. Knew I wanted to do something in that space. At the time, buying crypto was super problematic because you couldn't buy with a credit card. So, you know, I said, if it's something really hard and nobody's able to do it, of course I'll do it. Because why not? I'm a redhead. And 7 years later or so, we are now working with hundreds of partners. We're pushing transactions in millions of dollars per day. We're trying to support and enable every user to buy every cryptocurrency with whatever means comfortable to him, with all of our huge partner network. And now we're starting to support that network with off-ramping as well. And yeah, I'm just, you know, completely immersed in this ecosystem. I love it. It's insane.
Let's talk about that, because you pretty much, I speak to a lot of projects for these conferences, and they're all trying to attack a different issue. But at the end of the day, they're all aiming, or for one of their biggest goals is adoption, or mass adoption. They want people to use their project, their protocol, their coin, whatever it may be. But something that's very often overlooked in this sphere is the onboarding, because that, like you mentioned, that is a very tough issue. And so, you know, as someone who deals directly with this, could you kind of explain why it's so tough? Why are credit cards, you know, resistant to allowing people to buy crypto with it? Why are banks resistant to play nice with crypto?
Sure. So again, the reason I believe it's a huge opportunity is, like, if we all drank the Kool-Aid on crypto, then we understand that the market cap of crypto should increase from, you know, 350 billion or whatever it is today to, I don't know, $3 trillion. So it has to come, the money has to enter the ecosystem somehow. So on-ramps are a huge opportunity. And with credit cards specifically, it's very simple. I mean, if I'm buying something with my credit card, let's say Bitcoin, and I'm getting the Bitcoin, and then I'm not sure I have, you know, buyer's remorse, I call my bank and say, hey, it wasn't me. I'm getting my money back and I already have the Bitcoin. So there's a huge chargeback issue there inherently in credit cards. We provide a full guarantee against that. So we put our money where our mouth is. So with all of our partner network, if a transaction ends up in a chargeback, we cover it. So the merchant is not at risk. So if you send someone crypto for a credit card payment through Simplex, you're not at risk. The credit card companies are also afraid of, you know, the FCC punching them in the nose if there are too many chargebacks. So they're not very excited about that. That's one of the reasons many of the US banks don't enable credit card transactions, but rather only debit card transactions. And banks, you know, I think that, you know, we're heavily regulated. We're a licensed financial institution in Europe. We have a compliance department and everything required by law. I think that, you know, compliance officers in general are very risk averse. And banks are very much led by those risk departments and these compliance officers who are, you know, they're trying to avoid risk any possible way they can. And crypto is a huge risk, regardless of the way you look at it, and it requires a lot of understanding. I think one of the reasons that we're successful in this field is because we understand the crypto ecosystem very well. We've been around for 7 years as a company. I've been around a couple of years before that in the ecosystem. But we also really understand well the banking ecosystem, the regulatory ecosystem, and we understand how to kind of, you know, walk between the raindrops.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, that's a really, really interesting dilemma and problem that you have to solve with crypto that I think most people don't realize is that with credit cards, there are chargebacks. And usually you could receive the item back, but inherent to cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology, there is no charging back. Like you said, they're going to keep that crypto. And so does that remain the biggest limitation, the biggest barrier for entry for people purchasing credit cards, more so than the regulations? As in, if you're willing to guarantee the credit card company that even if there's a chargeback, you're going to cover it. Is that the main draw? Is that the main barrier of entry? Are they going to be sold for that?
So I think that, you know, at least for Simplex, the biggest competitive advantage and the reason we're successful in this field is because we provide that guarantee. So it's, you know, we've built our own proprietary risk system. For the past 7 years, my two co-founders were in PayPal for another 6 years, working on similar systems in PayPal for non-crypto, but still. So we have, decades of experience in fraud prevention in credit cards. So I think that's something that, without that guarantee, I think most merchants would be insane to accept credit cards, literally. With bank transfers, it's slightly easier. With ACH in the US, it's pretty hard if you're still exposed to the chargeback issues there. Where, spoiler alert, we're going to handle that in the future as well. But right now, it's still difficult. And many times when you want to make a purchase of anything, you want to do it now. You don't want to do it like in 3 days. You want to trade now, especially with DeFi going insane. Projects coming up and down in 8 hours. You want the money now. So I think that, again, the way we provide the service is pretty much the only way that the service has justification to exist in the crypto ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you mentioned, a lot of your C-suite members came from PayPal, came from kind of the traditional, or it's funny now that nowadays PayPal is the traditional finance where you'd ask 5 years ago or 10 years ago, they were the new players, but they worked in both fields. So kind of they have an insight. How does crypto payments, and obviously the chargeback is the big one, but do crypto payments also differ in other ways from traditional online payment processing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, crypto is by far the riskiest vertical on which to provide the service we provide. It's first of all, it's really 24/7, 365 global. If you're selling iPads online, you have some margins. Like if you got a chargeback for $100, you probably lost 80. If you got chargeback on crypto for $100, you lost 99.9. So loss rate is way harder. There's literally no recourse. There's no shipping address. Everything is gone with a wind. Literally nothing you can do. And on top of that, you have all the regulatory risk of providing crypto to someone who's money laundering, terror acting, and all that crap. So there's a lot of inherent risk in that in providing this service here. And I think to some extent people don't understand it. I still thank God we still have a lot of outlets to sell the service to, because most of the ecosystem still don't support credit cards. But I think that gradually it's changing. It's becoming way more accessible, way easier. Our platform as well is improving a lot to reduce friction from new users, from repeating users. It's pretty much 2 clicks and you have whatever you wanted to buy. So yeah, I think there's still a lot of potential for improvement here. But gladly we're grabbing that potential by the horns.
And I'm assuming when onboarding with a credit card, obviously there is AML and KYC inherent in that transaction. So there's not really an issue of money laundering when it comes to credit card onboarding, because you're giving the authorities that paper trail from point A to point B quite clearly.
So, Bitcoin has a pretty good paper trail regardless. I think Vincent said it like 10 years ago that it's less an effective means for money laundering than cash. So, it's always there. We are enabling users to have up to $150 worth of purchase without KYC, just as kind of a taste. Risks are rather low there, and it's kind of a gateway for them to come and see it's not that bad, and then they can add KYC and make larger purchases. Now with adding the banking solution as well, they'll be able to have basically unlimited purchases in amounts, which resonates with DeFi these days. But yeah, generally speaking, I think I take great pride in the fact that we're pushing millions of dollars into the ecosystem on a daily basis of safe money. Keeping out the bad guys. I think it has a massive effect.
And when we're looking at still the difference between the challenges of buying crypto with credit cards. So one of the issues is chargebacks. And obviously, you guys using, I'm sure, some sort of advanced AI, machine learning, kind of mitigate those risks enough to make it profitable. What about the other side of credit cards where you're borrowing credit? I could buy something beyond my means using a credit card. And then when it comes to paying off that credit card bill, if I can't afford to pay off that credit card bill, they might take back that object. They might put a lien against my assets. How do you do that with cryptocurrency? What's stopping me if I buy beyond my means the amount of Bitcoin, and then it comes to pay my credit card bill and I can't pay that? Who's taking that loss?
So that's basically the reason I mentioned earlier that many American banks have stopped credit card payments for the crypto ecosystem. They can't stop debit cards because there's a legal precedence of you spending your money is a form of you expressing your freedom of speech. So debit is your money, but credit is their money. So many of them are blocking the credit purchases. But it's just like if you went out and bought, stocks. I don't think they can handle, finding the paper trail of stocks where you put them. It's pretty much the bank's issue. And again, in the US, they have their own credit rating issues. Rest of the world, I've never heard of an actual issue with that. So I don't know. I don't have any insight on that.
Okay, that's not you. You guys aren't taking that risk. That's not on your end.
No, but we would have seen that. Because it would have came back as chargebacks, and we just don't see it. Again, the average transaction with credit cards is like $600-700. It's not huge.
Wow. And this is all the on-ramp for crypto. But what about the off-ramp? Still there's major challenges to off-ramps. A lot of banks in a lot of countries. I know we both live in Israel, and good luck there. There's a lot of challenges, in many countries, off-ramping cryptocurrencies. Do you foresee also an opportunity there and a solution there to kind of fix that problem as well?
Absolutely. We're going to launch that in a matter of weeks, so I don't mind about it openly, but we're an EMI in Europe, electronic money issuer. So we are offering banking, crypto-oriented banking services to users. Users who come through our partners are able to open a bank account in Europe on their name with their own IBAN, to which they're able to wire money in and out instantly, easily, because it's an actual bank account. And through the interface, they're able to sell crypto directly. So, it takes you like 10 minutes, you sold Bitcoin and you have euros in your bank account. If you're European, it's easier, faster, naturally, because you're European. But you don't have to be European. It's currently blocked for Americans completely until we complete the licensing in the US, and then we can provide it properly for Americans, which we're seeing tons of demands for that. But essentially, it's solved. Now it's only a matter of adoption. But for users now, through the Simplex Partner Network, to get to open a bank account and sell Bitcoin and get euros in the bank account is like 10 minutes and you're done.
And that will require users to open up a new bank account, or could they connect their current bank account?
No, they can't. Again, usually your current bank account is not very friendly to crypto. I think the biggest thing here that unless you've tried in the past to wire money to your bank account from a crypto outlet, maybe you're not familiar with that, but if you had, you're definitely familiar with that. And the fact is that with Simplex, you have another bank account on your name. And when wiring money from a same beneficiary, different account, things tend to be way easier. Because you're wiring your money from a Nimrod Lehavi account in someplace else instead of an XBit someplace else.
So you kind of play the middleman, where essentially I would transfer it to this European account and then transfer it to my own personal account, wherever that may be.
Yes, but you're playing the middleman. So the user is the middleman. And on top of that, we've been granted the status of principal member in Visa. Also, PR is going to come in a couple of weeks, which means that we're going to start enabling our partner network to issue debit cards to the users. So any user of our partners can have, a partner branded debit card connected to this bank account, so they're able to spend it if they don't want to wire the money from their named account to a different account. They can just use it with a debit card.
Well, I could tell you already, as an Israeli citizen, I'm excited to utilize that, because here, like many countries around the world, it's still very tough to play nice with the on-ramp, off-ramp. So I tip my hat to you. I thank you on a personal level for taking care of this issue. But let's switch gears a little bit. Or ready, because we're on top of that. Let's stick with that for a second, then, because I want to touch DeFi with you as well. But this whole idea of we have to find these workarounds because of regulation. We have to find these workarounds because banks don't feel secure enough with the current regulation to gladly accept crypto. Trust me, we all know they like making money. If they knew for sure the governments wouldn't go after them, they would accept money from anywhere. So what is that roadblock? Well, why is regulation still not there in many places that we have to find these workarounds that you're doing? Is it because governments just move too slow? Is it because they still don't really understand the way cryptocurrencies work? Or is it something else?
I think it's, well, they do move slow. Again, I'm not here to protect the regulators, but still, I mean, they are moving very slow. But on top of that, it's pretty hard. I mean, how would you define taxation on, on the tokens you got from Sushi Swap by staking your, it's crazy. I mean, how do you even define that?
Yeah.
Like a second level pool staking in currencies which are, and how do you define the losses there? How do you follow? I mean, I have no idea if I'm up or down even.
That's a problem that many of us are facing. So let's talk about that yield farming and DeFi. DeFi was always in the background. If you followed crypto, DeFi was always kind of this small crowd. You go to
like 3 years old.
No, it's been there. But if you went to a cryptocurrency conference or any blockchain conference 2 years ago, the main speakers and the big attraction wasn't DeFi. DeFi would be on the side stage. And I think if you went to a cryptocurrency or blockchain conference today, DeFi is taking center stage or having definitely a panel on center stage. So it's made that big leap. And so, a lot of people, though, are, I think there's two stances. People are really excited. DeFi finally gets its chance to shine, and finally we get this amazing use case for blockchain. But the other side is people who kind of saw the 2017 ICO boom, and which included a lot of legit projects, a lot of real projects. But along with that, there was so much money going around so quickly that, of course, there also were scam projects. And so I think a lot of people are hesitant here with DeFi as well. So in your eyes, how do you view DeFi? Is it the 2017 ICO boom? Is it finally a great use case for blockchain, or is it something in the middle?
I think so. First of all, I mean, even with regards to the 2017 ICO boom, I don't think it was all bad. I think that it brought a lot of attention to crypto. It brought a lot of money into crypto. It educated many people, for better or worse, it still educated many people. It was a boost. It was very interesting times. And, I believe in fast evolution. So I think DeFi is great. I mean, there are tons of crap there for sure. But again, trial and error. That's, the one thing that the heavily regulated ecosystem can do is trial and error. Because, you try, you error, you're in jail. And here, it's proper evolution driven by adoption of the market. How your project is good, not because you received the license, but because you brought traction. So I'm fine with it. And again, I think that still DeFi is complex to the point that, most of the people I even explain here in the company what I do not understand it. So I don't think it's anybody, mom and pop shop losing their pension funds on that. They wouldn't understand how to buy the token to stake. So I think everybody who's losing or gaining money here is experienced. And sure, there's market manipulation, but nobody's decentralized. I'm going to get shot on that on Twitter, but Bitcoin is insane. No cryptocurrency is truly decentralized. It's great that we're trying to get there. It's awesome, but many other concepts are super interesting. I think it's just researching them on live subjects basically. So that's why I'm excited about DeFi. It's really super interesting, and I think that in an ecosystem which is still mostly driven by traders, which is crypto, anything that makes them jump around happy and brings more capital and more attention into crypto is great. And yeah, I do think that the end game is important for the change in civilization, but it doesn't have to be all pure-hearted unicorns on the way there.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you mentioned that you think that we're not much, or if anything, is truly decentralized here. As even though we call it DeFi, we call it blockchain. And why is that so? I mean, let's take Bitcoin. You mentioned Bitcoin. Is it because of the centralization of miners? Is it because of whales control so much of the circulation?
It's just it's a small market. That's all. Mm-hmm. That's the only reason. Again, that there is infrastructure for becoming decentralized. But if it's a small project and the technology is immaculate, still it's not decentralized because 5 people are mining. Mm-hmm. So it has the potential. It could happen, but it's just too small right now.
Mm-hmm. And right now we mentioned Uniswap and DEXs are all the rage right now because powering they essentially power this DeFi yield farming and an ecosystem that we currently see, stable coins. So you are an on-ramper. You're a crypto on-ramper, soon to be a crypto off-ramper as well. Can you see a future or a solution where we're able to on-ramp or off-ramp fiat directly to a DEX?
Yeah, I mean, you can buy with Simplex today USDT and put it directly to a DEX. So, and any ERC20 that you can buy with us, you can put directly in the DEX.
But you're buying it from a centralized location. You're buying it from a liquidity pool.
Yeah, that's true. We're buying it from a centralized liquidity provider. That's true.
And do you think? Can you imagine, or is there a way? A future? Do you think there will be a time or some kind of mechanism where you could actually on-ramp and off-ramp fiat directly from a automated decentralized liquidity pool?
I think it could happen.
Right.
I think it could happen.
Right. And would that totally change the game? Would that for whatever reason, either embolden a lot of majority of criminal activity is in fiat. So once that happens, would that then reign true the doomsdayers who kind of blame cryptocurrency, and obviously it's totally unfounded, but people who are ignorant think a Bitcoin is criminal money when it's as far from the truth as possible, as we mentioned before. But if fiat is actually able to be decentralized on-ramps directly with liquidity pools, automated market makers, wouldn't it then be actually impossible to stop money laundering?
Not necessarily. Again, money laundering at the end point is still very. I think I have my best story with regards to that is I think 5 years ago or so we were speaking with. We thought about the legal cannabis industry in the U.S. and all the financial issues they have with banking, and we thought offering Bitcoin as means of transferring funds from one to another. So I was speaking with a guy who was in charge of the non-substance supply of all the other whatever equipment they use in the West Coast, and he said he'll ask some dispensaries, and he did, and he came back a week later and said, yeah, they say Bitcoin is for criminals. I thought, you're a fucking drug dealer. What are you talking about? So, there's some dissonance there, but I do think, and again, I take great pride in the fact that we're keeping the ecosystem clean. Mm-hmm. I think that as long as whoever is handling on-ramps and off-ramps keep it clean, and again, it's not, I'm not trying to be holier than the Pope. I'm just saying, if you had your computer hacked and somebody stole your Bitcoins, you would have wanted me to keep some trace on that as well. So I think it's still in the benefit of everyone. I'm not a privacy nut. I do think, we're entitled to privacy. We don't have any, but we are entitled to try and live in a dream where we do have. But I think, at the end, I can't believe I'm going to say, but I do believe in some regulatory supervision. Otherwise, on money laundering, all the rest, it's free game. But money laundering is sometimes not handled very well. And because money becomes so hackable, with crypto, it's important to have some measures. Again, not necessarily the current regulator, not necessarily current laws. Again, it's super difficult. Like, if I bought your CryptoKitty with cash, is it stolen? I mean, do I need to report a different owner like my dog with a chip? I don't know. There are just a lot of concepts here that still needs to be defined.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure, you know, as part of your role as a, you know, a middleman between credit card and banks and all these financial services, you're probably dealing with regulators a lot. You probably have your compliance department always talking with regulators.
Yep.
Do you find that regulators are willing to work with you guys? Like they're not like anti-crypto. They're trying to figure it out like the rest of us, and they're genuinely happy to allow it if it's kosher.
Some are, some aren't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some in some jurisdictions they're very savvy, they're very interested, very engaged, want to understand, and are, I wouldn't go as far as enablers, but they're open. And some are just completely not. In the US mostly.
Yeah, and that's so funny because that really rings true. You know, the US does pitch itself as an innovative country, as, you know, we are where the big tech companies live, thrive, and succeed. You know, and if you want to go to the best schools in the world, go to America. Yet they put such a hard time on cryptocurrency there. Why do you think that is?
I don't want to be, you know, like culturally judgmental, but I do think that there's, even though Americans perceive themselves as individualists, there's a herd mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I can't explain the $2 trillion, you know, market cap of Apple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody thinks it's just like the Life of Brian, Monty Python. You know, skit with everybody as individualist. I'm not. So this thing, and you know, I think that to a certain extent, it's damaging innovation. Even just the fact that there's so much of the crypto purchases done on Coinbase. I mean, Coinbase is fully centralized. It's contradicting to being decentralized, and still most Americans buy their crypto and hold. Not only buy, they literally hold it in their account there. It's basically just another bank.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I'd say it's a mentality issue. I don't know. I think that there are many jurisdictions which are much more open to understanding the benefits of crypto and the decentralization, and even, you know, some of them are even open to the privacy benefits of it.
Mm-hmm. And you know, along with those more crypto-friendly countries, there are a lot of talk about countries releasing CBDCs themselves. You know, China has for a long time already been rumored to be doing that. If countries do release their own CBDCs, does that make that onboarding, does that make it so much easier? Would it essentially kind of bring even the fiat money on chain to an extent?
It could. Again, depends on the interoperability. They would still have their own challenges. I mean, you know, USDT on ERC20 got clogged like crazy in the past weeks. Yeah. So, you know, pending many different technological solutions, yeah, that could be a leap forward.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about some of those network challenges, because we see that Ethereum has been so successful that everyone wants to develop on it, but Ethereum has been so successful that it is congested and high gas fees. So, you know, why is Ethereum, if it has not shown to scale to the point that people, let's say, want it to, why is Ethereum still the main chain to build on?
What do you mean? Bitcoin still holds more than 50% of the value of the ecosystem, and it's much slower, more expensive, harder to develop on, and you know, it's just a matter of, I don't know, network effect, I'm guessing. So Bitcoin was here first. It just, you know, became the market index. I'm still like 90% Bitcoin.
But Bitcoin might be where the majority of the value is, but it's not where the development is happening. The majority of the development is happening on Ethereum.
But still, I mean, if the majority of the value was attached to Ethereum, you would have seen the flipping, and you haven't.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not sure. I think that Ethereum will continue to be number 2, but there will be like a number 3 layer 2 protocol, I'm guessing, which will take a lot of value from Ethereum. But again, will still be less valuable.
And you think that the solution to Ethereum's congestion is a layer 2 solution?
Yeah, I think so. Again, I'm not sure which one. Maybe it wouldn't be just like a single one, but multiple. And
so
again,
you have no faith in Ethereum 2.0 actually ever launching?
I'm not sure. Even if it does, it might not work completely. We've seen a failure in Ethereum fork in the past.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe we'll have like Ethereum Mark III that will be a good layer 2. It could happen. I don't know. Again, being decentralized, I'm not sure how much under their control it is. And it is a burden to move fast when you're so big. That's why Bitcoin doesn't develop that fast.
Right. And Binance now is also trying to draw some DeFi to its smart chain. They recently put $100 million to draw a DeFi project to their smart chain. Binance is trying to become, the entity, the single entity in this space by really putting their fingers or tentacles everywhere. Do you think that they will succeed at that? Do you think DeFi projects will actually go over to the Binance smart chain?
No. I think that considering how fast you can clone DeFi projects, I think that, I think they're working the amount of SushiSwap clones. I mean, someone will just vampire Binance chain as well at some point.
Yeah. And do you think that's good for innovation? Because let's say, you can't do that in the traditional, tech field. You can't just copy what someone does. But the fact that someone could do it here, it opens up the door for constant innovation, but also opens up the door for nefarious actors and scams. Where do you fall on that? Is it buyer beware? Do people just have to really be aware of where they're putting their money, their assets, their crypto?
Yeah, and again, I mean, as long as DeFi is such a difficult topic to digest, I don't think anyone who's not experienced is risking their money.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a problem with that. It's everybody who managed to do that is a qualified investor by definition. Otherwise, he wouldn't understood how to open a MetaMask account.
Interesting. So maybe there's even an argument to make in traditional finance where we should make the barrier of entry stupid idiot proof to kind of get to. If you're going to be using it, you better know what you're doing, type of thing.
Yeah.
That is interesting because listen, yield farming is I mean, the whole DeFi space is very complicated. Yield farming, all the more so, and I think that's why Yearn has kind of taken off, rocket launched. Is that kind of, has that fixed it? Has that lowered the barrier of entry? Just throw it into Yearn and it will give you the highest API for you?
To a certain extent, but it's a different thrill. Thrill than chasing the next clone and throwing the next, Chad or whatever. Throw some money in and see it, double in 5 minutes, or get wrecked in 5 minutes.
So do you think that's really what's going on here? It's a right now, because everyone's stuck at home in Corona, you can't go to casinos. Is DeFi and yield farming right now? Is it casinos for really smart early adopters who kind of want to take high risk and get high reward?
To some extent, but so is the stock market. Usually just the amplitude of the volatility is just way higher. But yeah, I think it's some of them are just like novelty, funny stuff like chat. But some of them are interesting. I mean, SushiSwap was super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
To watch the evolution, to understand what they were aiming to see the huge mistakes and how they handle them. It's like a anthropology research, basically.
Yeah. And it's funny because this, there's billions of dollars in value happening, and the person you're sitting to next to on the bus or sitting next to in traffic has not a clue what's happening or even a clue what you're talking about. Exactly. It's really crazy. You're like, oh, Chef Nomi, give back the money. What? Who's Chef Nomi? Exactly. So, I mean, I find that really interesting. And what was so interesting about SushiSwap? I mean, they essentially took Uniswap and added a governance a token to that. Does that really change, or does that even add value, or was it actually detracting from what made Uniswap so special?
No, I think it was adding value, and the fact that they vampired Uniswap was even more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, it's great that you've built a cool system and huge value over 3 years, which all of a sudden bumped, but like I can drain you in a month.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not safe against that as well. You can do you see there are a lot of new platforms where they just vampire SushiSwap liquidity. I don't know if anybody's taking that as far as just taking it out completely.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing is going to be a layer of interoperability between pools that you'll be able to stake them in multiple places, just with interfaces and
right.
yield farm the shit out of them in many new platforms as well.
And I'm sure it'll shoot up the second it does.
It's going to tank.
And it'll be a blast to watch. But that's what seems to be happening right now. And I think that the biggest difference between the ICO boom and traditional finance and this was that with the ICO boom you were kind of giving money, you were getting no equity. You were getting a utility token that you hoped would somehow have utility, and even then the whole economics of it didn't really make sense. But here, I feel like they're using the governance token as that new draw, where instead of saying, oh, liquidity here, you get this governance token, kind of makes you feel like you have liquidity, but what is the governance token really giving you? I mean, you're getting voting rights, but what does that matter if what you're voting on doesn't actually give you value? I mean, what is the governance token? Why does it add, let's say the SushiSwap example. Mm-hmm. SushiSwap, you get governance, Uniswap, you don't. Why is that better for an LP?
Some of it is very meaningful. Like if you can nominate the chefs, for example, it gives you actual power. If you're able to decide to vote on the block sizes, the reward sizes, if you're able to vote on on bunch of other things, it really depends on like which platform you're talking about. Some of them are completely useless. Some of them are, this is total crap and it's just for additional value to be traded, just for the yield farming sake. But in some, it's very meaningful, I think.
But then, doesn't that then add in human error? Like, doesn't it should make, it makes it a kind of like a communal Binance. Whereas, if you look at a truly 100% automated market maker, you look at Uniswap, they're not going to change. It's algorithmically programmed to be balanced. It's algorithm. You put it, if too much buying goes on one thing, the algorithm balance. It's all balanced out automatically. There's no human error. There's no human decision changing things. Isn't that what gives it value? The fact that there isn't any humans tweaking these things. That it's just market financial. Makes sense. It's just,
Not necessarily. I think, first of all, as an example, I put a really small pool on a very new coin, like ETH against that coin. ETH was drained. So it's not 100% safe to do that, as an example. And there's this famous example of, algorithmic pricing on Amazon that pushed the book price to $8 billion, I think. So, algorithms are not always the right way to go. I think I think that it makes a lot of sense for this to be, or at least when it's community driven and driven by actual votes. First of all, the personal liability with the SEC drops massively. So I think it's becoming a safer environment for you to for trial and error, because error wouldn't end up in Guantanamo Bay. And it's again, it's pushing innovation. So and it's another way for you to express new ways of performing something, because usually with a governance token you're able to offer additional points to be governed. So it makes a lot of sense.
Right. And in order to get the governance tokens essentially go to the liquidity providers, and if you're being a liquidity provider, you probably have assets already. You're probably, you're a have, not a have not. So, doesn't this incentivize, and isn't essentially the end result going to be that everyone governing will be kind of whales? Wouldn't it eventually just slowly but surely consolidate all the governance tokens to the big whales?
I would say, generally speaking, yes, but unlike in the real world where it's exactly what happens, here, if you invested in one of them early, you can become a whale. So if you identify a trend or a specific platform just early enough, or you develop one yourself, first of all, you become one of the haves, and second, you have influence on something which is meaningful to many. So it's not perfect, but it's better than the regular world.
And so then that brings us to the conversation about pre-mining. If we're looking at SushiSwap, there was a big controversy because Chef Nomi essentially cashed out his coins and everyone got super upset, and then he put it back. And what's your take? Is it if I go and I develop a thing and I pre-mine as much as I want and it goes up, isn't it my right to sell off and take the profit?
Absolutely. I think you should have kept the money.
And why did he give it back?
I have no idea, because I think he's pretty young and he's very receptive to Twitter, basically.
Give me the coins. Don't give it back. Trust me, I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat.
There was someone, I don't remember, someone like, there was a bug on one of the swaps and someone got like $20 million just by swapping. I think it was actually on Uniswap or SushiSwap. Anyhow, there was a problem with the pool. Like, he saw like he's getting like 2,000 ethers. He just clicked, fuck it. Yeah. And he got it. And people were like pushing him to give it back. Like, but why? I mean, I did the trade. If there was a problem in the trade system, it's fair game. Again, code is law, just with a DAO. Yeah. I'm fine with it, especially like Chef Nomi definitely should have kept the money. He built something very impressive by himself. He should have gotten rewarded. Mistakes, sure, everybody makes mistakes.
So I 100% agree with you in your philosophy there that, the code is law. If they make a mistake, you're the winner, great. But at the end of the day, will that essentially stop, governments from allowing it and therefore mass adoption from happening? And that's okay if we don't want it, but it seems like governments, for whatever reason, refuse to allow that philosophy, refuse to allow there was a mistake in the code, so either you lose it, but let's say it happened the other way. Let's say you do a trade, you Nimrod, and because of a bug in the code, you lose all your money. Would you feel the same way about that philosophy?
I've been in the crypto ecosystem for quite a lot of time. I lost a lot of money, potentially. So it's not like it's basically, as I see it, is the extension of the responsibility of owning Bitcoin. You lost your private keys, boo-hoo. There's no insurance. That's life. Be responsible for your own private keys. So if you invested in, and I got wrecked on, I think it was kimchi or something. I got wrecked. I mean, it's, personal responsibility. I don't do that with a lot of money because I'm 90% Bitcoin, all of it in cold storage. It's
smart man.
I don't know if smart, but I choose my. If you read the Black Swan, it says like it makes sense to be like 85-90% in very stable investments. Like 10 to 15% in high risk, high reward. I mean, I think it makes sense. And again, everything going around in DeFi, market manipulation, front running, arbitrage, whatever. It's all part of, I see it as fair game right now.
And you mentioned that kind of the way that you got into all this was that you did read the Bitcoin white paper. And do you feel that Bitcoin is there because Satoshi kind of described something that doesn't exactly exist today? I mean, Bitcoin is kind of, he described, a currency that's outside of government control, but also a peer-to-peer cash system, which Bitcoin has kind of not become. Like you said, it's where you store the value because it's stable, and then when you want to transact or send, you really are you're using other coins. You're not going to the store.
Would have been cheaper the last couple of weeks though than ETH.
Yeah, right. but essentially, right now, in your view, what is the coin? Let's say that you want to go to the store. What coin will that be? Is that out yet, or will we see it?
I don't think so. I think that, again, I believe like in the future of multi-currencies, Bitcoin will remain as kind of a gold standard, and currencies will be, depending on usage. We'll have different currency for different usages. You'll I guess you'll be able to trade them easily or easier, smarter, I think definitely on DEXs. And I don't think there's one specific that I'm going to be, feel comfortable 100% using right now. Maybe, one of the stable coins. But again, I'm not sure if there are central bank stable coins, I'm not sure there's a place for non-central bank stable coins, especially if there's a USD with Trump stamp on it. I don't think there's a place for other ones, even though, then it's becoming, it's losing most of the attributes. Like I've already heard stories about USDC being seized by the US government.
Really?
And then, and that's something which you don't want in your crypto. So it's a bug. That's not a feature.
Well, so then I could guarantee you this: if it does become that the CBDCs are, let's say, controllable by the government, there will be there will always be a crypto version that is totally free and totally decentralized because there will be a demand for it.
For sure, but they could be outlawed. I think I'm a bit surprised right now that the U.S. government is not putting its foot down with regards to issuing dollar stable currencies, because that's supposed to be the privilege of the federal government issuing its own currency.
But they're merely pegged to the value of. They are not actually a dollar. They're just pegged to the value.
Tomato, depending on which side of the bed,
Okay, so let's say the federal government wakes up tomorrow and says, you know what? Any single cryptocurrency that is pegged to the US dollar is outlawed. What could they actually do to stop the usage of it? I mean, it's essentially the on-ramps and the off-ramps.
No, it's not. Only if again, in Simplex, most of the purchases are Bitcoin and ETH. USDT, I think, is fourth. People do buy.
So how could the government stop the use of US peg stablecoins?
They can damage it a lot. I think only in Texas right now it's illegal. Stable coins are not legal, but I'm not sure. Maybe a few other states. But if they make it illegal, people won't hold them. They will, like Americans won't hold them. Exchanges that are operating in the US won't hold them, won't support them. Just like, it's going to make their life difficult.
But then you'd always have the ability to interact with them on decentralized exchanges and AMMs as well.
They're not going to vanish. They're just not going to be, going to be able to fulfill their potential like they are now.
Okay, and we're up to the rapid fire question section. I'm going to ask you 3 questions, 1-word answers. You can explain it if you want. But first off, will Ethereum 2.0 launch this year? Yes or no?
No.
No. Describe DeFi in 1 word.
Wow, shit show.
I'll allow it. We'll combine it. All right. And last, sushi or yen?
Sushi.
Sushi. Well, yeah. See,
it's much more interesting. There's a lot more thought behind that than yen, I think.
Is there actually thought behind it, or kind of he stumbled upon a good thought and then recognized that after the fact?
Sushi, I think there was I think it was a brilliant thought.
And there will, and I imagine that we're going to see, this has opened up Pandora's box. Essentially, people have seen how successful. So would you mark then the sushi swap as kind of a pivotal point, a fork in the road for DeFi?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. It's like the death of the patent office. Like all of a sudden you can copy the shit out of someone, almost, letter by letter, drain the value out just because you your yield farming APY is higher. And I mean, the moment they split, they took most of the pools out of SushiSwap, out of Airflow, Uniswap. So, you know, I mean, I think that most of the value went back to Uniswap, but I'm not sure. I haven't checked.
So then won't that de-incentivize projects from working on DeFi projects? If they know that if it's successful, they will just be copied and someone will add one more feature to it.
I don't think so, because then, I mean, everything is copyable, right? Especially in software services. It's really hard to have a patent over it. And at the end, you have to win because you have just a better product. So if anything, I think it will just, you know, raise the level of innovation of the products themselves.
And last question before I let you go, you did mention that you guys are launching this off-ramp, which I'm very excited for. When could customers expect to see that out?
I'd say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that.
Right after the holidays. Well, Nimrod, thank you so much for joining me. Chag Sameach, thanks for taking the time.
Yes.
And for all our viewers for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yonah Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
We have some breaking news. This just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Smart contract. A smart contract is a self-executing contract where the term of the agreement between the buyer and seller are written into and executed by lines of code. The code and the agreements contained therein exist across a distributed, decentralized blockchain network. Small contracts permit trusted transactions and agreements to be carried out among disparate anonymous parties without need for a central authority, legal system, or external enforcement mechanism, making them perfect for decentralized financial applications.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Reimagine 2020. I'm Arthur, one of your hosts, and today I have with me Evan and Manuel from Ampleforth, the protocol token that completely took DeFi by surprise this year. So extremely excited to hear more about, honestly, what the hell is Ampleforth and what these guys have in plans next. Welcome, Evan and Manuel.
Hey,
Hi.
thanks so much for having us.
So I guess let's just kick it off. How would you guys, to the average, I guess, crypto adopter, how would you guys describe what is Ampleforth and what are you guys aiming to do?
Yeah, I can take this one real quick, Manny.
Yep.
Really, Ampleforth is a protocol, and it produces a token called the Ample. And the Ample is a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, except that it has a twist to it, which is it receives price exchange rate information from oracles and will automatically increase or decrease the quantity of tokens in user wallets proportionally based on this exchange rate. So the motivation here is to create an elastic supply currency that's non-collateralized, that cannot be redeemed for any sort of traditional asset, but that can act as a building block for the future of decentralized finance. And we can get into that a little bit more. Manny, is that roughly how you would describe
Yeah,
the Ample?
that's kind of how I would describe it. I think it embodies a lot of ideas that have been around for many decades about a rules-based base money that could adjust supply, and so it really represents, I think, the realization of of ideas about synthetic commodities and sort of rules-based monetary systems.
And maybe can you tell me a bit about yourself? How did you even how did you come to sort of end up where you are today?
Sure. Yeah. So when we got started, I mean, I had been introduced to Bitcoin long ago. I was a skeptic. Understandably, this is 2009. I thought it was an interesting idea that would never really work because, well, it seemed out the gate very inefficient. It seemed like the type of system that would get more and more difficult to scale over time, and it seemed very difficult to use and was kind of clunky. And so I couldn't really imagine why people would suddenly agree that this sort of thing had value simply based on the fact that it was scarce. And then I kind of forgot about it for a while, but a couple things stood out in the background of my mind. One was that it made these huge design concessions in the name of censorship resistance, right? It needed to be kind of resistant in that way. And eventually it struck out in my mind as being important that they were able to create anything that was scarce at all in a purely digital context, because that's a very difficult thing to do, right? One of the qualities of digital information is that it can be copied and pasted again and again. And so the creation of any amount of scarcity was special. And then eventually around 2017 or so, Brandon and I, we sensed a little bit of heat following the launch of Ethereum and the rise of, all sorts of new projects, and people were buzzing and money was being made. And we were really confused as to what was really going on here. And so we just started to read white papers on a weekly basis. And every time we read a paper, we were just like, well, why does this require blockchain? Why does it require censorship resistance? I thought that was all about counteracting a sovereign monopoly, and the service you're trying to disrupt, delivery coffee, you know, doesn't have a sovereign monopoly. Anybody's free to compete. So that didn't make sense, but people kept on kind of contributing to these. So we just kept on asking these questions and kept on reading these papers. And finally, we kind of came to this conclusion that, you know, in fact, it doesn't make sense. You keep digging, and it really doesn't make sense. And that the most salient use case of blockchain technology at the time, and I still believe today, is for the creation of new monies. I mean, that's the only thing that would call for such great concessions on usability and scalability in the name of censorship resistance, because there are very few sovereign monopolies. There are many free market monopolies that don't require blockchains to compete against. And then there are very few sovereign monopolies that do require blockchain technology to compete against. And then once we came to that realization, it was more of a question of, well, what's wrong with money? You know, well, Bitcoin has this fixed supply policy. That always seemed kind of weird, because we'd heard there was this thing called the gold standard, and there was this thing called Bretton Woods, and we moved away from fixed supply, right? For reasons that at the time I didn't fully know off the top of my head, but I just kind of suspected, okay, what was wrong with that? And so we just kept tugging on that. And eventually kind of came to this realization that, well, there isn't a whole lot wrong with things like gold that are fixed supply. And there isn't really a whole lot wrong with Bitcoin, you know, as a fixed supply asset, except when you try to build a financial ecosystem or banking system on top of a fixed supply asset. And somewhere along the way, we had designed this kind of, I don't know, almost like stable coin, right? It wasn't quite a stable coin, but it had this elastic supply policy. It also automatically would kind of capitalize a reserve, right? An algorithmic reserve to buy back things when price goes down.
Can I just there?
Yeah.
What is the problem? What problems do you encounter with a fixed supply when building on top of a fixed supply asset?
Well, so that's where Manny comes in really handy, because he's the one that fully educated on this, and I'd love to hear him talk about it. Although I've done it many times, I just want to hear it from Manny.
Yeah, just, so my background is slightly different than Evan. So I originally studied mathematics. I then decided to, I kind of fell in love with financial history through some courses that I took at Harvard, actually, with Neil Ferguson back when I was an undergraduate. I then went back to grad school, and I got interested in Bitcoin around 2013, 2014, when I took some courses on sort of the constitutional law of money with Christine Dasson. She's fantastic. She wrote a book called Making Money, which I think everyone should read. And so I've been sort of thinking about financial history for a long time. And so when people talk about, you know, say the Bitcoin standard or the gold standard, there are issues that are inherent in that system. I mean, even if you use, say, silver. So, you know, one of the key problem, I think, with metallic reserve systems is that you are open to a lot of shocks, right? And oftentimes they're not necessarily shocks about the change in supply in the base metal. So, you know, if you read Richard von Glahn writes history of Imperial China. So the Chinese experienced a deflation, you know, an inflationary era that allowed for monetization, and in a deflationary era. And a lot of this was driven by the price of silver in Europe, right? So silver would leave, and that would lead to deflation. And so that contract suddenly became more expensive. In 1934-35, the US passed laws around silver production, which shocked again the Chinese system, which was based on silver. So that forced them to go into a fiat system. So a lot of the time, these are quite problematic. Though I would add, you know, one thing is that, you know, the properties of these metals don't change over time. They have remained constant as far as we know throughout the age of the universe. But the type of money that can be built on top of a particular type of base money, like gold or Bitcoin or, you know, hopefully Ampleforth, that is mediated by a whole layer of institutions. And so those are also very important. So, but in short, you know, I think that the type of money and institutions that you can build on top of a fixed supply asset like gold is limited by, in fact, that the fixity of it. And I think the real distinction that people have in mind, like why they're drawn to Bitcoin or gold, is not that it's fixed, but rather that it's non-discretionary, right? It's not within any one actor's power to change that supply. And I think that's the thing that's important. So the supply can be elastic, but as long as it's rules based and no one can change it at will, I think that's actually what matters the most.
Yeah, and I think if I were to describe it maybe in a more naive way, the problem is that a system that's built on top of a fixed supply asset, as Manny suggested, can easily be destabilized by sudden shocks. And a recent example of that was under the Bretton Woods system, where the dollar was redeemable for gold by central banks and foreign governments. Just as it is today, the dollar was a global reserve currency, and there was a great deal of demand for it, right? And as a result of that, right, it became very difficult to keep up with that demand in obtaining gold. And what happens in that scenario is the price of gold goes up. And folks believe that the gold nugget that they have today maybe buys you one refrigerator, but it could buy 2 refrigerators tomorrow. So they hold on to that gold, further restricting the circulating supply of gold. And this is a self-reinforcing cycle that can lead to a deflationary spiral or a liquidity crisis, right? That shuts down the entire machine that's built on top of these fixed supply assets. And ultimately, that's why we had to cancel redeemability under Bretton Woods. And a similar fate might take place if we were to construct some sort of banking system or ecosystem on top of a fixed supply asset like Bitcoin. And that's just one example of it. But this sort of kind of rigidity in supply is not very robust. You can imagine that if you and I were to enter into a bet, and Manny and I said, well, if the Warriors make it to the finals, I'll pay you 1 Bitcoin. Maybe he's really happy with that bet, and I'm really happy with that bet. But he decides that he's just going to go sell the option of that contract to someone else, and that person packages it and puts it into some other kind of basket of contracts and sells it to someone else, right? Come the time of finals, let's say the Warriors do make it, and I'm on the hook for 100 Bitcoin, and I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to cost me $100, but it actually cost me $1,000, right? Because the price changed. I default. The person he sold the contract to defaults, right? And it's packaged in this other kind of grouping of contracts, and you get this cascading destabilizing effect. And this is really well documented by folks like Friedman in his writings about commodity reserve currencies. It really just comes down to a problem of supply inelasticity, and in particular, the cost of production of things like gold. Just because there is gold to be mined, there certainly is a fixed supply of it, but we can't even ramp up the rate at which we're mining gold as needed very cheaply. And we certainly can't ramp it down very cheaply. And that's why fiat money was such a big breakthrough, because it was cheap to produce, but expensive to counterfeit. And that gave it the elasticity necessary to construct a robust ecosystem. And Manny, I'm sensing that you might have something to add here as well.
I'll add one more thing before, because I think Arthur might have another question. I was just going to say, when you have a fixed base, the way that you meet the demand for money is by building institutions like fractional reserve banks on top of it. And in some ways, that's what people were reacting against in 2009, and definitely when Satoshi launched Bitcoin. And so it's a little bit ironic that people are advocating now basically the recreation of that system, but in the decentralized way, when there is an opportunity to do something that's truly novel, which is a completely rules-based kind of elastic supply token, which is impossible in the real world. Well, not necessarily impossible. This was I mentioned this before, that this was kind of theorized in the 60s by James Buchanan, who I think wrote something like, if only we could have a type of money that was managed by some system of supercomputers where it would update your bank accounts, but the passwords and codes to change that program had been destroyed, so it was beyond the reach of modification by the Federal Reserve. So it just took another 50 years for it to be 57 years for it to come true. But I think people had been thinking that this would be kind of the next step. It's just technologically we just weren't there. Yeah.
Got it. I mean, quite a lot to digest there, honestly. But so just kind of like circling back or asking some questions. So where Ampleforth is the where it's like game changer nature kind of lies is it's the elastic supply. Is the goal still to for it to be a store of value as are like, you know, gold and Bitcoin and so on? Is elastic
in a
supply
way,
then
yeah.
also, does it make it a better
Yeah.
store of value?
In a way,
Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
go ahead, Evan.
I'll just go real quick. I was saying, you know, when we designed the Ampleforth asset, the original motivation was to address the supply of fixed supply assets as simply and as directly as possible. And that's why the Ample was designed to be non-dilutive, in the sense that, like, when we increase the supply of tokens, we do so proportionally across all wallets. For that reason, it shares this quality with Bitcoin, where, like, if you own 1% of the total supply, you will forever own 1% of the total supply, even if that total supply increases tenfold. You'll simply have 10 times more coins. And for that reason, it's an equivalent kind of store value. And like I said, the design was such that we wanted to address the problem of fixed supply assets. But, you know, upon further analysis, and this is something we worked really closely with Manny on, we came to this belief that the manner in which we adjust supply, because it accrues directly to users, would introduce a novel movement pattern. And this is because gains and losses can't easily be determined entirely based on price. You might buy Ample at $1 at a $10 market cap, and then Ample grows, you know, 10x to a $100 market cap, right? And you might sell Ample again at $1, but you've really 10x'd your holding, right? Just because the price per coin remained the same doesn't mean you haven't gained or lost. And this would kind of break a lot of the systematic trading that was going on, that I think is the root of the hypercorrelation behind a lot of these fixed supply assets. And so what we realized upon further analysis, that this protocol might give rise to a different step function like movement pattern that could eventually decouple from assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum, which is very important because, as you probably have felt or know, many of these assets trade in lockstep with one another. And therefore, you can't really diversify cryptocurrency holdings by holding a basket of assets, because they all move up and down together. And in fact, doing that might actually just increase the beta of your holding. And, you know, diversification is really important. It's one of only 2 commonly used methods of risk reduction employed by kind of financial engineers across the world. The other being hedging, of course, which we see a lot of in crypto, but not a lot of diversification. So from some more ideal base money, we also realized this potential side benefit of it's just going to be novel and move differently, and therefore be used for constructing baskets. And the 2 kind of consequences that naturally follow from that are that, like, well, yeah, one, it could be used to diversify, and that could be great just for holding these, you know, new precious metals in baskets, and that could make it. It could also be an interesting building block characteristic.
I was just going to add a little bit more on the building block, but yeah, go ahead, Arthur.
No, my question was going to be that, do I then, so do I understand correctly that it's essentially a kind of a monetary system that just scales better, scales naturally, and scales on a protocol level, that as there is more demand for the money, because it's programmed to maintain a certain sort of, let's call it value, then it's sort of in a non-dilutive way, it expands the supply. Is that kind of more or less correct?
Yeah, I would say that's actually the best interpretation I've heard so far. The price target is really kind of the threshold for measuring whether there's excess demand or a lack of demand, but it's really about, in fact, triggering an expansion or sort of decrease in the supply of money. So
okay, so my next question is that, and as we sort of stated that, or as you guys sort of like stated, was that the best way to measure it is not the price, but it's the sort of like the market cap, or then it's still intended to be used as money, right? So then let's say, how do I now, let's say I go to Apple, I want to buy an iPhone, what will it be denominated in then?
So, yeah, so there's a couple interesting things. Number one, right? So remember under Bretton Woods, where we had gold as a base money, gold was money. It certainly is money, but it was, I mean, what was being circulated to pay for goods and services and wages was dollars, right? So the dollars were actually used as what most people commonly view to be money, right? To transact for coffee and such. And that was built on top of the base money. And so there are many kind of interesting definitions of money, none of which are actually complete. It's a bit of a spectrum, but you know, a base money is a building block for a system that may very well produce yet another money that becomes the commonly used media. And a recent example of this that might be easy to relate to in the DeFi world is something like MakerDAO. So if you remember in the early days, MakerDAO was collateralized entirely by ETH and then eventually basic attention token. Those were the base monies of that monetary system. It's kind of a banking system, actually. It's less a base money. The MakerDAO is more like an attempt to decentralize a central bank, right? So it's more of a bank. And of course, the output of that system is DAI, which is the stable coin to be used, I think, for goods and services or as a base, you know, trading pair token for the types of use cases that people commonly equate with money. And then, of course, what we saw was the collapse of, you know, that system, at least briefly, on Black Friday when prices tanked. You know, we saw all sorts of things happen. Well, you know, the collateral base itself was hyper-correlated. And so they had to introduce, you know, USDC as a form of collateral, which seems kind of ironic because you don't need, you know, dollars to be the solution to your problems with crypto. The whole point of crypto is to kind of create something that's disconnected from, you know, the existing financial system. They also faced a liquidity crisis, which is not unlike, you know, things that remind me of Bretton Woods, in the sense that, you know, at a time when prices were falling on ETH, people really demanded a lot more DAI. And they might have been doing this for various reasons. One of the reasons could be because they want to retreat into a safe store of value. But I think the predominant reason is they needed DAI to close out their debt positions, right? Because the output of, you know, you borrow money and that's denominated in DAI, and then you do something with it presumably, but you have this kind of, you know, obligation to pay it out. Suddenly prices are falling, you're afraid of auto liquidation, and now you want more DAI, but the system doesn't deliver you more DAI. So at a time when people really needed that DAI, the actual natural incentive of the system was for people to buy the DAI that they needed so that they could close out their debt positions, therefore decreasing the circulating supply of DAI. That's kind of the opposite of what you want. I think what you really want is a tight coupling between supply and demand. When the demand for what you want is high, you want supply to increase. When the demand for what you want is low, you want supply to decrease. And what we saw there was a little backwards. The demand for DAI was high, but the incentive system was actually destroy the circulating supply of DAI because everybody wanted to close out their debts. And so in that sense, like just reiterating here, there are multiple levels of money. There are the base monies of the MakerDAO system, which were ETH and basic attention token. And there was the output money, right, which might be what you would describe as this commonly used media of exchange, or intended to be a commonly used media of exchange, which is DAI. And with Ample, as with all base monies, they're kind of sitting at the bottom level, right, where this is an irredeemable asset. If it can be a very great building block for a financial ecosystem, that would be a very successful outcome for us. To ask that it also is both a building block and the output that, you know, DAI was, that could directly challenge something like the dollar, is asking quite a lot out of any base money, and it might be asking too much. Manny, I know you have some thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, so I was just going to say it's been quite a while since we used sort of base metals as the actual circulating money. And even when, at least in Europe and, you know, in China, when people did do that, they still needed sort of subsidiary currencies, you know, copper tokens and so on, that were supposed to circulate at a particular peg with the main currency that you used to pay taxes. So it's quite hard for it to, as Evan said, to have a bare bones infrastructure where the base money is also the circulating media. And I think the reason that Ampleforth is useful is that it's quite plug and play, right? If you wanted to create a series of contracts that somehow kind of abstracted out the price volatility, you would need the contract writers to kind of incorporate it, maybe reference oracles. On the other hand, you know, if you go to a lending protocol and you just borrow Ample, I think it was Brandon's phrase was they borrow like stablecoins, right? You just borrow, You create a debt contract that says you owe 100 amples and you pay 100 amples in the future. And that's a lot easier than trying to like incorporate references to like current market spot prices at the time of redemption and so on. So it kind of abstracts out a lot of the complexity to allow much better types of contracts in decentralized finance. And so the idea is that it would just be a plug and play, I think. So it brings that functionality and saves people a lot of work.
Without becoming a bank, without introducing a balance sheet that manage assets and liabilities, like Bitcoin, the Ample system only maintains pretty much like the money that you have, right? And it allows you to transact between peers, much like Bitcoin. There's no credit, there's no debt. It's just a system of accounting that says, look, Manny's address 123 has 100 Bitcoin, and he has the ability to send it if he wants to. That's it. No banking involved. And so, it does become a much more natural building block for a financial ecosystem in that it supports dumb contracts is what you could call it even, right?
If we imagined actually a bank, for example, where you have a fixed base and say you were creating credit on top of it, people have giving you deposits and you're lending it out. If we think about free banking, when banks would create their own notes and circulate them out, that's kind of the world of DeFi, right? It's the world of 19th century America, free banking. It's crazy. A lot of these blow up. It's risky, but there's a lot of different types of circulating money. As the demand for these notes increase, right, the reserve relative to the general portfolio would go down, right? And so it creates this risk for a run, right? Because if people want to redeem, not everyone's going to be able to redeem, and you have this constant issue of bank runs that would happen all the time. On the other hand, if gold had the properties that Ample has today, right, that means that as there was a demand for notes, the quantity of gold in the vaults would multiply, and so the reserve, would not be wildly lowered relative to the general sort of outstanding portfolio of loans. So you can mitigate some of that risk in that sense. But that's one of the ways of thinking about what the benefit here is.
Right. So I want to get into the sort of like the next point, but before that, I just want to so do I understand that correctly? That let's say in a hypothetical world, a decade into the future, the entire financial system runs on an elastic supply powered by Ampleforth, then the actual payment token that I would be using to buy this exemplary iPhone, because Apple still obviously exists in the future, would not be the current Ample token. It would be something built on top of the protocol. Or did I understand that correctly? That the current
in a way, functionally, you could kind of think of it as this. Like we kind of imagined, well, under Bretton Woods, it was a system similar to what you described, where like I said, dollars were redeemable for gold, but mostly people were paying for goods and services using dollars, not gold. We asked ourselves what would happen if, under ideal conditions, we were to substitute gold for Bitcoin, right? So what if, look, using the technology we have today, we replace gold with Bitcoin under Bretton Woods? Would we have faced the same dilemma? And the answer is certainly yes. I think Bitcoin is perhaps even less elastic than gold, because at least gold responds to the marginal cost of production that changes over time as, a function of demand, though it's very, narrow in its band, it does change a little bit. Part of the motivation for this design, at least in my mind at that time, was like, well, could we design an asset like Ample that could have been a good swap for gold under Bretton Woods and allowed it to continue existing on top of the base money, right? And the answer was like, yeah, much more likely to have worked out that way than swapping gold for Bitcoin. And so, in a way, like, we can answer that question that you're imagining 10 years in the future by just kind of looking kind of 40, 50 years in the past. Does that help?
I think so. Yeah. All right. So I guess next thing I'd be really interested to hear is that, so obviously I think this year you guys have, you've Ampleforth has reached some form of mass adoption within the crypto space. You've you managed to get basically most of the major exchanges to integrate the rebase contracts. You've turned the rebase into something that is, you know, so incredibly widely known and used. So I guess, like, you know, elastic finance is no longer an unknown. And my question is now, like, you know, and you guys have unveiled the sort of the next steps in the roadmap, which is it's quite a mouthful: multi-chain elastic finance. What is that? How do we sort of so and I think Emmanuel, you mentioned as well that, like, you mentioned that if I borrow 100 ample, so obviously my question would have been then, is the loan contract and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but is the loan contract also elastic, or
well, so
yeah, maybe
normally
you,
you would have to do that.
Mike to you.
Yeah. I mean, just to answer this question, and then very quick, and then I think Evan can tell you a little bit more about the roadmap. It's you know, the idea, if you write a contract and say, you know, I owe you know, Arthur 100 ample, and so, you know, I borrow 100 ample from you, the demand for ample goes up, and a month later my wallet has 200. You know, I would still pay you back 100. You know, it's easy to denominate and it's easy to understand. And yeah, that's basically what I meant by that it borrows like a stable coin. Like, you don't have to think about the price changing, and you're not incorporating that risk in there necessarily.
You know, in a way, it is kind of plug and play. So let's say ample is made available on something like Compound or Aave or Cream, right? In a system like that, if say I lent 1,000 ample and you borrowed you know, 500 ample, the 500 ample that I, you know, kind of input into the system that hasn't been lent out, it's subject to rebases. So it can gain and lose value based on those supply changes, just as though it was in my own wallet. But your debt obligation as the borrower of ample is to pay back 500 ample, not the discounted future value of 500 ample subject to rebases over time, but simply 500 ample at the time you want to close out your position. And because ample has a cyclical price, you know that at some point it'll just be $1, you know. And in fact, you might want to, like, borrow ample when it's greater than $1, because say you're borrowing ample and it's trading at $1.50, you sell that ample, you go do some other thing with it. You know that one day it'll come back to $1 and it'll actually cost you less to pay off that loan. And if it dips beneath $1, you'll have this incentive to actually go ahead and buy ample off the market and close out your loan position, because it's the cheapest you're going to get it. And so it has this natural counter-cyclical nature to it, where it incentivizes kind of selling above the target and buying below the target as well. So that's just one example of you know, how that coin naturally plugs into a lend borrow system in DeFi today. And so kind of to answer your question about the multi-chain elastic finance, I mean, internally we just call it EFI, because that is a mouthful. EFI is a little bit easier. That's us building up the stack, because while it is the case that we plug natively into services like Uniswap with very little integration whatsoever, that doesn't mean that it optimally utilizes the qualities of an elastic token. And so really elastic finance is building up the stack, looking at these automated market making platforms like Uniswap and saying, well, what kind of special purpose automated market making platform can we build on top of an elastic supply asset? And, you know, what sort of special purpose lend bar platform can we build? You know, what sort of special derivatives can we build? And what sort of special cross-chain considerations might exist, right? And there are just so many examples. It's almost like the ample is so different compared to these the first generation of cryptocurrency assets. They were all, you know, whether you were creating a web browser like Brave or Basic Attention Token, or you were creating a decentralized global computer like Ethereum, or a digital gold like Bitcoin. You had this fixed supply asset, and pretty much the asset moved up and down. They all just moved up and down together. The ample was actually the first different asset that entered the system. While all of those things I just listed sound very different, you know, in the marketplace, they started to behave pretty much the same way. The ample would have been, it is actually the first truly different asset in that it just doesn't move the same way in the market. And that kind of novelty has second order effects as well, like on some of these systems that we create, like what we described with the lend borrow system. And in the case of like a, an automated market making system, well, what do you know about Ample that, you can make use of? You know that it's supplied just once a day, every day. And the manner in which it adjusts it just submits this number, right, which is the change in total supply. It's an assigned integer. It's either a negative or positive number, but encoded in that number is the knowledge of the previous 24-hour volume weighted average price. And so from that, not only where the price is, but also where it ought to be, because it has this price target. Not only where it is, but where it ought to be. It wants to be at 1, it's not at 1. Maybe it's higher than 1, or, it ought to be at 1, but it's lower than 1. And from there, you can kind of articulate a much more nuanced and efficient bonding curve, right? So as you know, with these swap exchanges, there isn't real price discovery going on. There's no order book or matching engine. It's not a representation of what people are willing to pay up and down the spectrum for a given asset. It's just represented by like 2 pools and the relative height of these 2 pools. And the only thing you can do is swap between them. And when you swap, the balance of these pools changes, and the price is actually inferred from that ratio of balances. Now, with the Ample, you're getting a free extra piece of information, which is like, its previous 24-hour volume weighted price. And by an understanding of the protocol, you also know like where it is and where it ought to be. And one of the things that these market making protocols don't do today is they don't really modify their liquidity or their slippage based on how much volume there is, based on how much demand there is. It just it exists as a static pool. Whereas like in an informed exchange, right, you might see things like, okay, well, there's a huge swing in volatility. We're going to thin the books. That's what any market maker would do. It's like, we're going to get out of the way because the market's still kind of trying to discover its new equilibrium. Let's not throw up so much depth, right? Because we don't know where it's going to land. And so things kind of thin or thicken. Like if the market's really confident and things are consolidating at a number, you would imagine the plus or minus 2% depth to increase, right? On these kind of automated market making exchanges, so to speak, that depth doesn't change as a function of volume. It has no knowledge. But on top of an asset like Ample, you do have knowledge. You know whether it's happy and at an equilibrium because it's at 1. And it's unhappy and still kind of trying to find an equilibrium, either upward or downward, because it's either greater or less than 1. And so the curve can be articulated in such a way that, the plus minus 2% depth kind of changes as a function of where it sits on that curve. And this is not unlike what Curve, the project, does, right? Because it knows that it's exchanging from stablecoin to stablecoin. It's a bit flatter around 1, right? Around when, the total number of coins combined, if they were all the same, value, is how they design their curve and appropriate for that exchange than Uniswap is, because there's a whole lot of this one asset, not a lot of this other asset, doesn't mean they shouldn't trade at $1, because both assets might be redeemable for dollars. And so that shaping mechanism takes into consideration the underlying asset. And so by doing that, we can create a much more efficient AMM for elastic assets, right? And there's just countless examples of this. It's almost like novelty input begets a novelty output, right? So everything was once the same. We put all these things that are the same into these really creative systems, and the outputs are just transformations of the inputs that are the same. And now there's an asset that's different. And so the transformation of these assets is also going to be different. And that variety is very, very important, particularly to people who think, in terms of traditional finance, right? I mean, Bitcoin's randomness, its non-dilutive randomness, if you will, is what makes it so enticing to people who are kind of more traditional asset management folks who think in terms of portfolio theory. And for that same reason, Amples are kind of really interesting, right? Non-dilutive randomness is being introduced as well.
Right. And regarding AMM, so you discussed it in detail just now, and you guys recently announced your own like a smart pool that that eliminates impermanent loss on these elastic assets. How?
So that's another really just crazy thing that comes for free because of how interesting, because of the extra information signal that Ample has. The way these pools work is they're constant product invariance, right? So with Uniswap, you can figure balance 1 times balance 2 is an invariant, and the ratio of these balances determines the price, right? Balancer itself just kind of extrapolates that to create a swap exchange that can support pools of more than 2 balances, up to 8, I believe, right? So it's like balance 1 times balance 2 times balance 3 is an invariant, right? Well, it's kind of like, I mean, imagine it's balance red times balance green times balance blue is an invariant. Well, that means we could also do balance red times balance red again times balance blue is an invariant. That's the same thing as saying balance red squared times balance blue to the first power is an invariant. And so all of a sudden you're introducing this parameter, which is the exponent, right? You can normalize these exponents by designing them such that once you've added them all up, they sum to 1, so you don't get kind of carried away. And that introduces this kind of weighting parameter that allows you to say, well, rather than a 50-50 pool, I can make it an 80-20 pool or a 66-33 pool, right? However, whatever distribution of weights I can imagine, I can apply to this pool. And that's kind of like rebalancing a portfolio, saying I want to be ETH heavy, Bitcoin light, you know? But with Balancer, what's really cool is they also allow smart pools to be formed, which is just this thing, except for you can actively set the weighting if you're the owner of this smart pool. And when you mix that with Ample, you get something really special because Ample can systematically update the weights in these smart pools, right? So based on that rebase information, you can perfectly offset the change in supply with an adjustment commensurately in the weights of these pools. And that kind of makes this impermanent loss thing perhaps even less permanent, right? Because you know that Ample has a cyclical price; it'll eventually return to 1 or hover around 1, and you can offset these changes in supply with changes in weight. The combination of those two things allows us to kind of all but eliminate impermanent loss without introducing an extra oracle. And so it's just kind of, again, we're piggybacking one new piece of information, which is this coefficient of expansion. It changes only once a day, and it tells you, how much we're increasing or decreasing supply by. But encoded within that, it's also telling you what the previous 24-hour volume weighted price of the asset was, because that was the input that told us how much we should increase or decrease supply by. When you just continue propagating that information forward, and you do so in a rules-based fashion because it's a rules-based protocol, you can kind of eliminate some of these problems.
Yeah.
And so that's just kind of a clever, nice kind of match. And we credit Brandon for seeing this early on. And I'm sorry that he's not here, but that was pretty cool. And there was just all sorts of other cool stuff that ends up happening when you kind of existing DeFi ecosystems or reimagine DeFi ecosystems on top of Ample.
And is this pool is this smart pool live already, or is it coming?
If it's not live already, it probably will be live by the time this video comes out, because it's supposed to come out today. So we just kind of made the announcement. It'll be public and live and ready. I don't know if the Balancer team has made it available through their UI yet, but the stuff underneath the hood is all ready to go.
That's awesome. Congrats. And I understand the first pool is USDC and Ample. And as you described, that it controls it eliminates impermanent loss. Is it actually kind of like sort of like a Trojan horse to then start, that for the next asset to be for the next pool to have, instead of USDC, for example, ETH, or basically for Ample to gradually become like the quote currency, or is that the sort of the strategy?
With the smart pools, there's quite a lot that we can do. I don't know that is overtly the strategy, but the broader strategy is we want Ample to be a value highway. The more liquid it is, the more pairs it can be exchanged for, the more useful it becomes as kind of a means of storing and transferring value. And we want this to happen across as many pools as possible in both centralized and decentralized exchanges, and across as many chains as possible. And that's just kind of part and parcel of what happens when you build something that's a pure monetary asset. The more liquidity it has, the more exchangeable, the better, the more kind of ubiquitous it is across wallets and chains and pools, the more useful it actually gets to be as an asset. And that's something that sets it apart from things like governance tokens that have liquidity mining programs as well and are getting very big in market cap and getting very liquid in market cap. Well, that's not changing the surface area of what you can govern with that governance token. And it wouldn't change the usefulness of a utility token either. So, you know, say a token, yeah, it being more liquid doesn't directly improve the product, whereas with a pure monetary asset, really, the more ubiquitous and liquid it is, more saleable it is, so to speak, the better it is. And so that's the kind of nice thing about ample and liquidity mining and these AMM pools.
And I was going to say, I think the smart pools, and you know, we'll have to see what the next generation of AMM design is. I think it's much better able to allow for price and market cap discovery. So I think the price of Ampleforth will behave a little bit differently than the past few months, where, you know, I think something like 40%, Evan knows the right numbers, but you know, at least 40% has been running through Uniswap. And the issue with the current sort of you know, constant function AMMs is that, you know, let's say that people really wanted a lot of amples, right? So the price, you know, in a centralized exchange would be high, right? Because people are expressing their demand for it. In Uniswap, the positive supply rebases are kind of treated like stock splits, so it automatically prices it much lower. So the impermanent loss there would come from liquidity providers who are then basically selling amples at a discount relative to what you would get it in a centralized exchange. But it also introduces this strange kind of forced price that's actually at odds with what the actual demand is. So I think as we get sort of the new generation of AMMs, and I think balancers, sort of smart pools is one of them, that the price will behave a little bit more like what we wanted to. And I think it also mitigates a little bit of the unfairness, right? Where, you know, let's say that you're increasing the supply of, I don't know, sushi, right? And you're giving it to folks. The supply changes, but the AMM doesn't reflect that, right? It waits for arbitrage to move that. And I think with Ampleforth, that was kind of short-circuiting that natural kind of market functioning. So I think we're going to see a lot more arbitrage-driven price movements, which will kind of go back to I think what the original vision was for the project.
Yeah, that's a really nice way of putting it, Manny, actually. So one of the things that we didn't foresee when we originally designed the Ampleforth protocol was the effect of AMMs on price discovery. So, I mean, it's generally understood that things like the quantity theory are not really to be taken too seriously in the near term. Perhaps in the long term, it might hold true that as you increase supply, price goes down, and as you decrease supply, price goes up. But it certainly isn't expected to be true in the near term. But it so happens that on these AMMs like Uniswap, the quantity theory is in fact perfectly true in the near term, and that is often at odds with actual price discovery on order book exchanges. And the lack of variety there, in a way, in combination with the fact that so much of our volume happens on Uniswap, on these decentralized platforms, in a way short circuits true price discovery. And as we start to balance these things out with various types of AMM pools that are, you know, suited for different needs and different kind of circumstances, I think it will be kind of a reversion towards a world that's much like what we originally imagined, where, you know, price discovery is a bit more natural. It's not a stock split where somebody turns off the market, intervenes, prices the asset, turns the market back on, and suddenly you have exactly twice as much of the asset valued exactly half, you know, what it was before the split.
Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense even for like real commodities, right? It's like
yeah,
if we produced, you know, twice as many iPhones this year, or I don't know, twice as many apples, it doesn't mean that they're priced at exactly 50%. You know, it's not a linear relationship like that.
No.
So
I mean, the moment a cow gives birth to a calf, you know, doesn't affect the price of a cow on the open market. It's only when the new calves are put on the open market for bids over time that supply chain,
or even more dramatically, it doesn't half the price of the mother cow, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It certainly doesn't. Yeah, but
yeah,
you know, it's an interesting world.
Yeah, whenever people cite MV equals PQ. I'm like, what makes you think that the relationship here is linear? I mean, we don't actually know. And central bankers have, I mean, this is an equation from 1905, right? Or earlier than that, I believe. But you know, no one has really used this in real economics for a long time. So it's funny that it's still kind of, it's found its way into crypto, but hopefully it will find its way out soon.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to kind of to recap again. So you mentioned that. So for example, this why, for example, the rebase, why Uniswap kind of doesn't sort of like treat the rebase correctly because and you use the term price discovery, but am I right saying that Ample by design it technically does not have price discovery, or like it's not supposed, or it only has price discovery within the
You
sort
could
of
call
like
it market
24
cap
or
discovery.
24-hour, yeah, market cap discovery. So like
yeah,
value discovery.
It has a supply discovery almost, right? So
yeah,
when price is, you know, above the price target, it's supply that's catching up. It's trying to get to this price supply equilibrium such that every unit of Ample is worth $1. But it's confused as to how many Amples need to exist in the system, and it's only a matter of time before it finds out. And what we see in Uniswap is just kind of different. You know, it serves a very specific purpose. It doesn't really have price discovery. It kind of just has a constant product exchange formula, and it looks at the balance of these, the ratio of these balances to infer price. And that spot price isn't really a quote that any person is making or willing to sell a coin for. It's kind of just infer. It's almost an infinitesimal representation of what an infinitesimal trade would represent at that given moment in time. And the way it discovers price, so to speak, is through arbitrage with centralized exchanges that do have these order books where, like, I can, you know, bid to buy 100 Bitcoin at this price, and then 200 at this other price, and then 300 at this other price. And you, like you see, those curves are always moving so quickly on those exchanges, right? It's changing all the time, and people put walls up, and it gets thin, and it gets wide, and it gets long. That's not really happening with Uniswap. It's just kind of a curve that's
yeah. The issue really starts to be felt when a lot of the volume comes from AMMs, right? Because they're not meant to be the vehicle for price, or in Ampleforce's case, demand discovery, right? They're supposed to just track. But you know, when half of it is happening there, it really kind of short circuits the system quite a bit.
Right. So okay. So do I understand then? And obviously, I think the kind of the crazy volatility in, I guess, so in Ampleforce, not in the price, which I guess the price as well, but in the sort of like the breadth of the rebases has also been sort of partially just from the kind of that it's just grown so exponentially, right? So so I guess like in the future, over time, this should sort of it should become a lot more mellow, right? That, you know, we're going to be talking about rebasing from like 1.05 back to 1 and so on, instead of 1.7 to 1, leaving everyone in like
I think there's
am
probably
I
many.
right saying that? Is that you know, over time it should, as it grows, it does get the market cap gets less volatile as well. Is that right?
In theory, yes, but I think financial history shows that you'll have a series of these bubbles, and each one will be quite expansionary. So, you know, it will be kind of changes in orders of magnitude. So I think after the last great big DeFi bubble, I think that the price will, you know, the volatility will be lower, but we might be a very different place than where we are today. Like, I'm actually quite surprised that we're having another sort of speculative moment just a few years after, you know, the 2017 one. I was thinking it might take, you know, 5 years, maybe more, but this is quite a blink of an eye in historical perspective.
People are hungry.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's also the this is a little bit of macro, some of the research that I'm currently doing at Stanford, but you know, historically, when you have big plague moments like this, you do have social unrest, you have supply shocks, you have inflation, but you also have monetization, and then followed by financial innovation. And I think everything today is happening much faster than the way it, happened in Europe during the 13th, 14th, 15th century, or in China in the 15th and 16th centuries. And so it's there's a lot of fiat money, there's a lot of liquidity being created, everything's being a lot of transactions are being digitized. I think the digital commercial financial future is here. And so in some ways I think the changes in DeFi are probably going to get wilder and wilder, I think. So I think it will be a long time. I would say it's probably I think the next decade will be quite volatile, I think, for most digital assets.
Yeah, I think to put it into perspective, in theory, over time, price will kind of stabilize. But I mean, that's true of Bitcoin too, right? Bitcoin, once it reaches full saturation, everybody who's ever considered buying a digital gold has had a chance to. It'll be less volatile, never to the point where, it could really venture beyond the functionality of a digital gold. But, that timescale is kind of what we think about in terms of Ample as well. I mean, the Ampleforth protocol is attempting to translate price volatility into supply volatility. And in our last run up, you saw that kind of happen, at its peak. I mean, we grew from a $20 million market cap all the way up to a $1.65 billion market cap in a period of about a month. But from, trough to peak, price went from about, $1 to, it hit $4 for a brief moment. So that's like a 400% increase, right? But really, we were talking a profoundly larger kind of market cap increase. And so it's just like a car that, you're gunning, pedal to the metal. The engine takes a little while to catch up. It punches you in the back, right? It's kind of like that. And it might stabilize for a time until some structural change in demand takes place. And that might be driven by more macro factors, like what the Fed does or what the stock market does, and how much money is floating around. And that's okay. So for us, for it to not be fully stable is perfectly fine. It should actually be able to expand and contract based on structural changes in demand. That's, stability wasn't what broke gold under Bretton Woods. It was this inability to respond to changes in demand. And so that is being kind of captured here with Ample. But I will say that I think over a long period of time, as Ample starts to stabilize, it will do so in a very different way than Bitcoin, where, again, no matter how big Ample gets at steady state, each Ample will be approximately worth $1, and it might snap to the dollar price much more quickly.
I would say if you borrow, if you bought something for 100 Amples today, or got into a debt contract for 100 Amples today, and then had to pay it off 10 years from now, I mean, you would be, relatively speaking, okay, depending on what the exchange rate is on that day. You would not regret it in the same way that people that bought, pizza with Bitcoin later.
Right. That's a very good
right.
It's
not like if a very important part to
it's like if I owe you 100 Bitcoin
for a newbie.
Yeah. 10 years from now, it's like, you don't want that. You definitely don't want that contract.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So I know we only got a couple more minutes left. You guys are incredibly busy. This has been a super fascinating conversation. Just some kind of quick questions to wrap this up. So obviously we discussed where Ample is today. What do you guys need help with the most from your community or from the world overall?
Memes.
Memes.
Well, sorry, I'll let Evan give the serious answer.
That's, I think, one of the best things to ask, I think, the crypto community.
Yeah, memes are a really great way to kind of encode insights into something that's, visceral and emotional. But I think, memes are a subset of education, right? We don't want misleading memes. We want ones that kind of, bring you to that aha moment without forcing you to read a bunch of economics papers from the 70s, like Manny, right? I think the more we can do what we're doing with you here and have these conversations openly, the better, right? Because you're asking all the right questions. And I think that will kind of propagate into an audience of people who will then be able to encode it into kind of funny things.
Yeah, I would add on a more serious note, I think people that are developing, DeFi protocols and tools, I think taking into consideration the elasticity of supply, which, is now being copied across other tokens and projects being created, I think, that I think would be fantastic for the ecosystem. It would, would not only help Ample4th, it would help, Based and a few others. But I think making this a much more common dynamic, I think just makes everything better. So I think in some ways, for people to look at the existing tools, kind of think about which ones don't work quite as they would want, and maybe just, doing that. And I think the Ample4th Foundation probably has some work, I think, that supports that. So I think getting the community more involved in building out tools and new features, I think would be fantastic. Building up that stack in some ways, so it's not just Evan and Brandon and team.
Yeah, Elastic Finance isn't just us, right? There's a lot of players now, and yeah, I think it will all help considerably.
Well, I think you guys have a lot to be proud of already. So just before we wrap this up, a couple of very quick sort of yes or no or very short questions to you. Will ETH 2.0 staking come out this year? What do you think? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so, but I am not an expert on it.
All right, and last one, if you had to describe DeFi in one word.
Just one word, man.
Take your time.
Yeah. Apolitical. I think that's more kind of aspirational, but it should be separated from politics.
Good one.
I was going to say degenerate. I was going to say, I think...
Also kind of accurate.
I think cyberpunk, I think it embodies the true spirit, I think, of cyberpunk. I mean, the fact that we have anonymous devs launching things and all this other stuff. I think, yeah, so I would stick with cyberpunk.
Awesome. All right. This has been such a great conversation. I mean, eye-opening definitely for me. Intend to dig a lot deeper into Ample4th. Thank you so much once again, Evan and Manny from Ample4th for taking the time. And we wish you even more success for the coming years.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your time as well.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really, really enjoyed it.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking. I hope you're ready to reimagine finance after the year 2020.
Hello my friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Collateralized debt position. A collateralized debt position, otherwise known by crypto degenerates as a CDP, is a smart contract based on the Ethereum blockchain created by MakerDAO in 2014. It's a variation of financial market derivations that can simply be defined as representation of a debt position that is backed by an underlying pool of assets. Users can borrow stable coins against Ethereum tokens as they lock into the smart contract, and this allows one to avoid the volatility of market swings. The collateral is then released once the amount borrowed is paid back.
Hi everyone, I'm Arthur and welcome to Reimagine 2020. Today I have with me Kane from Synthetics, the best performing protocol from last year, and I guess arguably the inventor of what we're seeing in DeFi today, which is liquidity mining. Interested to discuss all things synthetic and DeFi with Kane. Welcome.
Thanks very much for having me. Yeah.
So maybe let's just kind of start from the beginning. How did you come to be in crypto and DeFi, and how did Synthetics come to be?
Yeah, so I started a payment company in 2014. So I came from a retail background, online retail, and so I was pretty aware of some of the challenges with some of the payment networks that we see, PayPal, et cetera, for retailers. And so, I thought that crypto had the potential to alleviate some of those issues that retailers, experience. And I had an opportunity to start this company that was working on essentially a cash payment gateway that was going to attack the problem from a different angle. And so we supported a bunch of different platforms to enable people to pay cash, and one of them was buying Bitcoin with cash. So you could walk in and hand over $100 and get $100 worth of BTC, which was a very kind of retail friendly, democratizing way of getting access to crypto. And so we launched that. We went live in 2015. All through 2015, 2016, 2017, the market was getting, really, really excited about crypto, Bitcoin and Ether specifically. And then, I saw an opportunity to solve some of the kind of downstream payment issues that we're seeing in terms of, moving money around the crypto ecosystem. The fiat rails were pretty inadequate. And so, yeah, we decided to launch Haven back then, which was a stable coin. And then pivoted eventually to Synthetics, which became this more generalized synthetic asset protocol.
Got it. And since then, you guys have made quite a lot of kind of not necessarily pivots, but just monumental, decisions in terms of changes in direction and so on. Where is Synthetics at today, and what are your kind of biggest priorities?
Yeah, so I just published an article today. One of the things about DeFi is it is so early that it's really hard to kind of predict too far out what your priorities are going to be, right? You can take your best guess, but startup life and I think an early stage project is very much about being responsive to the market. You can't just go out there and wish that things were a certain way. You have to actually deal with the way that they are, right? And so I think being aware of that, what we've seen over the last probably 2 to 3 months is that the demand for stablecoins, all stablecoins, but decentralized stablecoins as well, has skyrocketed. And so we've had the supply imbalance where there's a ton of demand for SUSD and not enough supply. And so we're working on alleviating that by introducing the latest version of our Ether collateral, which will allow you to essentially borrow SUSD from ETH directly, which is not something that's been available before. So that's super exciting. And then, obviously gas prices are a huge issue right now. So we've had a number of different optimizations that have been available to us for a long time, which were just low priority things because, there's a lot of priorities out there. And in the last, 3 to 4 weeks, we basically just made a call to kind of pull some of those optimizations out, around transaction costs and try and optimize them. But probably the biggest thing is the transition to optimistic Ethereum. So the L2 solution from the Optimism team, which is a huge deal. And there's some announcements coming out like really soon.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you are definitely one of the few projects that is actually working on and kind of going live with something that involves a level 2 solution, right?
There's a lot of L2 solutions out there at the moment, but I think there's kind of 3 general categories that are available, right? You've got the hybrid off-chain solutions, so things like DeFi, DYDX are looking at Stockware because when you're using some state in like an off-chain solution. Stockware is quite a powerful solution. CK, zero knowledge proofs essentially, zero knowledge rollups, and then you've got state channels and payment channels and things like that, which are not really like generalized computation, but allow for very cheap payments, right? So we've got billions of dollars worth of stable coins flowing around Ethereum these days, and we need ways to kind of optimize that. And then I think the probably the most exciting category are the actual generalized EVM compatible L2 solutions. So optimistic Ethereum falls into that category, where you're literally taking the same contracts that you're running on L1 and you're deploying them to this other chain, essentially this L2 chain. And so it will be, other than our demo that we did in the Unipig demo, one of the first kind of generalized L2 solutions that I think we'll see, running on a testnet initially, and then obviously on mainnet eventually. So it's super, super exciting.
Indeed, and why do you think, like you said, that you're one of the first projects to move to start using L2, and I mean, I'm going to be honest, I've interviewed quite a lot of projects for this event as well, and it's a common issue. No one denies that it's super annoying, borderline defeats the business case of of whatever they're building and so on, but no one has like an actual a plan or response. It's it's that yeah, we're looking at it. There's a lot of potential. Why do you think that is?
I mean, synthetics as a project, we just don't fuck around, right? Like if there's something that's a potential solution, we're going to explore it. Like Oracle's same issue, right? We had this Oracle problem where we're running our own centralized Oracle. We said we didn't want to do it anymore. We went out to the market. We canvassed all the different projects that were working on different things in different states, and we eventually landed on the Chainlink team that was going to be the most kind of credible solution to kind of get us out of the challenges that we were seeing. Same thing for optimism, right? We saw this coming a long time ago, and I think the Unipig demo for us was really kind of a watershed moment where we're like, this is real, right? Like this is going to work. This is a solution that's out there. And, Justin, our CTO, has a lot of experience. He was the director of engineering at MongoDB, right? So he's got a lot of experience in these kind of, very complex, high availability systems. And, we just dug through all the different options and landed on the Optimism team and Optimistic Ethereum. And I think, for the tech, but when ultimately, right, when you're dealing with these things, it's really down to the team. Do you feel confident that the people, these days on the other side of the video chat, right, are actually going to be able to deliver this thing, right? And it's not just a bunch of bullshit and waffle. And that was the sense that we had from the Optimism team, that this is real. They were going to deliver it, and so far they have. So we're obviously very happy with our choice right now.
That's amazing. Looking forward. Looking at the kind of the synthetic assets market, and specifically the space in crypto, why do you, I think like today the correct me if I'm wrong, essentially like all of the products available are synthetic crypto assets, right? That track crypto prices. Is that why do you think that is? Is that because that's where there's naturally the most kind of demand for, because these are already crypto traders, and it's what they're kind of, that's what they're in crypto for, or what are the reasons behind that?
I mean, we do have synthetic fiat currencies, but there's just not a massive amount of demand for them. We're working on a couple of initiatives. We're working on a Euro pool, AMM pool, that will hopefully go live like in the next few days. So, we are working to try and get a little bit more liquidity and depth into these pools. But, there's not a lot of demand for trading, GBP. Like on DEXs, it's just not a thing, right? So you can push it as hard as you want, but in reality, people are going to want to trade synthetic Cardano on Ethereum before they want to trade cable, right? So I think that's kind of a core issue. And then there's the question of, okay, what about other, other assets, commodities, things like that. And, we've got gold and silver. We're working on oil. We've got some equity indexes that we've launched. So there are other assets, and I think the demand will be there. But you've got to get everything right. You've got to get the user experience right. You've got to get the trading costs right. You've got to get all these things, together in order to really generate some demand. And I think we just haven't kind of connected all those, individual dots yet.
What would you say is like kind of like the biggest, I guess, like bottleneck, or what's the trickiest part to solve? Is it you mentioned the trading cost side, or?
I mean, the UX, if you include trading costs in that, is just pretty terrible right now, right? That's just the reality, right? Like trading on Ethereum, for hardcore DeFi people, it feels good because it's so much better than it used to be. But like for everyone else in the world, they're like, what the fuck is this, right? Like, so, I think that there are a number of things, L2 being one, which reduces costs and allows for, gasless transactions and meta transactions and various other things that we can do. Smart contract wallets that are running on L2. Like there's probably 10 different individual optimizations that would significantly improve the user experience. And, you just need to kind of chip away at those things. We used a burner wallet, for example, which is one of the best kind of UX improvements that you can get, right? We use the burner wallet for our demo with OVM in our trading competition a few months ago, and even that one little tweak is a huge advantage. So there's a number of different things.
The burner wallet?
It's basically you provision a private key in your browser, right? So you don't need MetaMask, you don't need any of these things. Like the browser itself just signs the transaction. So there's trade-offs, obviously, right? Like security is one of those trade-offs. But the way that you handle that is you essentially delegate to this address the ability to trade. Right, so it can't transfer funds, it can't withdraw, it can't move things around, can't transfer ETH, but it can be delegated to make trades. And if you have that delegation functionality, which is built into the Synthetics protocol, you can allow someone to turn up, provision this new private key that only has this power, has limited ability to trade, and they just click a button and things happen, which is like the Web 2 reality that everyone's used to. Like you click a button, something happens, you click another button, something else happens. You don't wait 5 minutes and then come back and nothing's happened, right? So there's a number of things like that I think are significant improvements that are kind of waiting again to be connected up.
How far do you think we are kind of in the broader kind of space? Obviously, not just Synthetics, but in the broader space, from having kind of almost acceptable user experience for these sorts of
I feel like we're trading, 6 months away, right? Like at the moment, things move quickly, right? Like, people didn't think that you'd be having, something like Uniswap doing, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of trades. Like people thought it was a joke, right? Like they didn't think it was a real thing.
It was pointless before.
Yeah,
I mean, last year almost even, right?
Yeah. So, inflection points have a way of, kind of creeping up on you. And so I think there's probably every single example of these UX tweaks and improvements actually out in the wild right now, maybe just not connected together into a single product. And so, different projects have kind of, optimized for different things. But I think as these things all come together, and as these individual building blocks, one of the best things about DeFi is that everything's open source, right? Or, the vast majority of things are open source. So when one project goes out and implements, the burner wallet and people see, oh, that's a really good UX hack, right? Then, it's very easy for someone to come and look at the code and work out how it was implemented and then, implement themselves. So I think we are reaching this kind of conversion point, but it's probably 6 months out before, we see it all coming together.
I mean, that's a very short time, to be quite honest, given how, given the sort of like this pace at which things usually move. You mentioned about, things being open source and so on. What are your kind of, and I think like this year is when some of these things have really, the definition of, or the kind of characteristics of open source have really been pushed to its limits. What are your thoughts on just kind of this endless like forking exercises and so on that's been going on recently?
It's somewhat to be expected, right? When you have things of value that are open and accessible, people are going to fork them, right? And they're going to try and siphon off value. They're going to try and co-opt them or whatever. And I think we need these processes to play out to really understand where the kind of moats are. What are the things that are actually defensible, right, as a protocol? But the kind of I guess crypto anarchist and sort of decentralization maximalist in me says I actually don't care, right? Like I don't care if Uniswap gets forked. I don't, even though I love Uniswap and I love the team. If I remove my own emotional connection to the project, I actually don't care if it gets forked and people try other things and they attempt to pull liquidity or whatever, because ultimately all of these experiments that are playing out are going to kind of drive innovation forward. And so, when someone forks synthetics, and it's happened multiple times, they or don't even fork it, just try to take the mechanism. Oh yeah, like there's a Tron fork, there's a Binance Chain fork, there's a there'll probably be one on Solana soon enough, right? Like so when people do these things and they try and make tweaks and stuff, what I think people fail to realize, because we don't have some great examples of it yet, is that it goes both ways, right? So if someone forks something and does nothing, it's probably not going anywhere. If they fork it and they start improving it, those improvements can flow back into the original, right? And so you get this symbiotic relationship where if genuine value is being created and people are innovating, then again, I think it drives the whole space forward. And so my overarching view is that it's all good, and it's fine, but at the time it can be a little bit fraught, I think.
For sure. I mean, I think this process is it has some similarities with like earlier in the year we had the flash loans that were just going around and wreaking havoc, finding these tiny fractures in smart contracts and just blowing them up out of proportion. But it seems that we sort of got through that. People barely remember it. It was all over the news every couple multiple days a week. They again this many million or this 100,000 was exploited. But and I guess like one of the things with if a platform forks is or if you fork a platform, such as synthetics, is that I'm taking essentially a snapshot of of what this team has done, but what I'm not getting is the actual momentum of the team, right? And the second very important part is the community behind it, because I think and this is also what synthetics has proved, is that it's not really just about kind of what it looks like or how you can use it, but it's the kind of how you build it around your community, which is something that you guys have really I mean, you've definitely built one of the sort of most loyal communities in crypto, or the most sort of diehard. I think there's been a number of examples of people getting the S tattooed on somewhere on their body and so on.
I don't know. I haven't seen that yet, but it's probably somewhere in degen trading. I'm sure someone's done something crazy like that. So
yeah. But what was your kind of what would you say? What was the secret sauce behind that? Looking in hindsight, obviously.
I have, like, in all the startups that I've done, right, and I've been doing startups for a long time. I think the first startup that I worked in was like 2001. I dropped out of uni and moved back to the States in Seattle, and worked at the startup. And even in that startup, right, I was able to kind of create this community of people that were running this like weird Flash like app that was essentially like a game thing that you could put on like your GeoCities website or whatever. And I was always able to kind of create this sort of community of people that cared about whatever the project was or whatever the thing was, right? And even going back to that original startup, where we pivoted a few times and like tried to find some product market fit, the engagement that we got from the community by like genuinely listening to them and participating and going to them and like being where they were and seeing what it was that worked for them and didn't work, I think that that's invaluable, right? And that, that experience definitely resonated with me and stuck with me throughout, everything that I did after that, right? Every single startup that I worked at or founded. And so, with the synthetics community, we had our Telegram, and we could clearly see that it wasn't working. The noise level was too high, just too much bullshit. You couldn't actually get any cut through. So we made a decision to move to Discord. And I think the reason why that decision was so powerful is it actually cut out a lot of the noise. Most people weren't on Discord, so there was a bit of a filter to even get into Discord, right? And people complain, and they're like, "Oh, why not Telegram?" We, said Telegram's a piece of shit. So, if you want to be there, then like already you've been filtered out, right? And so, the people that made that kind of made that jump across the Discord were kind of the diehards. And so we had this small group of a few hundred people, right? Max, and maybe 50 that were highly engaged. And I was in Discord every single day. We talked about all the things. You can go back and see those chats. Like the history goes all the way back to whenever we started, 2018 or something like that, right? And you can see those chats. We're in there all day talking about the issues, talking about the things that were concerning, worrying, thoughts, and everything. And I think being there and being engaged with the community and having the team, at the time be so available, made people feel like they were participating in something, that it wasn't just lip service. This was genuinely all of us collectively trying to solve this hard problem. And that creates a sense of loyalty to the cause, not to a person, not to, a token or whatever, but to like this cause that, this problem that we're trying to solve. And, those people are still, a lot of them are still with us today.
Right. And I mean, excellent work by, with what you've done. And I think one of the things which I guess your team or you yourself have really like stood out with is just being kind of continuously very self-critical as well, in terms of just constantly kind of, or never stopping, beating yourself up. And so what are the kind of what I'm trying to get to is that you guys started with the sort of incentivizing usage of your product very, very early on. And what were the kind of what was that process, and what were the learning points that you sort of, the learnings that you made through these, iteration by iteration?
It's funny you talk about like being self-critical, right? Like, my dad was a professional athlete, and, when I was playing tennis when I was younger, there was a very, very sort of harsh environment, right? That you were kind of raised in. I've got 3 younger brothers, so there's 4 boys in my family. And it was a hyper competitive, environment to grow up in. And my wife's a psychologist, and, she kind of often jokes with me, like the kind of internal voice that's like going on in my head is like the most critical thing she's ever heard. She's like, it's like scary to like hear how you like speak to yourself, right? Like, and so I think that's something that comes from like being very competitive, being really kind of brutally honest with yourself, and like every time you do a dumb thing, like pointing it out and thinking about it, and trying to work out like why was this thing such a, why did I think that way, like analyzing it and really trying to unpack it. And so I think that when we look at things like those early incentives, it took us months, right, as a community to actually land on the right incentive. It wasn't like it just magically just appeared, out of thin air. And in fact, like several of us, Arthur 0x and myself, were on the wrong side of this, right? Like we were like, no, this doesn't make sense. We don't want to incentivize these pools. We don't want to do this. Different people like DJ and Spartan were like, no, you should do this. But even he was wrong about which one we should incentivize. And there were these arguments that went on for like months and months, right? It would get dropped and come back every couple of weeks. And, looking back on that, I think the thread that kind of goes through all of that was we understood there was a problem we were trying to solve. And we were all kind of iteratively picking away at the problem and like trying to kind of, get to a point where we had a solution and willing to test. Willing to run small experiments and test. And when we got to a point where finally we all agreed, and like I was like, okay, I'm willing to do this, like let's actually do it. And I went to the community and said, all right, let's put some value towards this and see what happens. And then, it worked. It wasn't perfect. We made a couple of more iterations. And I think that's just like in the culture of synthetics, that like it's deeply, deeply embedded in the culture that none of this is like like by some kind of dictate, right? Like there's no dictator here who says that this is right and this is wrong. The reality is what actually dictates, whether something's working, and you need to observe and measure and experiment and iterate if you want to actually get, a resolution.
Got it. And what would you say is the kind of the best way to design incentives? I guess in your case, you'd approach it, what's the worst way and how not to do that, right?
Start off with a really dumb idea and then like iteratively like work towards something that's not dumb, right? I mean, like ultimately when you're designing incentives, I think the thing that really kind of tripped everyone up for a long time was, tokens were considered just, this kind of, scarlet letter, right? Like if you had a token, you were just the worst, right? Like what were you doing? You're like, shilling an ICO or whatever. And I think there was a lot of things that got rolled up in that obscured the value of tokens as coordination mechanisms. And I think once, the pain and suffering had kind of like faded into the background after a couple of years, and people got their heads around this idea that like tokens as coordination points in these coordination games were so powerful, then people were willing to experiment again. And of course, humans being humans, we then like go too far and the pendulum swings too far in one direction. And now it's like slowly coming back. But I think we will find that, ultimately, if you want to create a decentralized game, right? If you want to create this trustless game, having a token that is representative of like some participatory right in the game is almost necessary. It's really hard to create a coordination game without that. And even if you do, having the thing is much more powerful. And so if you start from this idea of like, what are the incentives, what's the behavior that I'm trying to get, then you can work backwards to like, what's the incentive to achieve it.
Do you think I've been seeing some kind of statements being put out that like a good way to design incentives for the long term is to also to cap them, sort of like per user, or somehow to kind of to prevent this situation that's now happened, that it's again like the sort of wealth inequality in crypto is also only getting wider. That the like farming itself is it's mainly available for the whales, and they just they squeeze everything out of it. That we should do something to combat that. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, I have a deep sense of kind of like fairness, and egalitarianism, and a real resistance to authority. Right, that is kind of in my sort of worldview or whatever you want to call it. And so the idea that some advantage accrues disproportionately to people who happen to have capital is problematic, I think. Right, but if you kind of take it to its logical conclusion, there's going to be some advantage that's going to accrue to someone, right? So, you can make the playing field as equal as possible, but then there's going to be information asymmetry, right? And people are going to, coordinate around like, some information that they've got. And so I don't know that, and this movement towards fair launches, I think is a great way of kind of trying to offset some of these things, right? But even within a fair launch, if you say, okay, there's a fair launch and we're going to try and like create some like Sybil resistant mechanism to like level the playing field or whatever, it's kind of whack-a-mole, right? The thing pops up somewhere else and someone exploits something. I made a point about this, like every incentive that Synthetics has ever done has been exploited in some way. Almost every part of Synthetics has been exploited in some way. And that's just the par for the course, I think, on, in a system, in an environment where it's adversarial. It's pseudonymous, right? People can spin up a new account and go through Tornado Cash and take another, and attack you in a different direction. I don't think that there's a necessarily like a long-term solution to this other than just building more and more robust systems. But the fundamental concern that, power accrues to those who have power, whether it's information or capital or whatever, is a really, really hard problem to solve. But I think, my genuine, very deep sense is that it's a problem worth attempting to solve, or at least mitigate as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the only long-term solution then is actually just having this mindset against it, right? To solve it continuously.
Totally. I mean, look, like there's definitely been incentives where, for example, SNX was, an asset that could be used to farm, right? Like a lot of, if you look at SNX over the last 6 months, right, and the number of different incentives that have just accrued and just been dropped on the heads of SNX holders, right? Like uni incentive, right? Like went disproportionately to SNX holders, right? Like we didn't know this was going to happen. We just incentivized the Uniswap pool, and there was a period where like we were 80% of Uniswap liquidity, right, or something like that, or 75% of Uniswap liquidity, right? And so that was all SNX holders. They got a ton of that. The curve incentives, early curve incentives, we had incentives in Balancer. We've had different you could farm YAM with SNX. Like there's a lot of different things that have accrued to SNX holders, just by virtue of the fact that they're SNX holders. Is that necessarily fair or optimal? Probably not. It's probably not an optimal solution, but I don't know necessarily like what the alternative is, right? Those incentives are going to accrue to someone, right. And So,
and I mean, as the giver of these kind of, let's call them like, second wave incentives, like, I'm not gonna choose an unpopular coin to sort of, to offer these incentives onto just for the sake of kind of trying to be somehow fair, right?
Yeah, exactly. So then it's again like, power or value accruing to people who already have a lot of value, right?
You guys also have launched a DAO. Why is that kind of and that was obviously, it was the kind of I guess in a sense Synthetics entering sort of like a next phase. Why is that important, and what do you kind of what do you see as this DAO like becoming eventually?
Well, I mean, we launched it because we decided to stop being idiots, right, and having a foundation, which is very decidedly suboptimal solution to running a decentralized project, right? But unfortunately, like a lot of things, it was kind of the done thing back then in 2017. You start a open source software foundation, you domicile it in some stable jurisdiction, Switzerland or whatever, and great, you're done, right? But the reality is that the tooling has gotten much better. The sort of engagement of community members is significantly better in decentralized governance. It's still not where it could be, but it's far better than it was back then. And so I think that we've kind of entered an environment where the optimal solution is actually running a DAO. And in our case, we actually split it up into 3 different DAOs that have different functions, separation of powers essentially. So, one that actually runs the protocol and handles protocol upgrades, one that handles, the treasury and distribution of treasury funds for grants and various things, and then like a public goods funding DAO as well. And we may even have a new one launching, which handles like regulatory and legal concerns and is working on like open sourcing a whole bunch of work that's happening in the background to kind of give back to the community as well. So it is possible we might spin up DAOs that have specific functions that a group of people come together and coordinate and operate for a while, and then maybe those DAOs are disbanded eventually. So I think it's just a much more efficient way of coordinating behavior when you've got these global movements and projects.
Right, and each one of these DAOs is governed by the same token.
Correct. Yeah. So it's essentially 3 different functions within the project, right? And they've each got individual structures, right? So the grants DAO, for example, is made up of majority community members, so large token holders, small token holders, people that have been elected from the community. I think there's at the moment 8, and it's like a 5 of 8 requirement threshold to approve a proposal. So someone comes, they submit a proposal for a grant or whatever, and then these community members essentially vote to whether to approve it or not. And eventually, the participation in that DAO will be governed by token holders directly, so they'll be able to elect new people to the DAO. And that DAO is funded by the Synthetics DAO, which is the treasury, right? So the Synthetics DAO is committed $1 million SNX a year for 3 years, which originally was about $1 million when we decided it. Now it's about 4 million, so it's a lot of money to distribute for grants. But again, it's discretionary on the part of the grants DAO members, what they actually approve, and they can go out and even request, create like RFPs and things like that. So.
Interesting. And I guess like one side which we haven't really touched right now, which I'd be interested to sort of to get your take on is, so we mentioned high gas on Ethereum, and now emergence of new chains. Obviously, there's a kind of seems to be a window of opportunity for new chains to kind of prove their worth. What are your thoughts on that? Like, for example, if I asked you that, today, 99% of DeFi is living on Ethereum. What would you say is that number, let's say a year from now?
I think first of all, I'd say it's 100% of DeFi lives on Ethereum. Okay. Almost definitionally, right? Like by definition, DeFi is an Ethereum thing. But other than that quibble, I think it's very likely to be still around 100%. I think that the network effects of these projects that are on Ethereum today are very, very powerful. And as much as I have like this sort of philosophical leaning towards egalitarianism and fairness, I also believe that like markets are the best most efficient way of allocating resources, right? And so I think the market will ultimately decide whether Ethereum scales, and there's kind of these two forks, right? These two parallel paths that we can go down. One is we just capitulate and we give up on Ethereum, and we move to something that has a set of trade-offs which may be suboptimal, right, compared to Ethereum. The other is that we wait for Ethereum 2 to kind of emerge, and we use L2 in the meantime, right? And my view is very strongly towards the latter, that we're waiting for we're waiting for E2, but in the interim we can use L2, and that will buy us enough time to get there. I just think when you look at the kind of the range of options of L1s, I personally don't see anything that I think is going to be able to overcome the significant advantages that have accrued to Ethereum. I might be wrong, and if I'm wrong, then the market will decide that, and all my ETH will be worth a lot less than it is now, and I'll have to suck it up and maybe change course. But we're, as a project, I think, and as a community, there's a lot of overlap between the SNX community and the Ethereum community, and very strongly embedded in that community. So I don't think we're going anywhere anytime soon.
Right. Kind of out of like totally unrelated question, but an interesting one that we've that some people have wondered: why do you think there are quite a lot of successful DeFi projects from Australia?
So funny, right? Because like go back to 2016, 2017, and the question was like, why are you in Australia? Like genuinely, like I got that question all the time. Like, why are you there? Like, shouldn't you be in like New York or Silicon Valley or whatever? And I lived in San Jose for like 5 years, right? And I lived in Boston for about 5 years. And I think I made a decision about 10 years ago to come back to Sydney. And I'm pretty happy here. I obviously pre-COVID traveled a lot and enjoy traveling, but we're pretty happy and settled here. I've got 2 young kids. I think Australia from a regulatory perspective has done saying it's done a good job is probably overselling it, right? I think that the regulators here have really gone out of their way to not aggressively stifle innovation in the way that maybe the US has, and even other jurisdictions. Europe, there's been significant concern around a number of aspects that, like, even in places like Singapore that at times were permissive, then shifted, etc. I think in Australia it's been pretty stable. There's been some missteps around things like GST handling for crypto assets, things that we were fighting back in 2016, some stuff around, AML KYC for like small purchases of crypto. Like, it hasn't been perfect by any stretch, and I don't want to paint that picture. But in terms of sort of taking a leaf out of fintech innovation for, want of a better term, I think the regulators in Australia have been very permissive and tried to kind of foster this environment where innovation could kind of flourish, and maybe accidentally kind of ushered in this environment where crypto companies have been able to really come in and innovate. So yeah, I think the other component is there's a lot of crypto people in Australia. It's probably the 5th largest crypto market, and the 5th largest crypto holdings. So there's a lot of early Bitcoin people. There's a lot of early ETH people in Australia. And so, out of that kind of whatever, has emerged a number of people who have been in crypto for a long time and have started building projects.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, I do hear this like every now and then, the quote, the Aussie DeFi gang, which is for a country that's not particularly populous, relative to the US and China and so on. It is a bit okay, like, I mean, it's cool. It's very interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, we also get a lot of gold medals in the Olympics too, right? Like, we outperform in I mean, it's a very wealthy country. It's only 20 so million people, but it's a very wealthy country, very well connected to financial centers like New York and London, and I do think that there is this element of kind of fintech innovation that's been around, that's been not that necessarily that much has come out of it. I think there is one interesting aspect of Australia that for the last probably 2 decades has been really hindering startup culture in Australia, which is most of the good founders leave. Like, in fact, the vast majority of the good founders leave, right? I mean, the amount of people that I know that are not in Australia that are good founders versus the ones that are still here, it's 10 to 1. Easily 10 to 1, right? And that's problematic, because if you look at a place like New York, or you look at San Francisco or Silicon Valley or wherever, those founders who've been successful, who stick around, who mentor, who are angels, who do all that stuff, it creates the environment for the next wave of people to come through. And when those people are just being siphoned off into whether it's London or New York or San Francisco or wherever they're going, it was a real problem for a long time. And I think we've only now, and post-COVID, I think this is going to accelerate, but we've only now gotten to a point where there are enough founders who are here that have stuck around and helped kind of foster the early stage companies, that we're starting to kind of create this I guess group of crypto startups. So hopefully those founders will stick around, and they're able to, because just the world the way that it is now, it's very global. So we'll see what happens over the next 5 years. But I'm pretty bullish. I'm pretty bullish on Australian crypto and Australian startups generally now, in a way that I wasn't 10 years ago at all.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's I think this kind of like this culture kind of takes it does take it takes a long time to build, and you can never really pinpoint the moment when it's actually sort of when it started to kind of like snowball. Like, for example, I come from Estonia, where it was for a very long time, and I guess technically it still is like a similar issue that, or it's not an issue, it's just that's how things are, that if you want to, you can start your company in Estonia. But the thing is, Estonia is a little bit over 1 million people. We correct everyone that it's 1.3. It's not 1 million people. It's 1.3 million. But you need to actually go to where a market is. And now and the kind of the way that this entrepreneurial journey has flown is that people leave. They kind of let's say in some cases they become successful, and then they come back. and then they kind of, you know, to build out this culture and so on. And I think it's the same thing. It's been around now like 15 years for when this sort of cycle has been going, and now there's sort of it's this kind of natural or like local sort of sustainable sort of like startup culture is starting to be there, where you actually have like local VCs that are not just like, you know, satellites of London-based VCs that are trying to get like cheap deals, but you actually have, you know, VCs that are focusing on this only on this specific market and so on.
Yeah. And, you know, let's not forget, right? Like, you need the proof points, right? Like, you need the heuristic to, like, you know, most investors are idiots, right? Like, you know, they don't know what they're doing. I put my, you know, I include myself in that, right? Like, you know, you just have a bunch of biases that you like bundle all together, and you're like, okay, that looks like a good deal. And all of a sudden, you know, if Estonia becomes a thing that's investable, then it becomes easy to get money, right? In the same way that, you know, if Australia becomes like, oh, well, yeah, they're from Australia, they're going to do well. Like 5 years ago, it was like, from Australia, like, what the fuck? Like no chance, right? So it's funny how these things shift, right? And what becomes kind of in vogue, you know, it makes things a lot easier.
And now it's like, you know, it's like, oh, Australia, oh yeah, Afterpay, right? And so on. Like, you know,
exactly.
These sort of like, you know, kind of mental connections start. All right, running out of time here. I got just a couple sort of quick fire questions I'd be interested to get your take on. Yes or no? Do you think ETH staking is going to come out this year?
Yes.
I think you're the only one that said yes.
I'm an optimist, but yes, I think it'll happen.
Nice. Fingers crossed. If you had to say one word that describes DeFi the best for you, what would it be?
Intense.
Intense. Nice. That's a new one. All right. Kane, thank you so much for taking the time. This has been a super interesting conversation. I really wish you guys all the best of luck, and looking forward to the upcoming launches that you mentioned.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was fun. Had a good time.
We have some breaking news. As central banks and government agencies all over the globe assert monopoly over world currencies, taking the liberty to print unprecedented amounts of money, many have flocked to the experimental space of decentralized finance, or what the cryptocurrency degenerates call DeFi. But the question still stands: what the fi is in DeFi? Luckily, Reimagine 2020 is helping us think through this question, live as we speak. Tune in to Reimagine 2020 to learn more. Back to you.
Hi friends, I'm Professor Hans von Puppet with another important word from the DeFi Glossary, brought to you by Reimagine 2020. Yield farming is a way to make more crypto with your crypto. It involves you lending your funds to others through the magic of computer programs called smart contracts. Yield farming is the wild, wild west of decentralized finance, where farmers compete to get a chance to farm the best crops. Yes, that's right, crypto farmers.
Hi everyone, I'm Archer from Multi and welcome to Reimagine. Today with me I have Long from Ren, one of the leading protocols solving interoperability in blockchain. So very excited to talk more about the origin story of Ren, where they are today, and I guess most importantly, what Long's views are on our very fast growing industry. So thanks so much for taking the time, Long.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Arthur.
So let's just cut to it. So as far as I understand, what Ren does is that you built an independent blockchain that essentially helps to bridge other assets onto other blockchains. And the most notable use case is Ren BTC, which is a trustless way to basically bring BTC onto Ethereum. Am I right saying that?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So we support all kinds of assets, but yeah, dominantly we see the major use case right now is Bitcoin on Ethereum.
And I think this is one of the things which and the stats are quite remarkable. What you guys have achieved, and this having been live for now, the mainnet has been live for 3 or 4 months.
I think we're about to hit our 5th month. I think we're like a week away from being at the end of month 5. Yeah, but we've done $620 million in that time, 500 million of which has happened in the last month. So, you know, we're seeing a huge amount of growth. Every single month, we've seen the income that the network is generating through fees almost double. With this month, them bringing in around 250,000 US dollars in fees.
Wow. And I think one of the things which isn't really talked about that much in Ren's case is that it is its own blockchain, but also that it's what we discovered in our research, like preparing for this, is that Ren is, like, by some category, it's one of the biggest blockchains, with, because you guys have over 1,000 nodes, right? While
yes,
like Cosmos is barely over 100, Tezos has 400, Polkadot is getting to 200. Is this something because this really stood out to us, and obviously we know that decentralization is such an important metric for when we talk about these different blockchain protocols. Is this something that you feel should get more attention, or is it just like the specifics of Ren that it is that easy to sort of to have a lot of nodes? Or
I don't think it's specific to Ren. I think we just took it really, really seriously. And we put a lot of effort. I mean, across the board, we put a lot of design and engineering effort into the user experience, whether that's what is the user experience like actually bringing Bitcoin to Ethereum, or what is the user experience like spinning up one of these nodes and actually contributing to network security. You know, we designed the system with the goal to have as many possible nodes in the network as we can, because that just makes the network more secure. And the goal is to, no system can be perfectly secure, but the goal is to be more secure than any of the networks that we're bridging, so that it becomes more efficient to attack the underlying network. Let's say it becomes cheaper or more easy to attack Bitcoin or Ethereum than it does to attack RenVM, which is sort of a good benchmark for security. And with the number of nodes that we have, we're already sort of getting very close to that level of security.
Okay, and I understand. I know, like recently, I guess as naturally as the blockchain or as your protocol grows in popularity, then obviously sort of criticism also heats up. So that some communities have expressed, some of the community members have expressed concern about that. Some parts of the protocol are controlled by the team nodes. What is the sort of what is the situation there? Because I understand that other community members at the same time, they're not concerned with this at all. That it's been transparently communicated and it's part of the process.
Yeah, so I mean that's correct. It has been transparently communicated. Since well before launch, we had multiple articles speaking to what the rollout plan is for the network, and we believe that any sensible rollout plan has to start somewhat centralized and become decentralized over time. We've seen several examples, even just recently, of protocols that go straight for decentralization, and they inevitably have issues, as all systems do. And the more complicated the network, the more likely you are to find problems. And if you begin totally decentralized with no form of central control, you're actually putting user funds at higher risk, because what you're not doing is taking into account the balance of risks of centralization versus decentralization. At the beginning of the network's life, the risk introduced by decentralization is actually higher than the risk introduced by centralization. And then obviously as the network matures, bugs are found, people get more comfortable, people become more understanding of how to use the network safely. So, we're not even talking about bugs in the network. We're also talking about, best practices for users to go through. There've been situations with RenVM already where we've had users misuse the system. So the network itself hasn't had any bugs, but people have misunderstood how to use it and they've made a mistake. And if we were fully decentralized, it would have cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars in total. But we've been able to recover those funds because of the level of centralization that we're beginning with. And we can, as the community gets, more comfortable with how the system works, and we see those incidences happening less and less, and we're not seeing bugs get reported, and we're not seeing major fixes needing to be deployed, then we can move to a more decentralized model, and we can start saying, okay, we're confident that the system is stable enough and secure enough that the risks of being centralized are now beginning to outweigh the benefits that we could get by becoming more decentralized. And so we're sort of going to stage the network through multiple steps.
Mm-hmm. And I guess everyone's, or the sort of particular people's question is, when do you expect to phase out the team nodes? Are we talking about in the next 12 months, 24 months, 3 months?
Certainly, we expect that process to begin this year. We don't like giving hard timelines because a lot of these things can't be really known. They're more metric based than time based. It doesn't really make sense to say, oh, let the network run for a few months. What you want to say is, let the network run for a few months without a major bug fix being necessary at that time. And so if you then, maybe you get to the very last day and you see a major bug fix needs to be deployed, then you deploy it and you start the counter again. You do this until you've arrived at a certain amount of time where no intervention has been necessary into the system. Because obviously the more decentralized you become, the less and less possible it becomes to intervene. That's kind of the whole point of decentralization. So yeah, we do expect to begin that process this year. It's not something that we're hoping to keep. We want to make this decentralized as quickly as possible. So the sooner we can get there, but
I'm sure. And you mentioned that so far no bugs have been found. Do you, as the ultimate builder of Ren, does that give you more confidence or less confidence that maybe it should be hit harder?
So we have found bugs. That's not entirely true. Mm-hmm. We haven't. We haven't found any that have been the cause of a user encountering in the wild. There have been things that we've discovered through review, through the extensive testing that we have available on the platform. And none of these bugs have been things that have caused downtime for the system. So the system has been able to provide 100% uptime since its launch, which is awesome, and that gives us a lot of confidence. But yeah, I guess as we go through and we find more of these bugs, and they have become less severe over time. And we haven't found any really in the last month or so. This gives us a lot more confidence that the system is correct. But more than anything, I think the thing that gives us confidence is the ability to slowly open source your code base and have the whole community get their eyes on it and not find any issues, and have multiple rounds of auditing undergo completion, and hopefully you don't find anything there. So I think less so than the lack of finding bugs, I'm gaining confidence in the system through the additional audits that we've been undergoing that haven't been able to find any outstanding issues. And obviously that's not a perfect metric for security, but it's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Ren's approach throughout has been very, very sort of calculated and kind of meticulously planned in terms of, and I guess it differentiates from some of your competitors, where instead of Ren, you took a strategy of on the design level, there's a lot of kind of clearly a lot of thought through decisions have been made around UX that you mentioned, and some other things which I'd like to get into, but also how you prioritize the audits and really taking a staggered or a tiered approach, as opposed to I guess some of the other participants in the space that did decide to not really prioritize audits that much, and I think stayed live for 24 hours or something like that until something disastrously broke down. yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
But tell me about that. We're huge fans of some of the kind of design decisions that Ren's taken around, like for example, solving for gas, that bringing in the gas as a service, and all these sorts of seemingly tiny things, but that actually do make a big difference when it comes to the overall usability. But I'd like to get your take on one thing, which is that Ren as a protocol, it's purely fee driven instead of having an inflation. What was the thought process, or what was your kind of approach there? Because obviously inflation is it's easy to program in, right? And it gives you a kick right off the start.
I think that's almost the problem. Certainly when we started designing this system, the blockchain space and the cryptocurrency space specifically was nascent enough that not many people understood how to value these different token models that were around. Like how do you value ETH? When you think about the revenue that you're generating is in the ETH itself, or that you can't apply just traditional valuation mechanisms, and so it's very difficult to understand what is the value of the network. Now, for most chains, that's not necessarily an issue. Understanding the value of the network is something you just let the free market decide. In the case of RenVM is securing other assets. So it's reasonably important to understand what the value of the network is proportionally to the system that it's securing or helping secure. So it's important to help the market arrive at mature valuations for Ren that aren't hyperinflated, but also aren't undervalued, right? So if you have a Ren valuation that's way too high, then you get this false sense of security in the network, because it's likely that the token price will crash hard, and then maybe you arrive in a situation where the network becomes illiquid or unable to underwrite its risk. Or you can have the opposite problem where the system doesn't scale as well as it really should or could because people aren't valuing it properly. By having a very simple model where you simply say, if you hold this much Ren, you have access to this much fees, you have a very clear, very traditional, very well understood way to value the token. Now, obviously, we're not going to see that straight away because Ren is part of the crypto ecosystem. So you see a lot of that sort of craziness happen. But at the moment, the price of Ren means that the nodes are returning a 10% to 15% APY. That's a pretty reasonable APY, especially in the sort of current global financial situation or economic situation. It doesn't look as crazy good as some of these DeFi yield farming things, but it's sustainable. They're real fees. They're coming in hard cryptocurrencies, not odd governance tokens that are meant to be worth nothing. So that was the reason why we made that decision, really, is it gives confidence in valuation of the token. And it gives the node operators confidence as well, because obviously if you get this sudden hyperinflation, there's a big incentive for these nodes to suddenly disband the network and sell their bond, Whereas if you kind of reduce the likelihood of that, then you get stability in the network overall.
Got it. No, I think it makes complete sense, and I guess, and also if you do have hyperinflation of the token price, then the nodes themselves, particular nodes yields go down as well, and it's kind of, I guess, it like debalances a lot of things
It's hard to know, right?
Like the economics.
I guess if you're earning REN as part of why it's getting inflated, then maybe your earnings actually look really good on paper, but they're actually maybe not that good on paper. I think the other thing is that, like, if you look at Bitcoin, the original thesis was that you have a block mining as a way to get the initial supply out, but then eventually the network becomes reliant on fees and fees alone. Obviously, because we have all this beautiful infrastructure, when we came along, we didn't have to rely on continuous mining in order to distribute the token. We could just provide it to the market straight away. So REN's been out on the market for several years now, which means it has a good distribution amongst holders. But we can also help, again, through a carefully planned rollout of multiple phases. You can get the network to a stage where it is already functioning safely off of the fees that it's generating before sort of relinquishing full control over the system. And it gives us a chance also to tweak the economics. Maybe in 6 months we discover that it's just completely, somehow fundamentally unfeasible to not have inflation. Well, again, by having a carefully staged rollout plan, then we have the possibility to make those changes.
Sounds good. But let's zoom out a bit. Tell me a little bit. How did you and your co-founders, how did you kind of arrive at the idea of REN, or what is the founding story?
Well, when we first got into the space, it was kind of 2017. Interoperability was kind of a topic back then, and I think that's where we saw the birth of protocols like Cosmos and Polkadot try to resolve the interoperability problem at that level. But while everyone had kind of this inkling that getting Bitcoin onto Ethereum would somehow be good, there wasn't a clear use case for it, right? Back in 2017, there wasn't much that you would do with your Bitcoin on Ethereum that you really couldn't do already. That narrative really changed over the last 2 years. So during that period, we were developing other products. And what we realized in that development was that there really was a big gap for interoperability, that we got, I guess, sort of empirical evidence through our own development that we really wished we had access to a clean, trustless, and decentralized way to trade Bitcoin and Ethereum. That was the specific use case then, actually doing a swap. But then so we sort of decided to pursue that. And that was really where we started going. And back then I think that was late 2018, DeFi was just starting to get thrown around as a concept. It wasn't really that big of a deal, but both Ty and I saw a clean and clear opportunity. Like if we were having this problem where we couldn't access trustless, decentralized Bitcoin on Ethereum, that every single other protocol that was currently being built was going to have that problem. Maybe not yet, maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year, but they will eventually happen. And the more that these layer ones come out, so when Cosmos eventually hits mainnet and Polkadot eventually hits mainnet, they're all going to have this problem too, And so we managed to get in there and I guess recognize the real need for it really early on. And we just took a bet that was going to be the way things were going to go. And 2 years later, we were right.
That's awesome. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks.
And I guess so today around like 99% of the volume is Bitcoin on REN. That seems that there is the most demand for. Where do you see it kind of moving next? Because it seems that the market seems to want only Bitcoin. Do you see that is the next opportunity not maybe bringing a new asset onto ETH, but to bring Bitcoin onto a new blockchain then, or?
Yeah, I think that's going to be where we see the next big sort of wave of volume come from for interoperability. There are going to be two phases to that, or two moments, I guess, in interoperable volume. There's going to be the moment that RenVM brings Bitcoin to other chains. So we're looking at Polkadot and Binance Smart Chain as the next steps. Polkadot because it's such a big ecosystem. And if you can bring it to one chain in the Polkadot ecosystem, then you bring it to all chains in the Polkadot ecosystem, which is quite nice. And the developers there have been super helpful with us preparing that work. And then Binance Smart Chain, because it's a clone more or less of Ethereum from a technical perspective. So it's incredibly easy to support, and we want to experiment with supporting other ETH-like networks. It's the same reason why when we launched, we didn't just launch with Bitcoin, we launched with Bitcoin Cash and Zcash as well, because we wanted to experiment with what other Bitcoin-like assets to work with. And that way it helps us prevent making our design too specific to one chain. So by supporting as many chains as we can early up, you intentionally go for some that are very similar but slightly different. So, Binance and Ethereum, and then you go for ones that are very different, like Polkadot and Ethereum, because that gives you good coverage. And if your design works for them, it probably works for everything else as well. So we'll see some volume come from there, without a doubt. There's a budding DeFi ecosystem roaring and ready to go in the Binance Smart Chain side of the world and the Polkadot side of the world as well. And then I think the next moment that we'll see big volume occur is when you can start shifting assets across chains, right? So right now you can take Bitcoin from the Bitcoin chain and you can put it on Ethereum and you can get it back. And maybe you can do that at Binance and you can get it back as well. What's going to be really cool is that when you can move the representation on Ethereum into Binance or into Polkadot without moving the underlying Bitcoin, because now you can suddenly start sending what is traditionally a very slow asset, Bitcoin, between two chains at a very high speed, because those two chains are quite, Ethereum and Polkadot are relatively fast compared to Bitcoin. You're not waiting an hour, you're waiting a couple of minutes. Has a huge speed improvement, and you're still getting a lot of good interoperability. So instead of going back to Bitcoin and then from Bitcoin to Polkadot, you'll see this just one-step hop. You halve your fees, you order of magnitude reduce your waiting times. So it's just an obvious use case, and it'll allow these sort of competing systems that are able to generate high yields during their nascent days. People will be able to very quickly move their funds around to leverage that yield.
Got it. And I guess with like Ethereum nowadays, everything is there is this big sort of elephant in the room around the congestion, right? Someone even made the joke that to optimize for fees, they should bring a colored coin Ethereum onto Bitcoin. That so those that want to pay less transaction costs can use that one instead. But
that's funny.
But so you mentioned you support Zcash. And that obviously it's a privacy coin. Can RenVM also support Zcash's shielded transactions as well?
In principle, yes. So one of the cool things about the approach that we take is that our MPC technology is also computationally complete. So what that means is we use it to do signature generation and private key generation, but there's nothing stopping it from doing arbitrary computations. There is a question about how efficient those computations might be, but at least in theory, anything that you need to do to create a transaction is something that RenVM can do. So you could support Zcash shielded transactions, but I guess the privacy question around Zcash is actually a little bit more interesting than that, because privacy comes from keeping your assets in a shielded address all the time. If you keep your assets in a public address, and then at the moment that you want privacy to do a shielded transaction, you're just not getting security. It's way too easy to correlate the movement of funds. So if you're holding your assets inside a shielded address, and then you make a transaction to RenVM as a public transaction, you actually haven't reduced your privacy at all. Right, because no one can tell where that money's coming from. And as long as when it gets minted on the other side, it also goes back into a hidden form on Ethereum, which of course you can do because Ethereum is Turing complete, so we can build all sorts of privacy layers there. Then you've kind of, a transaction comes out into the public for a moment and then disappears back into being private. You can't see where it came from, you can't see where it went. And so you maintain the same levels of security. So the need to support shielded transactions directly is not actually necessary in RenVM in order to maintain security.
Is this a direction that you kind of received like requests to go into, or not today?
Funnily enough, we've received more questions about that from people outside what I would say is the core Zcash community than we have from the people within it. Because I think the people from within the core community understand that requirement a little bit better, and they understand that security really does come from where your funds are at rest, not what they're doing when they're moving around.
Because I guess like one of the use cases that we had in mind on our side was basically that if you would support shielded transactions, then it would kind of allow to create this mixer of sorts for BTC or ETH, right? And then I guess my next question was going to be, I'm not sure whether you answered that already, but was whether Monero can technically also be supported, or would it be the exact same problem as you mentioned with Zcash's shielded transactions?
So so to answer the two questions there, in principle, yeah, you can build a mixer for Bitcoin and Zcash through RenVM. RenVM itself doesn't implement the mixing, but it just allows you to take your assets and move them to a platform where mixing can occur, something like Ethereum that has the smart contract capabilities. But you don't need shielded transactions at the Zcash layer to make that work. You can make it work with that. The question about Monero, again, in principle, yes, our MPC is computationally complete, so we could implement a Monero key generation and signing. But the question again comes down to efficiency. So Monero is interesting because it uses a different underlying cryptographic standard to what most other chains use. And that's not a cryptographic standard that we have put a lot of effort into supporting in RenVM in a super efficient way, mostly because all of the big chains don't use that standard. So we don't need to. So from a focus perspective, it enables us to get it right for Bitcoin and Ethereum and those types of chains. And then maybe in the future, we can begin researching what it would be like to support those kind of cryptographic standards that Monero needs. Again, in theory, there's nothing stopping it being possible. We just haven't done the hard research to know how efficient that can be made.
For sure. And I guess there's the obvious sort of kind of like trade-off there as well. Like, do you want to put this sort of like, slightly shady attention to the to something that's kind of not intended to be used only in this kind of way, right? But another question I wanted to ask was that, so we noticed that RenVM is recently started support from the Nexus Mutual's insurance covers contract. And so what was the team's like thinking about this offering? Because obviously Nexus Mutual is another very unique protocol in the space.
Yeah, I think Nexus Mutual is a really cool idea. I haven't looked deep enough into, I guess, precisely how it determines whether a payout should happen and how it underwrites those payouts in a way that is safe. But I think at least at a conceptual level, it makes sense, right? You would want to secure, or you want sort of an additional layer of security by taking insurance. I think the thing I'm most interested to see is not individual users taking insurance against a smart contract just in case it messes up. What I'd be even more interested in seeing is what does it look like for a protocol itself to take out insurance for itself.
Which is Ren.
Yeah, so for example, maybe is it possible for RenVM to take out insurance as a decentralized entity to cover itself, and as a decentralized entity to pay out the premiums or the fees that are required to hold this insurance. RenVM again is a prime candidate for something like this, because if you can take an insurance and you have alternate forms of underwriting the liquidity that you're keeping safe, but also as we talked about a little bit earlier, RenVM is a fee-driven system. So you can pay out fees in a hard currency to the Nexus contract. You can pay it in ETH, you can pay it in Bitcoin. And if they don't accept those currencies, there's a huge liquid market for Bitcoin, right? Whereas if you're accepting fees in Ren itself, or if you're inflating Ren in order to generate profit, then it's very hard to, you're dumping this on what is hopefully a very thin market, because most of the Ren should be bonded into the network in sort of the long term. So, I'm very interested to see whether we end up progressing in that direction eventually. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. I don't know whether it would happen with Nexus Mutual, but I do imagine that eventually we will see large decentralized insurance funds that are able to insure protocols as part of the protocol itself, not as just individual external users coming in and wanting to self-cover.
And I guess it would be like a pretty big leap forward for the insurance protocols themselves, which are now, I think, like today, they're essentially focused on providing like what they call smart contract insurance on Ethereum, right? But then to provide insurance onto something, you know, in a technically, I guess, like in a completely different world, in a much different scale, would be yeah, I mean, definitely the future.
I think it's a natural next step for them.
Speaking of the future, I guess, what are you what are you most excited about for Ren coming up in the next, I guess, months or years?
So short term, I'm looking forward to our community forum. So where obviously, as part of our plan to decentralize, we're looking at different mechanisms for governance, so that the team cannot be responsible or a sort of a central entity around deciding how the protocol progresses. So this will include, it'll include fairly simple things. So for example, what chains do we want to support? What assets do we want to support? And this is a natural question to pose to the community because they're the ones earning fees in those assets. So, you know, if we offer some weird ERC20 that they don't want to earn fees in, then, you know, it doesn't make sense. So a community forum for people to discuss that. For node operators to decide on what they want the fees to be. So what kind of cut they want to be taking, and trying to find a balance between obviously generating as much fees as possible by either having low fees and high volume, or high fees and low volume. And then also more complex questions such as how do we improve the protocol? You know, there's a bunch of sort of discussions that are being had very informally in our community right now around potential features and upgrades that could exist to make the system even better than it is today. And I'm really looking forward to formalizing that process, making it completely transparent and public. You know, it is something that's fully transparent at the moment. You can kind of come into our Telegram and ask any of our community members or our team members about it. But having a place to sort of, you know, put all of that discussion in a persistent, permanent place, people can follow the discussion. People can make it very clear what their intents are. Because I think eventually that evolves into a proper formal governance mechanism where people are, you know, voting using their Ren, voting using their dark nodes, or any of these sort of more hard governance systems. And I'm really excited for that. I think maybe more boring answers are also things like, you know, some of the new chains that are coming up. You know, we've got chains like Akala, Filecoin, Binance Chain, Terra, you know, whole suite of new chains really. And it'll be really cool to see RenVM truly be multi-chain as opposed to just Bitcoin and Ethereum. Yeah, I think those are the things I'm most excited for in the next 1 to 6 months.
That's awesome. I mean, yeah, it sounds like it's definitely not going to be boring. But,
it's never boring.
And speaking of generally, let's say this, we live in the DeFi world. What are the things that you're kind of most excited about in DeFi generally, if you can't say Ren? And I guess the things that you're most disappointed about, if you can't say anything about your competitors.
I would say I'm pretty disappointed with some of the messaging around DeFi. You know, I'm just going to point out YAM, for example. I think it's completely disingenuous to say, this is an experiment, don't use it, but also here's an interface to use it. And the only way this experiment makes progress is if people use it. It's like, there's no way to conduct an experiment without people using this thing that you're saying, you know, warning, don't use. I don't think that's a genuine way to protect your users. It's hard to know the balance, right? Where is a developer responsible and where is the user responsible for themselves? And that's a difficult balance, especially in a space when it's all about being self-sovereign. I should be allowed to put whatever technology I want out there, and it should be people's responsibility to understand the risks. But I think the people around that ecosystem did not communicate that messaging properly to each other, either as developers or users of the system. I think the other thing is like this focus on APY, which is kind of a weird thing because obviously the DeFi space is all about finance, and finance is all about getting a return on your investment. A lot fewer people than I expected point at a 200% APY and say, this is clearly not actually a 200% APY. And pointing out the fundamental reasons why that's not the case. And I think conversely, what I'm really excited to see in the space is big liquidity pools form, like trustless liquidity pools form, that can automatically shut those systems down. Because the reason why you get a huge amount of APY is because no one's leveraging, right? The more people that put money towards that APY, so for example, YETH is a great one. Why are the YETH returns so high? Well, it's because you're farming Curve and you're selling Curve CRV on the open market. If enough people aggregate their funds to that vault, then the huge sell pressure of the CRV token reduces the APY to something that's normal, right? Something that people are actually willing to sort of reach equilibrium at. That if it goes lower, people pull out. If it goes higher, people put in. The market's just too inefficient to catch all of these different forms of APY that we can generate. So what I'm keen to see is these big pools of liquidity get created that will automatically leverage and balance. It'll be cool for a whole bunch of reasons, and we're already seeing sort of the beginnings of it with projects like YN, projects like KeepItDAO, these systems that are set up to do some level of automated, I guess, arbitrage of returns in the market. And that'll help us drive us to maturity, which I think the space really needs to get to quick if we want to keep growing.
Absolutely, and I guess if we talk about like this sort of this great innovation that we've invented this year, which is the governance token, the mineable governance tokens. What are your thoughts on the like the Uniswap, SushiSwap kind of like drama, or specifically the what was it called, the vampire attack like concept that what are your thoughts on that? That someone comes and forks an open source project, plugs a token to it, and suddenly someone uses.
I think it's from a technical perspective, it's a huge testament to the composability of DeFi, that you can essentially strap on a governance token to someone else's system, which is essentially what SushiSwap did, right? They said, have the exact same system, we'll leverage the liquidity token that you get back from Uniswap as a way to essentially own the liquidity in a separate system, and therefore own the fees, and therefore we can generate a governance token. The moment that you have a fee generating token that you get back is the moment that you can start doing these kind of wrapping attacks, if you want to call them that. I think we'll see more of this happen. There's no reason why you can't wrap a wrapping attack, right? So even if Uniswap comes out with Unitoken in the near future, or whenever they come out with Unitoken, there's no reason why you can't do the exact same attack. And in fact, the attack almost gets better, because now not only do you get to vampire off the fees, you also get to vampire off the Unitoken that you're generating by owning the liquidity. And then you can wrap both of those in another governance token. I think it's technically very cool. I think from a community perspective, people completely overvalued Sushi as a token for what it actually, like what it fundamentally is doing. And this is why I'm excited for these big liquidity pools to step in and see a ton of APY and say, cool, we're just going to farm all the sushi in the world and then just dump it on the open market and bring it back to a place that actually makes sense. And then these attacks,
nice. And I guess
Uniswap still works.
It can work both ways, right? It can add a token where it doesn't exist, or it can remove a token. And because didn't technically in Uniswap's case, because it was, the token was like what SushiSwap did was it put the token back, right? Because Uniswap was born as the Bancor without a token.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a weird loop that we sort of went around. Another question for you: how do you see this? And I guess because there's so much talk around the ETH congestion, and how is it going to, obviously all of the DeFi and non-DeFi builders are really struggling because of this now. That how can we build a scalable, reliable system on something where that can be clogged so heavily by either NFT tokens being sent left and right, or this sushi mining happening. That how do you see that kind of playing out in the, let's say over the next 12 months? Because ETH 2.0 around the corner, but there is now more and more attention going to level 2s and native chains.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a resurgence in interest in layer 1 chains. I think some of that is born of the fact that these chains are just reaching maturity. Obviously Polkadot is a huge amount of mind share, and they recently became available on mainnet, and they're slowly again going through their own phasing to roll out. We'll see Ava coming out soon as well. So I think, and we saw Binance Smart Chain come out very recently as well. So we're starting to see all of these new layer ones coming out all in a very short period of time. And you're coupling that with a huge interest in Ethereum because of the DeFi boom, as well as a huge amount of criticism of Ethereum because of its lack of ability to scale. So I think people are looking at layer ones. I think layer ones are really where the solution happens. I'm not hugely bullish on layer twos, just because they only really work if you have everyone go to the same layer two. And a lot of the layer two designs, that defeats the point. Now, having said that, there are some layer twos that, from a technical perspective, absolutely could be the solution. And we may well see people go to those solutions. Optimistic rollups, zero knowledge rollups are what I think I'm most bullish on as a layer two. But what we're not seeing yet, and maybe this is just a timing thing, and we'll see where we go in 6 months, is we're not seeing all these DeFi projects agree on what layer two they're going to use. Because one of the beautiful things about DeFi on Ethereum is that you have this atomicity, where in a single transaction, you can take a flash loan, take advantage of an arbitrage, open a CDP, use the DAI to take out a loan, and just like compose like these weird and wacky transactions all in one single go. You can't do that if everyone's on a different layer two. There's hope still to do it if everyone's on the same layer one. On the same layer two, depending on which layer two they're on. But yeah, I think the real solution comes in at layer one. And so I think either people will eventually migrate to different layer ones and leverage interoperability like RenVM to keep that atomicity that RenVM still gives you between chains, or we'll see people just white knuckle it until ETH 2.0 comes out.
And I guess in some sense, like compared to like, for example, like 2017, the infrastructure has really matured in a sense that now for a layer one, there's just so much additional infrastructure such as Ren that provides interoperability within the different layer ones as well, right? So I guess like technically one could say that like the ETH killers, when a lot of them started on their kind of war paths in like 2016, 2017, 2018, it was too uphill of a battle, or like a vertical battle. But now maybe. What are your thoughts on Solana? So you haven't mentioned that. Is that something? Have you gotten demand for that from Ren's side? Obviously, it's very new around the block, right?
Yeah, we have actually. So yeah, I mean, Solana is another one of those layer ones that all launched around the same time as Polkadot and Binance Smart Chain. So all within sort of like the last quarter, really. We have seen a lot of demand. There's a lot of projects that we're seeing wanting to leverage the high speeds and low latencies that Solana can provide. And so we've been working very closely with the Solana team and with a few other teams to try and bring RenBTC to Solana as well. So we are hopeful that this will be one of the next chains that comes out. The only reason I don't mention is there's a few upgrades that the Solana chain has to deploy to their own mainnets before it can be compatible with RenVM, just because of the way that they're not technically Turing complete. There's like the language that you can program with is sort of a non-Turing complete slim subset of what most languages provide, with a restricted number of instructions. And those restrictions are just a little bit too restricting in the context of interoperability. But the team is doing awesome work to lift those restrictions for the specific cases of interoperability. So very likely this year we'll see BTC on Solana.
And to a non-developer, what does a non-Turing complete language mean?
A Turing complete language is basically a language that lets you do whatever you could possibly imagine. So if you can think it, you can program it. Whereas there are some programming languages that are much more restricted that only let you do certain types of things. And they have nice properties. For example, you can tell whether or not this program is going to end at some point. And so some chains opt to intentionally not allow you to do anything so that they can prove properties about your program, such as we can prove that it's going to end eventually. Ethereum can't prove that your program is going to end. And that's actually why gas works the way that it does on Ethereum. It's just trying to sort of get around that problem.
Got it. You mentioned one thing about upgrading. how does that work in RenVM's case when an upgrade is pushed live? How do the nodes get upgraded?
So at the moment, the node operators have to opt into the upgrade. So they have to, we have a sort of control tool that nodes can use, or the operators can use, to administrate their nodes and manage them and sort of, you know, keep an eye on them and reboot them and all these kind of things. And one of the options you have is to upgrade them. We're likely going to introduce a soft form of auto upgrade, so that there'll be certain types of upgrades that happen automatically. And of course, the node operators will have the right and the ability to disable that. And then there'll be like large upgrades that don't get done automatically, that have to go through a level of governance first. And the reason we want to do that is just for practicalities, that we have seen a lot of nodes not upgrade because the operators, I mean, in a weird way, it's kind of a testament to how well RenVM works. You can deploy a node and then forget about it and then come back 6 months later and it's still running and doing its job. But that ability to step away and not think about it has the sort of the problem that it's easy to forget to upgrade. And it's hard to, I mean, it's hard to reach a network of almost 1,300 nodes now and remind them all, hey, you gotta upgrade. So.
Absolutely. And I guess my question around like the DeFi and layer ones, if you today, I would say probably around like 1% of DeFi is off of Ethereum. If you had to guess, what would that percentage be a year from now?
I'm gonna give you a cheeky answer and say, I think in a year from now, it won't matter. I think people will stop asking questions about what chain is this application on. Chains will be on whatever application they need to be on. For the technical reason that they need to be there, or for their user reason or product or business reason. Right now, we only see most of DeFi on Ethereum because that's where most of DeFi started. It's basically, it's a grassroots argument. Once interoperability comes and you can do the kind of things that RenVM lets you do, those questions will stop being relevant. As a user, you won't have to think and say, oh, I hold Tezos, so can I use MakerDAO? Or I hold Bitcoin, can I use Akala? Or, you know, I like Band Protocol, which is on Binance. Can I still interact with, you know, Compound, which is on Ethereum? Those questions won't even be relevant anymore. So this sort of, I would say, an almost unhealthy focus on how much of DeFi is captured on one specific chain or another will stop being as much of a concern. I think it still will be a concern amongst maxis, but I think when you have that kind of interoperability, it becomes almost impossible to predict where these chains which chains are going to capture value. Maybe we'll see that the grassroots is still too strong and it still can't be overtaken even when interoperability is there. Or maybe we'll see one of these ETH killers actually gain dominance in the DeFi space.
Good answer. Yeah, I mean, definitely a future I'd like to live in terms of like, you know, especially seeing like, you know, how much, how seriously you've taken like UX overall in Ren's case, and trying to, you know, kind of how you've solved for these different sort of kind of like peculiarities of for example, like Ethereum that really doesn't fit into the, like, you know, a human being's, you know, usage of, you know, technical, you know, apps and so on. I think, yeah, this sort of, you know, obfuscating what specific protocol you're using out from the mind of, you know, the end user, that it's such a massive step closer to, you know, making it actually usable by the next, like, you know, million people, or by actually a million people.
Yeah, I think solving the UX problem is one of the big challenges between where we are here as an ecosystem and where we want to be with the whole world using DeFi.
Because I mean, like one of the, I guess like some of the solutions to like the gas problem we've seen from the DeFi wallets is that they've been subsidizing gas, right? Which was the beginning of this year. It was a ballsy strategy. Now I'm not even, don't want to see the financial side of some of these wallets.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is one of the, like, again, when you have a fee generating network, you can take advantage of that to solve some of these problems. So, you know, the way that RenVM solves that problem is by allowing users to, you know, have their gas paid for them by the network, and to them, they're just getting a slightly higher fee. So instead of 10 bips, maybe it's 11 bips, because some of that money is going to paying for the gas for you, because that's sustainable, right? Wallets that are just subsidizing gas fees, that has to end at some point unless you can generate fees.
In that case, I mean, it was, you know, the VC subsidizing it. So
yeah.
Which is, I guess, it's a modern form of wealth redistribution, right? But I know we're running out of time here. As you mentioned, you're building something very big, moving fast. So I'm sure you're very busy. A couple of just some very quick, very short answer questions for you. Will ETH 2.0 staking come out this year?
Let's be optimistic, yes.
Nice. If you had to describe DeFi in one word?
Freedom.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much, Long from Ren, for taking the time to give us this very engaging conversation. We wish you all the best, and I encourage everyone to dig deeper into Ren. And it's one of the few, I think, protocols where even still today, at its current size, the team is so incredibly approachable on Telegram.
Yeah, we hope to keep it that way for as long as possible. But yeah, thanks for having me on and for chatting with me about this stuff.